So close the doors, let me in, let me taste the darkness in you. No one serves me like you. You ask me to slay you, to burn you, to haunt you, so you feel. So do you feel me now? I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so bad for you. 'Cause I can't give anyone, make you feel. I'm so good for you. Love being bad for you. 'Cause I can't give everything you desire. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. Say you're looking, keep looking for it, but you can't find it. Can't find another one to get around with. You try and try, but never find someone who's like. Keep looking for it, but you can't find it. Can't find another one to get around with. You try and try, never find another me.
F-Flex on the beat. F-Flex on the beat. F-Flex on the beat. F-Flex on the beat. F-Flex on the
Do you feel what the eyes can't see? You hear it calling way down deep. Trust your heart, it'll keep you true. This world expects so much from you. From the dark out into the light, it'll come in the middle of the night. You were raised in the sacred place. Evil runs when it sees your face.
Because the kill went to Kerry.
Driver has all. Oh my god, that man's not wasting any time. Picks himself up a kill.
Look at the HP difference here. I mean, Driver just annihilates them. And it feels like kind of greedy from Lakai. Maybe also an itemization problem. I feel like the Mercs rush isn't that good against Gragas. So yeah, they're level 4, but that creep just dies.
Yeah.
And it feels like they're going aggressive just at the wrong time. And maybe could have found it slightly quicker. And even with the missed auto attack here, the flash auto on the ward, they still managed to get the kill, right? Which really says that this wasn't that close. And just kind of showing a bit more strength in the bot lane. Cleanse did come out of Tide. Did he end up dying? Oh my god!
Kaiwing!
What a monster!
That's nasty!
Yeah.
Page still pretty low on mana, does have the blue buff, but if you are able to find a fight soon, it might be good, as Godtone will be looking.
Yeah, they have to force.
Yeah, IC8 and Taco's done up on the side, but those aren't the targets you want, as Rally are getting burst to the side. It is 665 having to use that ult to get out, but a massive magnet target Storm, finds 3, and is going to find 3 kills immediately afterwards as Taco trying to do what he can. He takes down the AD carry in a 3-man knockup, but it's ultimately going to be a 4-kill-to-1 exchange.
And this team fight's very crucial.
Kai Dominus popped, and it's going to be the paranoia used as a disengage tool. But importantly, this Dragon is going to go down. It is BYG who find it. It's going to be their 4th and 5-man pop blossom again. It's going to be Conway finding his first reset as Pretender dives on in. He doesn't have the damage. 2 found, but another 5-man pop blossom.
Well, the cooldown's used just then, though, which might allow West Point their way in. Feels like PSG have a rock-solid position, though.
Yeah, look how hard it is to push past the Braum, the Ashe, even the Nico is Cassante finding himself a knock up there, and 6-5 taking down a half, but it's Relia who's going to commit this dominance to look for something. Hostile takeover will only land onto Braum as the Glacial Fissure and the Pop Blossom find 5! It's looking like it's going to be a win here in the team fight, at least for PSG, as a double kill already found here for Varco. Very low health bars on the remaining 3 from West Point, but what a Pop Blossom.
It was 5-man. I don't think I've seen a 5-man Nico in a long time, and 4.5k damage done there. It's very hard again to kind of see this as a threat in the fight. Flash Protobelt finds 5. And even the disruption, let alone the damage, is really hard to deal with.
这个 ID 的由来其实是我大学的时候跟一群就是好朋友，然后一起养了一只柯基，然后那个时候刚好要取就是当选手的时候，然后要取 ID， 然后我想不到 ID， 我就选了这个。我比较喜欢狗，因为猫的话我比较会过敏。对，
这是我刚打职业的时候不知道取什么名字，然后那时候有一个公司的人，他很喜欢那个什么《玩具总动员》，然后他就帮我取了一个叫无敌的名字。我觉得巴斯高年比较帅，但巴斯高年 ID 不知道叫什么。
我一开始打职业 ID 叫 Poki， 但我后面觉得佩佩罗更好吃，所以我就叫佩佩罗。
大家好，我是 JPURU 那个中文注音的那个文家的意思。
那你有想过这样主播在屏幕难念吗？
哦，没有想过，因为韦泽利凯太多了，所以就不想一样。
现在的 ID 由来就是以前玩了一款游戏，然后想不到 ID 的时候就去 Google， 然后就出现了一排名字，就选了一个最装的名字。那时候觉得很帅，但是后来会变成空月，是因为有一次去唱歌被店员认出来，然后他就问我是不是残破空月，我就把它改成空月。哎，这是真的。
大家好，我是 BYG 的辅助 Karis。我的 ID 由来是我们那时候想要改名，然后在 FAK 的时候我们就跟一些越南的队伍团练嘛，然后就发现他们的 ID 由来是取亮在系列神的一些名字，然后我们就去翻一下有 K 开头的一些英文名字，然后就刚好挑到 Karis 这个名字，就是一个战争女神，然后跟20的一个意思。
因为我刚打英雄联盟的时候 ID 叫里面去 Ghost 嘛，然后它前端跟尾端是 REST， 我想说职业比赛如果取那么长不太好，就变 REST 了。现在的 ID 由来就是因为我自己是6月9号生嘛，是双子座，然后就想说简洁有力就取个双子，然后就用星座的英文 ID 这样。
那双子座最处得来的星座是哪一个？
应该是同风系的吧，就是风象的，水瓶、天平这种。像我之前跟东山配，东山也是天平的，所以就跟他很合。
我印象比较深刻的 ID 应该是 Piglet， 因为那时候SKT 的 AD 是 Piglet， 然后那时候他们不是赢了吗？然后赢了乌兹那个时候，然后我那个时候的 ID 就叫 Piglet。对，
年轻一点的你知道吗？有取过中二的 ID 吗？
我感觉 Piglet 已经最中二了。
我国小的时候有取一个蛮中二的 ID， 叫那个魔龙狂笑。因为小时候就觉得龙很帅，然后又魔，就听起来很酷，
就满命好吧，因为好很可爱啊。本来来打职业 ID 也想叫好，可是我怕被网友骂，所以我就改名叫佩佩罗。
天行魂是我爸取的。
那你自己喜欢这个 ID 吗？
我觉得有点屁。
有一个比较羞耻的，就是我要练女角，但是我又不想取什么煞气什么的，我好像就叫鲜奶宝宝。但是蛮久的，我现在不会再装女的，我现在不会再装女的。
Creative Self 吧，就是以前那个 SKT T1 的 AD 的时候，他的一个韩服 ID，然后我就直接翻过来在台服使用，他就是我的偶像那时候。
我觉得我之前台服 ID 就算蛮有趣的吧，就我叫做等新屋等，然后第一个等是一个星星的星，然后一个歌，然后新屋是我自己翻字典翻到的，我就翻字典翻2页，然后看到第一个字，我就把它放在中间。
那另外有一个名在职业选手生涯当中很著名的 ID， 就是你在韩服的 ID。
没错，就我之前有取过新垣结衣嘛，因为我跟我女朋友都很喜欢新垣结衣，然后我就在韩服有一段时间都一直取她的 ID， 或是用 Gaki QQ。
我觉得最帅的选手 ID 应该是 Viper 吧？对，因为就是他那个字母，然后这样签名起来的时候，你就会觉得那个字母很好看。对，
最帅的，我觉得应该是嘎痛吧，因为很少有 ID 这么霸气。我觉得那个憨三妈吗？哪一队的？忘了。G2，现在 G2 的 AD， 他 AD 很酷，他会画画。
那个 CFO 的顺，因为听起来很顺。
我觉得取得很好的就那个吧，有2个，我觉得有一个叫什么梅利欧大师，之前那个在看世界赛，然后还有一个就小花神，就觉得取得很好，就看起来就感觉很气质的感觉。
第一个会想到 Y10K 吧，就听起来拽拽的。之前的那个朋友吧，就他叫做 Bono， 就是他的 ID 就是一只很可爱的小动物。
如果可以的话，肯定是要改他的。
我之前本来刚打职业想改名，就是想改控马，但是这个感觉只有懂那个控马台语的人才会懂，所以后来就是没有改了。本来是真的想改控马，然后又刚好胖胖的，就很适合，怕那个外国人不知道那个控马是什么。我真的觉得这个名字很好，看谁要把它拿去用。
Creative Self 吧，都在他使用之前，然后直接把这个名字直接取样掉，因为我觉得很有创意，跟我很喜欢。
如果现在要我改名的话，我直接想到就取我的本名，直接叫世杰，再直接比赛场上打。改名的话，可以的话，我还是想用 Gaki 看看，只是想说比较偏向女性化，我怕大家幻想破灭，而且也不要跟大家抢国民老婆。
现役啊，火龙吗？哈纳比？还有人比6个字多吗？雀巢也差不多是6个字吧，有7个字吧？
应该是 Mission 吗？7个。奎斯卡塔，东山吧？想不到。
Mission
是吗？
还是直接 Stay True？
控人，我觉得是控人。
应该是那个吧，最新的那个 DWT 的上路 ，JPU 什么的，6个英文词我忘了。我7个好，那应该是我最长吧？那我想不到了，公布吧。
Pretender 还有吗？
最长的哦，应该是 FAK 的中路吧 ，Pretender 是吗 ？Pretender Kenny Chen， Kenny Chen 是吗？
最短的应该阿志吧，4个字。
阿志4个不够少啊，665 WP 的辅助吧 ，CHA 是我家打野吗 ？WSL
很好。
那个 AD，FAK 的，对，3个5队友嘛，那个 WSL， 那个我今天打的上路，那个 LJW，NNM
吧，3个字。突然叫我想，我真的想不出来。阿志几个字？4个字。
好问题，116。
有前队。
3个字。
有高手吗？高手？NNN。我刚对手是谁？那个 ID 很难记 ，L 什么？对不起，我不是故意的，我没有印象。他叫什么 ？LJW。 最短的 ID 惨的，那个 WSL， 脑中一片空白，不太妙。
可以，我都记住了。这个其实我都知道，但是刚想不起来。
大家好，我是 CFO 的辅助 Stay True。就是其实这个 ID 原本是 STAYTRUE， 就是意思就是保持初心吧，叫自己打职业不要忘记初心，不要为了什么东西而改变。为什么会换成1吗？因为我觉得有那个1蛮帅的吧，就希望自己是第1啊，对啊。
觉得以这个交换来说，损失。哦呦，冲上路 ，Driver 一个出手，闪现交出把力凯给 solo kill， 好像是直接一闪然后 R 吧，然后一套就直接是 Q 放在底下，炸到残血的情况下，扛着塔喝了一口酒，直接R 闪吗？他看起来是有那么一点一闪 R 的感觉，就是瞬间闪还是闪一，他就是那个速度是快到他有喝酒啊，所以他 R 闪看起来确定，他那个举酒桶同时先没错。IT8看起来想往前压个位置做一波进攻，没想到率先出手是凯威，一整套伤害灌在IT8身上，根本撑不住哦。后续 MN A 了一个眼睛，但完全不影响，可能在浪头啦。辅助回家，地波要出装备的，后面闪现刷，知道你的近况。哦呦，我的天哪，心态没了。真的很难被碰到了，但他们的优势其实还是在哦。这个时候龙还有没有马上就要出城，直接拉开吧。第一组比赛打一把IT8勾到墙壁啦，没有办法再打。这边塔口军上665一个火不连击，被破心者给直接规避到单这边的位置。泰德被逼走，自己也爆光一个10分钟，又击到4个人，泰德被秒杀，自己也被秒杀，双 C 倒地，倒下3名成员，嘎动举了一个拳头，只能往后走。塔口一个人还想力挽狂澜，但是 Q 3只有3个人，还是要回到温泉这边，4个人倒地 ，HPS 只剩下嘎痛存活。
这也做得很好，只是第一时间有挡住他。
这边立凯位置不错哦，这边是先关了一个灯，可是 Holo 是被赶出了一个龙坑外面，是想要先起火掉这个鳄鱼，可是鳄鱼按了一个1加上一个闪电走了，这波1万直线哦，又大5个，这波画面跟上一把完全一模一样，这边 Pretender 在后面一个人也顶不住5个人的伤害，最后又被收掉了。Maple 是吸收了一个眼的精华，他现在也是变成了一根针眼。看一下对面会不会踩进来给机会，但这边665被绑到了，血量被掉的比较低。Maple 这边再变成一个布拉姆，鳄鱼开启了一个大招，这边鳄鱼收购被布拉姆的盾给挡掉了，这个万小直接大5个，而且这边巨家也冲进去，先瞄准的是一个 Preach 的臭羽暴风，虽然是跳了起来，但是这边他们的前排反而是都被融化了，努力还有2段的飞仙，还想要继续往前操作吗？听到的是一个乌地，但是还是只能按飞仙撤离。这一波 Maple 大5个非常漂亮。
哇，感觉刚刚看完那波团的内史老师会生气。
太建设了，
不能这样子大5个，太有建设性了。
对，不能每一波都想着要大5个啊。往前走，
这边太关键了，一个闪现加上大5个，
哇，好漂亮哦这波。
冷气调小一点。
弄怕冷啊，我觉得好热哦。
我视频冷热，再小一点啊，我也觉得要。那冷气再小一点。
我觉得好热哦。
调温度高一点。
一点点就好，没关系。
好，可以。我觉得对吧？很好发挥哦。
没有，我跟你讲啦，我跟你老实讲啦，上路一定不会出现啦，中路可能会被助到爆线啊。你们下路对我想吗？不差瑞空一爆就救不回来的。
对啊，取舍就这样子啊。我们那边拿爆凯就是取舍就这样。
鸡巴，你选个猫啊，躺着啦，不然我怕又要崩线了。
我在靠，
可以吗？你可以吗？
可以，瑞空没到，我会靠，瑞空没到，我靠，瑞空没到，
我可以挡了不打？
你们可以打。
好。
没有。
那个悟空超惨。
好。
被快打死了。
啥在？
他们有进化。对空刚开始哦，
我慢到。
应该跟不到，我排眼把顶。
瑞空。
瑞空会到，我会断瑞啊。
闪现了，大哥，哇，能不闪啊？哇，反塔你卡了。
速推，
有料哦。
我这边可以看菜芽哦。
对。
什么？
猴子在后面，猴子在后面。
那个傻炮。猴子没血。龙吧。猴子可能在我们家了，看要不要自己找一下。
刚回去，刚刚走到这边了，懒得找他了，直接去吧。
直接
拉出来，拉出来！不要打，不要打！
哎，猴子开我，打猴子！AD 没大，AD 没大，AD 没大。
慢打，
没死。他们 all in 我了，他们没招的。
我要闪。
菜亚没大，我得 real。
帮！
菜亚没大哦。
可以，干嘛？我加速。
AD 没闪。
他们没有打野。他们没有打野。
我会看他。别管他，先知八楼。别管他，先知八楼。你们吃掉掉。
在地吗？
没有。
我看到。
你们吃掉掉。你们可以打，他没闪的。
TP 哦。
没事，帮子琪 cover 子琪，帮子琪。还行。
我可以
你们要杀他，他没有，他没队友了。
外面有一个。
他没带。
统神要弹住，帮统神。
没了，要走了。
赖笑，没波了。
打不死，我打了慢扶，走吧。
没有拉。
他们一直往下走。
我们可
以逼。
我踩车啊！
可以。我们先吃。没有，我来扛。我要开了，打。那你看。哎。
打吧。
我想去打了吧。
刚刚蹲的。
还有怎么
我血量不健康，我
看你。
看我吗？
没，先蹲，先。
可以看我吗？我打到他了。他别进化，慢慢打。
我想追。
来吧，
可以。
他还没进化哦。
我快没魔了。
在我这。
要走，我们都没大了。
我们都没大，要等一下。
该回补就去回补。
不是，刚刚就要蹲的，他们第一秒就踩了，还吃，就直接蹲，他们就爆了。
没有，就等他们再挂一点，然后再开就好了。
再开。不是，没事。
好，都打完。
AD 没进化。
能开就开，不用。
8秒大。
推下。
不要追了，下路。
我会乱打。他们回不了家，他们回不了断。你们一波。
你乱一下，你撑久点。
他菜雅回不去了。我死了。菜雅正在蕊哦，菜雅跟勒布朗正在蕊哦。
我。
菜雅勒布朗正在蕊哦，要回去了。
好了。
招全油。
该停。我不会死。对。
好。
ID。我接掉。
菜鸡互搏啊，打得那么激烈。
很乱。
不是，你们刚刚巴龙，就是他们第一秒就踩了，你们还在吃。
没有，就是他们在过去点草，你再开。他们再过来一点就可以开了。他们很急。
那个位置我们还开不到啊，碰不到人啊。
没事啊，打电话。
你们蹲着就碰得到啊，你们蹲着就碰得到了。
Try to act like I don't need anyone. Pretend it's me, myself, and I'd rather be on my own. But I know I can do this alone. If I had a nightmare, tell me, are you right there pulling me out? If I was too high, yeah, tell me, are you right there pulling me down? You pick me up. If my world was crashing down, would you make it stop? I do for you, but would you do the same? When everyone's gone, are you gonna stay? When demons come through, would you push them away? Would you push them away? Are you gonna stay? If I had a nightmare, tell me, are you right there? Pulling me out, me out. If I was too high, yeah, tell me, are you right there? Pulling me down, me down. 'Cause I need you to ride along. So tell me, are you right there? Tell me, are you right there? When it goes down, goes down. 'Cause I need you to ride along. So tell me, are you right there? Tell me, are you right there? When it goes down, goes down, goes down. When it goes down, 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 down. When it goes down, yeah. If I was too high, yeah, tell me, are you right there? Pulling me down, me down. If I had a nightmare, tell me, are you right there? Pulling me out, oh. 'Cause I need you to ride along. So tell me, are you right there? Tell me, are you right there? When it goes down, goes down. If I had a nightmare. If I was pulling me down, me down. 'Cause I need you along. So tell me, are you right there? Tell me, are you right there? When it goes down, goes down, goes down.
What I'm doing, getting right to it. The money is talking, I'm flowing, it's coming in, just how I do it. Yeah, you know what it is. Hey, we doing it big. Look up, there is no limit, no, we cannot stop for this. Yeah, can't stop, nah, won't stop. Yeah, it's been on live, you don't believe it, just watch. I had to deal with the cards dealt, hey, when no one's helped. When it's time for action, headlines and captions. Just imagine all of the hours that I put in running and gunning the passion. All of them clap, big applause. Wish I could pause all their reactions. Ooh, we know I never had a losing streak. I know you see what adrenaline's doing to me. I've been kicking game, Bruce Lee. You ain't in the game too weak. Make them feel the pain too deep. Tell them get out the kitchen, you can't take the heat. Hey, what I'm doing, getting right to it. The money is talking, I'm flowing, it's coming in, just how I do it. Yeah, can't stop, nah, won't stop. Yeah, it's been on live, you don't believe it, just watch. Yeah, you know what it is. Hey, we doing it big.
But let this be a warning, 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 a warning, warning, a warning, 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 a warning. Let this be a warning, 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 a warning, 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 a warning. But let this be a time and time again. I've seen you around here. You're playing with fire, don't know if you knew. So let me make this clear, a cloud is forming. The storm is heading right in front of you. Let this be a But let this be a warning, 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 a warning, warning, a warning, 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 a warning. Let this be a warning, 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 a warning, 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 a warning. Let this be a warning. Let this be a warning.
We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. Y'all don't want me to win, see it on your face. See it on your face. Think you gon' beat me? Good luck, that's a long shot. Got the ball, full field ahead. I ain't gon' stop. If I ever fall, I'ma still end up on top. Right now, I'm feeling like everything that you're not. If I was you, I would probably feel the same way. Running in my blood, something that I can't change. If I was you, I would probably feel the same way. We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. Y'all don't want me to win, see it on your face. See it on your face. We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. Y'all don't want me to win, see it on your face. See it on your face.
Gotta be in first place. Second shift's the first to lose. Working in the gym, taking shots. I'm trying to perfect my moves. Early bird gets the worm. I don't got time to snooze. I'm not in the
Luscious, divine, I'll empty your mind, 'cause you want me to. I'm so twisted, you're addicted. I feel your pain, 'cause you want me to.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to week number 4 in the first week of our second round robin here at the summer split of the PCS, of course, brought to you by Riot Games and Carry Live. I will be your host tonight, Vestian, and alongside me once again, very familiar face, it is Shock.
Look, this is going to be a very, very good week, I think. We're, like you said, now on to the second round robin, and of course it's a new patch as well, so I believe we have 13.13 coming in today, and there's going to be some interesting games. We'll get into that a bit later, but I think it's going to be real interesting to see how the teams kind of adapt to the meta. I don't think it's changed completely just yet, but it's definitely starting to kind of move away from at least what we have right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And what do you sort of expect to see in draft phase when it comes down to that? I know internationally at least, a lot of Rumble has started to come out primarily in that top lane, can be kind of mid lane as well, but what other things do you think to look for?
Definitely have to agree. I think Rumble is the big one. I think the other one is kind of the maybe reduced priority on some of the other picks, right? Like I think this is the patch where they started to nerf Shiv. I don't think it's completely gone at this point. You know, at least on live you can still play Shiv and it's not quite as good, but it's still there, right? So then we might see some more Shiv champs still, but I think the Rumble one is the big one to look out for, especially because as an AP top laner, that kind of suggests that you want, you know, AD in your other roles, right? And I think we've seen a lot of Maokai Sedge in the PCS, which are not things you traditionally kind of pair a Rumble with. So we might see some new junglers come through as well.
Yeah, and we'll take a look at the standings here. I mean, these are the most important now that we have finished that first round robin, and these teams are really trying to start to cement themselves in the top 6. Obviously, I think most importantly, around that 6th spot, we do have a tie between Frank, Halpigs, and West Point, which will be broken today. There will be Frank versus West Point. Halpigs can still, in theory, remain in that top 6, but at least one of those two teams will be falling down. Now, other important one is we will see the breaking of first here tonight. We do have Beyond versus PSG coming in at game number 3. So I think those are the two most important games of the night in terms of standings. But there is also J-Team versus DCG, which could have an effect later on in this second half of the split.
Yeah, there are a lot of interesting things that could happen today. I think it wouldn't even be that surprising to see a 3-way tie for second after the end of today, because CFO and J-Team, you know, probably are the favorites going into their game, and obviously one of those in the first place will remain where they are. So a lot of interesting kind of movement in the standings, and I am curious, I guess, mainly around Frank, right? Like that has to be the big one, because Frank languishing down in that tied 6th place position, not at all something you'd expect, and look, they are kind of running out of time to turn it around.
Yeah, absolutely. It's very surprising, obviously, coming from second in last regular split as well as the playoffs. Now 6th. They are going to be bringing back Kenny Chan today, which we'll see how important that is. Obviously, they did have more success with Kenny Chan, but they also had more games with Kenny Chan. So hard to see if Hollow versus Kenny Chan is really an important factor. I guess more likely to find out throughout this week if he remains playing as you look at today's matches. And again, as I said, I think game number 1 really important, but also game number 3 and game number 5, perhaps the most exciting games of the night.
I think I'd have to agree, yeah. I mean, game 3 is the one everyone's looking at. Obviously, J-Team versus DCG, definitely going to be a pretty high action game, I think, no matter what happens. But I would be really curious to see what happens in PSG versus Beyond this time, because last time, obviously, it was very one-sided. PSG, they didn't really look at the kind of same level that they normally play, and a lot of that, I think, was off Wako really having a tough time in the bot lane, and that we've kind of seen that a lot lately, of him getting solo killed very early on. As we'll take a look at the pick and ban from last week, and Sejuani actually at 0-6. I did not even realize that. It feels like, now I will say with the Sedge, it feels like it doesn't get used perhaps as well as it should be, right? Like a lot of the time they do pick the Sedge and then not really play around the melee top laner that much. Some teams have in the past. Like I remember Sedge being quite impactful week 1 and 2, but maybe just didn't find it in week 3. But I think Jace at 5-1, really no surprise. I feel like that champ, especially with the pairings you can get it with, you know, Jace Maokai, Jace Kai'Sa. There's other ones you can get as well. It just feels broken.
Yeah, absolutely does. And I think maybe Vi is a little bit surprising, because from weeks 1, 2, we didn't really see her a whole lot. And then week 3 coming in with 5 wins and 1 loss. And I believe it received quite a few bans as well. So definitely a really strong looking pick, at least for last week. And now maybe it is a little bit different knowing that we are on a different patch, but I do think jungle has remained fairly untouched. The only difference is obviously those items, as well as perhaps the likes of Rumble coming through, might lead towards teams wanting things like the Nocturne, which we've seen in other regions, as well as Viego, which Beyond have been quite partial to picking. Here on your screens, though, it is Frank. As I said earlier, Kenny Chan will be their jungler today, and I think, for me, I really want to see Solo Kill doing more than he is currently, because last split, I've said it lots of this split already, but Solo Kill looked phenomenal last split, and he's had a really, really quiet start, at least to the regular season. So really looking for him to turn it up. And against Rallia, you have to feel like he has to, as we are going to look at West Point on your screens now. And coming off their win last week, I think Nuli and 665 remain to be the dominant members of this team. Looking really, really strong. I mean, if they want to make a real contest for this playoff spot, I feel like the rest of the members around them have to pick up their game a little bit, because for the most part, that jungle mid duo has seemed pretty decent.
Definitely agree. I think it would be really nice if they can have kind of that third carry threat come through, because I think that if you become too predictable as a team, obviously it's quite easy to deal with that come playoffs, right? Like you see a lot of teams figured out once you get to the best of fives, and just really failing to kind of grab a foothold in those, because, well, you can just ban away the champs that Nuli can use to set up 665, and suddenly you don't really have a game plan beyond that. But if we could see one of their side laners really pick it up, I think, West Point, they could deal some damage. Especially to those teams that don't seem super clean either. You look at the likes of DCG and you go, okay, how can West Point ever take on a team that's strong in the laning phase? But they have issues later on. And stats comparison between the two mid laners. I mean, I think Pretender, he's had a very rough split so far, but he is actually still putting up the damage numbers. Now, I think that's partially because of the champs he's played. Looking there, Jace is there, Kai'Sa, kind of hard not to put up big numbers on this. Nuli, though, I think he's definitely looked like one of the best, I guess, mid laners for the stronger, or for the bottom teams, excuse me. It's not hard, or sorry, it's not easy to look good on those bottom tier teams, but Nuli, I think he's been playing at least decent in most games. Obviously, they haven't picked up a lot of wins, but perhaps that'll change today. Yeah, I think Pretender being second in DPM, it has to be second only to Mission, I have to feel, based on Mission having a 1600 DPM game, but being second in damage per minute as a mid laner that is currently fairly negative in terms of the standings. I mean, it definitely feels like Pretender's doing his part in terms of damage, but maybe lacking elsewhere as we now head into the draft phase. All things looking the exact same, and it says we are actually still on patch 13.12. Oh, okay. Still 13.12 then. As Frank, they ban away the Maokai and Sedge. So maybe we want to look for some sort of AD jungler. We could have. Kenny Chen obviously did look very good on the Poppy before. Tristana is that last ban.
And I want to say, even though we are on patch 13.12, Rumble is still strong.
Yeah.
Like, nothing actually changed about Rumble between the patches. And he does have good lane phases into the likes of the Renekton, being able to play sort of at that range and poke away with the Harpoon. Tristana going to be banned away here, and Ivan is the last ban here for West Point. So, quite a few strong junglers taken away. Do still have open the access to the likes of the Vi.
And Kai'Sa open, I wonder. I mean, oftentimes now you just see the teams match Kai'Sa with Xayah. LeBlanc is open as well. Now, Kai'Sa can be played mid into LeBlanc. It's something that we've seen a few times. Tristana off the table, though. There is Jace, too. Jace does pair very well with the Kai'Sa, but I know a lot of people do try and avoid the Jace-LeBlanc matchup. Although, honestly, for how good it is with Kai'Sa, I think you could probably just take it. Let's see what they do, though. I mean, Poppy could be a good pick as well. Kenny Chan looked very comfortable on the pick, of course. And then Annie being hovered. I'd be a little surprised to see this, if I'm honest. It doesn't seem that great. I think it'd be much better to have more range or more mobility against LeBlanc Rel, but it does offer you very strong team fighting, so let's see what they end up pairing with it. And you do have to feel like this will most likely just be mid-Annie. Would be very surprised to see it sent bot. Rel is a flex as well, of course. Can be played in the jungle, but does look most fierce in that bot lane. Viego's locked in. So over a lot of other, priorities, like you said, there was the Vi left open. Probably didn't want to pick it up because that Xayah third coming in is very likely.
Yeah, I feel like Frank probably should ban the Vi now. Because I don't think you want West Point to have that jungler. It seems like the strongest jungler left open. Does well into the Kai'Sa.
Yeah, I wonder if maybe... It's hard to say, because if Rel can always end up going jungle anyway, I think it might be better to just match this Gwen ban and start banning away stuff like the Scion. Relia, he has actually looked pretty good on this line. I think Frank should ban it away. I think it'd make it much easier for Solo Kill to abuse top. And that's really what we want to see from him. He has been a little lackluster in the top lane lately. after having such a monumental last split. I think please ban the Scion. Now, I will say that Solo Kill does have a variety of picks that could work well into the Scion. Lee Sin ban is kind of interesting.
Solo Kill definitely the type of player who's happy to play a sort of carry champion up there. And honestly, at this stage, I'd like to see it.
Yeah.
He tried one game of Gangplank, didn't do so well in that one, but
I think that game was actually going well though until
for
they
him
kind
it
of,
was,
yeah,
and then
until
the
they
rest of
just
the map
threw.
kind of, yeah.
But
again,
now, are they going to keep their flex, or are they going to try last pick top? Because they can take Scion here and keep this rel flex alive. But I think against Solo Kill, I'd honestly rather them just counter pick top on 5. Let's see what West Point go for though. Okay, so they take the Nocturne. Something that has been seeing a lot more priority lately. It does work very well with LeBlanc. It's very strong in the side lane, of course. Can make things very hard to deal with, especially for more mobile champs like Annie. And I feel like that almost forces Solo Kill to play a tankier top, because otherwise you just can't survive in that side lane. They lock in the Cassante as they're blind. And I actually think this is a pretty smart draft from West Point. Alistair locked in too. Now, will they just, match with another tank top? Or does Relia have something special?
Yeah, I don't know what you go here. I mean, you can just lock the Scion again. He played it last game against Halpix, looked really, really good on it. Was also against a Cassante that game. Now, in fairness, Taco was kind of favored in that lane, while the rest of the map fell apart.
Okay. We did get the Scion in the end. I was a little worried that the Yone would come through. But I'm glad that we went for the Scion. So I think overall, West Point have this very solid comp. They still need to be a little careful, I guess, with how they execute it. It is a comp that kind of requires a pick before the fight with the LeBlanc and the Nocturne. I think it can definitely happen, though. They certainly have the tools, and they have a lot of DPS in the back line. On the other side, Frank, I think this is a bot side and jungle especially that really want to find a snowball. After that, they can put together a pretty strong 5v5. But if they can find a snowball, it'd be really good. So I think overall, I'd probably give ease of execution to West Point, but I feel like both drafts are actually kind of hard to pull off. It kind of depends where you're looking at it from, because I think that the 5v5 team fight is probably easier for Frank, but I also think that if they don't get ahead, they could have some trouble.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty fair assessment. And I mean, one thing about the Nocturne is there's a lot of play that champion can do. Like, we haven't seen it all that much yet in the PCS, but obviously, I mean, when it comes to solo queue, the Nocturne kind of just presses R and goes in. But in competitive play, you don't even have to go in. Half the time, just being able to disrupt the team fight by using that paranoia means that it's really, really hard for the other team to play around a fight, because the lack of vision does really make things so much harder. You have to rely on communication that much more, which in the heat of a fight can be fairly hard to do efficiently.
For sure. I think Nocturne as well, it is just a bit more dangerous to go in competitive, because you often end up very behind as a Nocturne. You don't get as much gold as you would in solo queue, so you can end up very squishy and just kind of getting immediately popped on the engage. So you have to really kind of pick and choose your moments. It's honestly a champ that I think in competitive requires a lot more skill to pull off than it does in a solo queue match where, like you said, every time that ult comes up, you kind of just use it and find a kill.
Yeah, now I wonder if Nuli can play this LeBlanc as well as he did last week. I think he, so far, obviously it was against a weaker opponent than we generally see the LeBlancs play against, but definitely looked really good on that champion, at least against Adiox's Victor. Obviously a whole different matchup today. Will not be the same one as we do load here onto the Rift. Now, Annie into LeBlanc, I guess the one thing about Annie is if you are holding that stun, it does make it a little bit harder to jump forward with your distortion and land any sort of static shift proc, because you can just get immediately stunned with the Annie point and click Q. And there is a lot of follow-up to that. If you do get hit by that, the Kai'Sa can come in, Alistair can come in, as well as the Viego. So do have to play a little bit more careful than you do against the likes of Victor that Nuli went up against last week.
Yeah, I think also there is the potential of Annie kind of forces LeBlanc into buying Merc trades at some point, which she doesn't really want to do. Obviously wants to rush out that Shiv as quick as possible, and if you can pick up the Sork, it's a lot more damage. So it's an interesting pick for sure. And Pretender, he has gone for the lane dominance. He's taken the area and probably a Scorch. I think he might have had absolute and Scorch along with it. So definitely wants to put the pressure on. Nuli as well, since this is still patch 13.12, does not have to take the DMAT, so can just go for the Scorch. And he gets that level 1 ward to make sure there's no solo start coming in.
Yeah, Pretender, at least last split, played a lot of Annie, looked really, really good on it. So I think it's good to see Frank going back to some of these champions that they're comfortable on. Kenny Chan, obviously, we haven't seen him play a carry jungler yet, so it'll be nice to see what he's like on the Viego. Hopefully he can put up a performance akin to the likes of Kongyue. It's certainly something that Frank need, but ultimately both of these teams are in contention for that 6th spot as we talked about earlier. So a lot on the line really, especially now that we are in the later stages of the split, coming into that 2nd round robin. Wins and losses just mean that much more than they did.
It really is insane to think about. Now I want to come back to that point you said about, you know, Pretender going back to some of those champs they played before. You have to think that after Frank, you know, finishing that 1st round robin, they must have had some sort of discussion or talk about what they thought was going wrong. So maybe they think picking up some of these more successful champs for them in the past could be the way to do it. And maybe Kenny Chan will see more of a carry style from him from now on. We'll have to see how they develop over this week. But a win over West Point, while it's not the most difficult opponent, it would mean quite a lot for your standings at this point.
Yes, certainly. And I think last split as well, importantly, when Pretender was on this Annie, he was often the person to start these engages. He found really nice flanks, which did lead to a lot of their success. So going back to that, maybe that's just, you know, giving Pretender the ability to start fights on his own accord. Might help this team a lot.
Pretender as well was one of those people that played a lot of different champs last split. And that makes me think as well that maybe what Frank just need is a bit of confidence, to be honest, because they looked very successful on a variety of different comps last split. So it surprises me that they can't, you know, really get it together this split. But I think maybe after they pick up some more wins, they'll kind of be back to being able to play with confidence, because that's such a big thing in League of Legends. You know, there's some fights and stuff that you wouldn't take, or you don't play them as aggressively as you should just because you're almost worried about this loss streak continuing. If they're able to turn it around, it would feel great for them, I'm sure.
And they really have to. Again, we are now into the 2nd round robin. It's so much more important to be picking up these wins, especially against teams that, in theory, you are better than. Like, their loss to Hellpigs, really uncharacteristic. But if they are to lose here, you have to start feeling that, well, maybe Frank are just roughly 6th spot on the leaderboard. And that's where they deserve to be. It's really surprising to sort of say that after how good they looked in the spring.
Now, I'm a big fan, I think, of how West Point have been drafting. I think West Point, they have a very good idea now of what works for them. And they seem to kind of get this every time. You know, they just kind of give Nuli one of the strong mids on the patch, and Relia ends up with like a weak side top. And it's been looking really good for them. I think also, I feel like West Point's bot lane has been one of the more, I want to say, accepting almost of what's happening, right? Like if they're weak-sided, I think Hellpig's bot lane does this well too. If they're weak-sided, they're happy to give a little bit up and just like keep the game even. Now, it's not the same as putting up a carry performance, but it at least means that there's a chance for the top side and the mid jungle especially to do something.
Yeah, definitely. I am worried though about the bot side, not just because of their matchup, but because Kai'Sa is on one of them.
True.
That champion does look like pretty much far and beyond better than any other AD carry on the patch. Obviously, Xayah has her moments to shine, but the versatility that Kai'Sa offers any team comp is fairly unparalleled. It means you can draft in whatever way you want. She can build whatever items she wants. If you need to be more poke orientated, just you can pick up the Ludens. If you want to have AP, you can go for the Gwinsus. And there's also the AD build available as well.
Does feel pretty ridiculous just how many options she has. Nightwing comes mid, helps pretend to shove, but there's a lot of people around. He's going to take some chunk here, you'd have to think. Oh.
Oh, okay. I think this is very smart. Pretender going to be stunned up. Will be likely getting fed here too, although Nightwing comes in just in the nick of time to ensure this Annie does not go down. Will cost both flashes though from that support as well as Pretender on the Annie.
I think West Point there, Nuli wasn't level 6, so couldn't come through the double chain, but they still get some solid chunk. But now Frank, they're the ones with the river control, mid and bot priority. They might look to start up this dragon before Nocturne hits 6. I think it... Ooh, or maybe they're going to invade him instead. Yeah, it looks like they are pushing him off that Grom. This would be big. If you can slow down Nocturne getting 6, it means a lot for the game.
Stun will land here onto Char, who does not have an available flash. Will be stunned up. It's first blood now. Going over to Eminem on this Kai'Sa. And that versatile build is getting a little bit sped up as 665 will channel the fear, but ultimately will not land. And Frank, I think, can look towards this dragon now, although...
They might just base.
Yeah.
We'll see what Kenny Chen does. But that was a big win for Frank. They get a lot of gold, take the kill and the Grom. I think wise by Frank to base. Probably know that if you do invest a lot of tempo into this drag, that you are most likely giving up the Herald. I think giving the Herald over to Shiv champs is a really bad idea. You know, they're going to get a lot of damage on the tower anyway. It gets them towards the Shiv even quicker. I think just making sure LeBlanc doesn't get that is really, really important. And obviously you can use it well with Kai'Sa when she gets that Shiv.
By the way, almost a 20 CS lead in the jungle.
Yeah, kind of crazy. I wonder how much of that is just, you know, 665 spending so much time around mid. You know, Nocturne, a champ that has very fast clear, but maybe just spent too much time trying to look for a play. And it does kind of make sense, right? And he is in a mobile mid, but normally you'd expect to see that punished at level 6 by the Nocturne. Not so much in the pre-6 ganks.
Yeah, and you have to feel like Pretender now very vulnerable. No flash available. There is flash on this LeBlanc as well as access to the double chain and Paranoia coming through as 665 just hit level 6. So I think now, at least for the next 2.5 or so minutes, Pretender on the Annie will have to be playing a lot safer. At the moment though, playing a bit up in the lane, having Kaiwing there sort of match the pressure as Kenny Chan starts this Herald. It will be noted by 665, but he is turning his attention towards this mid lane gank opportunity instead.
Pretender needs to be careful.
Yeah, Pretender is going to be Paranoia. It will land onto him, but a double tippers is going to be the reaction. And now the team fight does slightly break out as really it's just members running away, but Eminem's coming up. He's gone the wrong way perhaps. He's going to have to use that killer instinct to stay safe. And Kaiwing flash comes through. 665 will be taken down. There's a reset number 1 here for Kenny Chan. Does take that Nocturne. There's no real opportunity to kill Nuli here, but the first kill again of the skirmish coming out in favor of Frank, and they should be able to pick up this Rift Herald.
This is looking really, really good for Frank. I think importantly, you know, obviously the kill on the Rift Herald, but also you always feel like if Nocturne doesn't get something done with his first ult, that he's in a very bad spot because you're not going to have it again for a while. And otherwise, you can't really offer that much to the early game. So Frank, they're probably going to pull fairly far ahead. They have brought Prage up though, so maybe they do want to try fight this. Pretender is bot without TP. Kenny Chan, I think he might have to let it reset. Oh, he's going to try finish it.
He does get it. But are they going to be able to pick up that eye?
Don't think so. Maybe they can push them out.
Honestly, just getting it away from West Point is like big enough, you feel?
Yeah, it's still good gold. And I think... Oh, they're going to go for it.
Yeah, Kaiwing, Hex Flash over, will land that knock up and the headbutt onto Char there, but Char does manage to get away with so little HP as all out comes through here from Solo Kill. He's looking for 665. He will find it. That's one reset as Kaiwing is looking for more here onto the back line. Prage will use that Feather Storm as Solo Kill getting extremely low. It's the zombie form coming in and finding the damage there. Will Prage, but so low health on the Zaya as flashes forward. 2 resets again for Kenny Chan, who will pick up this LeBlanc and secure himself another. That is 5 kills found there for Frank, as well as that Rift Herald and Solo Kill, the only casualty.
I think that was one of the most insane fights I've ever seen in the PCS. This went on for so long. And it all started, honestly, with kind of a disaster for West Point. Obviously, we had a break, you know, after this. But yeah, it doesn't feel good when your Nocturne doesn't find anything straight away. They did force Sums and ult out of Eminem, which is going to make that follow-up fight much more difficult. Nui managed to get out. And I think it was when Pretender went bot that they went for that. But man, I really wish we saw a replay of the insane back end of that fight.
Look, I see the score lines, right? There's a 4-0-2 Viego, there's a 2-0 for Kai'Sa. But so far, at least, if we were just to finish right now and have to pick the MVP, I'm going Kaiwing. That guy found so much disruption and so many good angles here as we're looking at Kenny Chan. Look onto Char here. Oh, he's an absolute boost away.
Almost got him. But man, look at the difference in jungle items now.
Yeah.
It's pretty disgusting. Now, the Rift Herald Eye did time out in that fight. I think it was just left on the floor, but obviously you have to still be very happy with that as Frank committed to the fight and did come away with the win.
Yeah, and this is more like the Frank we're used to.
Yeah, it was really, really well played in the team fight, I have to say. Pretender, he's going the Rocket Belt Annie, I believe. So definitely really wants to engage. Oftentimes, we see the Leandries come out. And it kind of makes sense this game too, up against the Rel and the Scion, but maybe just has enough faith in his Kai'Sa to deal with the Scion that he can just play for those huge engages. Might also be that the Rocket Belt helps him survive up against Nocturne a little easier.
I also think at this stage, with how fed his carries are, he can just look to engage and let the boys take care of it, as Magnet Storm will come through, coming, tanking out, but he will be so unkillable. That's one kill found here already. It's going to go over to Kaiwing for the kill credit as teleport comes in from Relia, as well as solo kill. It's 5 members strong. Heartbreaker will go over the wall here, trying to zone away Relia from anything. As solo kill goes forward, Featherstorm will be the answer. Prage now being looked at. He has no more defenses. He will be going down. Fair will land there as soon as that form's taken here from Kenny Chan. But it's Relia now also going to be found out of this bot lane. There's things going on all over the map as solo kill now trying to look for 665 as well. Looks like it won't happen. As the fight does fizzle out, it was overall a 3-0 in favor there of Frank.
Does kind of feel like it's personal at this point, Frank. I think they really are trying to say here that 6th spot is ours because they are just decimating West Point. I mean, to West Point's credit, in most of their games, even up against the stronger teams, they do manage to kind of remain competitive in the early game. It's really kind of in those like mid to late stages that you see them outclassed a little bit. They're here. Frank putting on an absolute performance. Heartsteel picked up by Cassante.
Okay, we don't really see this.
I guess he's just going to be smacking Scion for stacks.
Yeah.
I kind of dig it. I think Scion will still have more health though.
Should do.
Pretty crazy champ, of course. But 5-0-3 in the jungle here, and 665, he might not even get his red buff.
665 does have flash available.
Oh, we got
Spell
it.
shield comes through. We'll have to use that flash, but Kaiwing, quick on the sticks there, will find a flash, engage in return. As 665 tries to get away, but Kaiwing will take another one for his efforts. Now, Relia is very tanky here.
Yeah, he might be too tanky, I think, to be looked at, but you have to think that Kaiwing, the thought must have crossed his mind. Maybe I can go top after this. But I think just too much health on this Scion.
Yeah, I think the way Kenny Chan and Kaiwing have been playing this game has been pretty incredible. I think really using the jungle support synergy so well. And it does really remind me of the Frank of old. I think the only differences in general would see solo kill on something that can bring a lot to either a split push or a team fight, whereas in this game, we're happy to just tank up, play some disruptionness in these team fights. It is really, though, Kenny Chan and Kaiwing who are just taking over this map completely.
They are, and I think the solo kill tank thing is kind of important because I think, you know, in the playoffs at least, Frank found a lot more success when they moved solo kill away from the tanks.
Yeah, Onna, I think, was their best champion in playoffs.
Well, Kaiwing, he doesn't have ult, I believe. He used it topside before. He's still down.
He's going to get chained up, but is he the member they want to look for? Not really, as Kenny Chan and Eminem on the backside. Paranoia comes through. It will be onto this Kai'Sa, who immediately just flashes away. And now 665, you are so low. Nully distortion over the wall. Again, that Paranoia making it so hard to catch on. Pretender will land a stun here onto Nully, but it's going to be Relia that's trying to fight for that. And meanwhile, on the bot side, Char will be going down. That's one reset now for Kenny Chan. He's looking for Prage. Featherstorm comes out. Nice killer instinct to dodge any damage, but it's going to be Kenny Chan. He finds Prage here. Does he have the damage? Prage is kiting fairly well, but just does not have the damage. As Nully, again, is just going to have to run for his life. It's another teamfight win for the side of Frank, with only Kaiwing going down. But 665, you might have stayed away too long. We'll be running away. But man, Frank.
Yeah, that was a one-team fight completely without solo kill. Didn't even need to TP in. And man, the Kai'Sa and the Viego are out of control here. So strong, of course. And we said they needed to get ahead. They certainly have. And now I start to get pretty worried for West Point because champs like LeBlanc really need a slow game. Need time to scale up a bit. And also just benefit when no one else really has a lot of kill gold because LeBlanc tends to just farm so fast. But in a game with this many kills, it's not too good. A lot committed here onto the Kai'Sa and can just flash away. And you really see the limitations of Nocturne, I think. You know, goes in, flashes burned, sure, but you lose all your health for and all your impact on the fight as well. I did almost manage to turn it around despite that. Maybe if they were a bit closer in gold, could have seen West Point pick up this fight. Really nice though by Eminem and Kenny Chan. Just all game long, but in this fight as well, just really exemplifies these two champs. And Viego, I feel like it's starting to, the curse on it is starting to lift.
I want to say, by the way, you're a Nocturne, you want to look for the AD carry, you're level 9, the AD carry you're looking for is level 11, so yeah, feels pretty impossible to play as the Nocturne at this point. I feel like you almost just have to use Paranoia to limit vision, because if you go in, you're probably just going to get killed. And he will have that Proto Belt available for her now. Well, she's going second, it's the blasting one, so it's a little bit ambiguous to try and guess. But look at the gold. 10k at 17 minutes.
It's pretty crazy.
Won't be, I mean, Dragon isn't really the win con this game. I think at Baron, probably can just siege up, and you do have a little bit of wave clear on the Xayah, Static Shiv as well, but the Baron minions should be enough to break the base, or at least get close to it.
It can be difficult, I think, to actually finish the game versus Shiv champions sometimes. It does take a little bit longer than usual. But they can definitely do a Baron very fast with how fed their Kai'Sa especially is.
Yeah.
Light Cleaver on Kenny Chan. I think it's a pretty good pickup.
Yeah, helps you try and get through both that Rel and the Scion. I mean, the Scion's never going to kill anyone at this stage. Everyone's too strong, but killing him does take a long time still.
Wait a minute, how many hearts do? Oh, 94, yeah.
That's not that much, I think.
No, it's... I guess he is only hitting Scion.
Yeah. Yeah, true. And you have to wait for the cooldown as well. It hasn't had it for that long.
Well, 4 minutes on the next drag. I'd be surprised if Frank ended up waiting that long. I think they are strong enough that they can force dives. Do need to be a little careful, though. I think if LeBlanc is around, you can quickly find yourself under a tower with no creeps. Which is obviously not the best, as, yeah, waves are disappearing right before Pretender's eyes. He has the Proto Belt, though. That's a lot of engage, a lot of distance that can be covered. And the double Dark Seal for Frank, love it.
Yeah, 8 stacks on one, 6 on the other. I think Eminem at this point feels extremely hard to go up against. He should also be, when Static Shivers up, insta-clearing these minion waves. Although the engage will be found here, it should be an instant kill found onto Pretender. Are they strong enough to win the 4v5? I almost feel like yes, as we see Relia getting absolutely annihilated. That is a reset available, but will not be claimed, at least for now, for Kenny Chan. As it is just going to be a 1-for-1, but Frank at the moment at least should have the power to be able to start work on at least one of these towers. Solo kill will remain up here. It's going to take the focus of at least 3 members of West Point. And it should be Eminem, along with the rest of the team, picking up this mid lane inner. At 6-5, you have to be so careful there, pal. Kenny Chan will pick up that wolf. Pretty annoying when you're already this behind. Heartsteel stack here for solo kill in the top lane.
Yeah, he has almost 4,000 health here. It's Nully actually having a bit of trouble. I mean, solo kill just has so much gold.
And it's just a static shiv.
Yeah. It really kind of waits for LeBlanc to... she needs to hit those 2 and 3 items to really come online. Normally gets them very early, though, with the Shiv kind of accelerating her. 3 items now to Eminem, though, and that's a big problem, especially for the LeBlanc, because, you want to W forward and land some Q auto attacks on the Kai'Sa, but when she can turn around and one-shot you like that, it suddenly becomes a bit harder.
Yeah, certainly does. Baron is alive, so I feel like Frank can pretty much at any time look to try and take it. There isn't all that much poke. There is obviously the LeBlanc, but with the current item she's sitting at, isn't that much of a threat when it comes to harassing around the Baron.
Looks like it's going to be Rylai's second for Pretender, I think. He does have a Giant's Belt in the inventory, and that would kind of make sense. We do see that a lot. Lots of pushing into this topside jungle here for Frank. Do need to be a bit careful phase checking, but as long as it's Kai Wing, I think he'll probably survive. I think it is sort of scary to start up this Baron versus LeBlanc. Can just put down so much poke, but I think if they can make a pick or even just get an ultimate used out of someone, wouldn't be surprised to see Frank turn to it.
That's
that was
pathetic.
Yeah, that was a lot of damage. She has kind of built to deal with other people, to be fair.
I think 1 Q from solo kill just there did more than an auto attack plus the LeBlanc combo.
Ooh. And I think Frank might start Baron. They're doing it over the wall currently. Oh.
Will be spotted out, but it's already at half. And Teleport will be coming through here. It is going to be matched. Paranoia also going to be coming through. But with how low the Baron is, it should just be picked up. Frank, oh, actually the opportunity to be stolen there, but it's going to be Relia who goes down almost immediately in this team fight. Prage has to be careful. There is still Killer Instinct available as Kaiwing hunting. Killer Instinct lands and Prage is eliminated. And Eminem still going forward. Will commit that flash, but Char able to get away on that Rel. But it is going to be the Baron and 2 here found for Frank as... Ooh.
That was close.
Yeah, that Void Seeker almost lands. But with this, almost feel like they have the damage to just take it now. There's almost no wave clear. Night Harvester, sorry, is finished on Nully here, but still with the Baron minions, not all that much damage. Dragon spawning. Looks like attention might go towards that after these resets come in and do Dragon and start sieging on those side lanes, and I think you've got your recipe for success.
Speaking of recipe for success, take a look at Eminem's items right now. Just picked up Sork Shoes and Medjai's, so that is a extremely fed Kai'Sa now. And we're going to replay. I mean, this is crazy about the Kai'Sa build as well. Just has so much DPS on a neutral objectives. Most poke champions cannot do this whatsoever, but the Baron is so low. By the time West Point show up, and also the Nocturne ulted Alistair, which feels like maybe that is your only target, but really it's not a viable target, right? There's no way you're ever going to kill Alistair, especially not one that had that ult going.
Oh.
Really just kind of let Eminem get on the back line right there, and Kaiwing, he's probably pretty happy that he's getting Nocturne engaged on.
I'm thinking lots of reason to be happy here if you are this Alistair. Kaiwing playing superbly this game. There's going to be another tower going down. The solo kill is going to have this inside track here in the mid lane and should draw a bit of attention. You can't really stand up to this tower knowing that the Cassante is behind you, so this following minion wave should allow them to crack this inhib tower and follow up with the inhib soon after.
Yep, one inhib obviously is already down, and
solo kill going in, 2-man, the Tofu strikes, lands a knock up, and Prage just disappeared. It's going to be another kill there. There's 2 found, 3 will be the next, and now 4. It's only 665 who does again get knocked up, and Killer Instinct does come through, but it should be 665 surviving on this fountain, although Wave Frank's positioning, it looks like they might want to get themselves at least one more kill. Kaiwing will go in, commit his life, and it's going to be the kill picked up. Amazing amounts of damage coming through from Eminem. I want to see a replay on that after the game to see what happened to Prage.
I think Prage just might have died to a Heartsteel auto. I'm honestly not sure.
I think surely a Void Seeker had to have landed too. I didn't see. I just saw he was there, got knocked up and disappeared.
He really did just go and... Okay. Overreaction time. Frank, you're back.
That is... I mean, to be fair, this is the cleanest game they've had so far.
It is.
By far.
Yeah. I mean... It's weird to say, right? Because we think, okay, obviously this is one of the weaker teams, right? But the thing is, Frank actually have struggled against some of the weaker teams. So coming out and showing that performance, are they in that top 5 yet? And should they be? No, I don't really think so. But I think, you know, that is a team that at least looks solid enough to secure the 6th place position.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, well, that was, as I just said, that was by far their cleanest game of the split. And it's also the first time they've tried having Kenny Chan play a carry.
Yeah.
Now, I want to say he looked really, really good, although I will also say that I think this game was a real true display of how you use support and jungle together to get yourself advantages, because I think at least a lot of the early game came off the back of Kaiwing finding really nice engage on the Alistair there. You know, Hex flashing in, finding 2-man knockups and whatnot, and Kenny Chan benefiting off that, but he didn't just benefit off that and do nothing. He benefited off it and then continuously skirmished, which is Viego's absolute strength. When you're just constantly able to skirmish and you are ahead, you do find success, and that's exactly what we saw this game.
You do, and I have to also give credit to Kaiwing for kind of keeping Pretender safe in that mid lane, because playing against Nocturne, LeBlanc, and Rel as an immobile mid laner is pretty difficult. Obviously, Annie doesn't really need to have like super aggression in the lane, so she can play a bit further back, but hey, it's not easy, and Kaiwing, he saved his life a few times.
Yeah, I think, importantly, during that little period where there was no flash on the Annie, Kaiwing just completely left bot lane and sat
with him, yeah.
And then, I mean, after that, they did go to the Herald as well. It was during that same sort of time frame, and that's where we saw like 2 different fights in the same fight. I don't know how you describe it, but it was like the extended fight, and it was Kaiwing finding 2 nice engages and Kenny Chan just picking up kill after kill and reset and Pretender maintaining his safety as well.
Yeah, I really hope we get another look at that second fight because that was so close. And honestly, it feels like both sides might have played it really well, but without seeing the replay, I feel like there was just so much missed because it was just, you know, action all across the screen for so long. And I kind of just showed that Frank were that little bit better. I do think also that they have a comp that was kind of more suited to fighting at that point, right? Like even if you just look at champs, you know, like the Nocturne compared to the Viego or the LeBlanc compared to the Annie, clearly I think Frank's comp was much better at playing for that Herald, and they did play for it and it went well.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, I think this is really good for the side of Frank because, while yes, they are expected to win here.
Yeah.
I think how dominating it was is a good sign because you know now this was just their first game in the second round robin and they're still going to have to come up against the likes of Beyond, against the likes of PSG. And if you are able to take a game off one of them, you are then able to start trying to make a run for the higher places in the bracket. Not only 6th, not only 5th, maybe 4th or maybe 3rd. I mean, we saw Frank last split. They did come back from starting fairly down to find a 2nd place overall. And take a look at the replay. This is the first sort of instance of a change in sort of the pace of the game, I think.
They do just have a lot of tools on Frank. You know, you got a lot of CC between your mid-jungle support there. And wow, the damage, I mean, it was pretty overwhelmingly in favor of Eminem, who was obviously very fed, and playing Kai'Sa champ with that much poke, it's going to be really nice. So do you think the MVP, do you think it goes to Kaiwing, or do you think it goes to Kenny Chan or even Eminem? It feels hard to choose.
It does feel hard to choose. I think so much of that game came off Kaiwing, though. I think it should probably go to him. Because just, I mean, how he protected Pretender, how he found engages, I think all of that was so important. And it feels like if you don't give it to him, it feels a little bit unfair.
I will say there, you know, looking at that, was 0 towers and 0 drags for West Point. So they never really found a way in. They didn't get a Herald either because that first Herald was secured by Frank. They didn't end up picking it up, and the second one they went their way as well. So really the only thing that West Point found was those 4 kills, and hey, that was not enough. MVP does go over to Kenny Chan. Did have the scoreline to back it up.
Definitely did. And to be fair, when you're up 5.2k gold on your jungler, and I want to say as well, actually, I kind of forgot about this, but at around the 5-6 minute mark, he was up 20 CS somehow in the jungle. I mean, they saw 1 Gromp, which is 4 CS, or 8 CS swing, I suppose, but being up that much feels a bit insane.
It is hard to say if it was just a bit of wasted time, but this was a really proactive play from Frank. They actively TP Pretender down, and obviously response TPs come out from the top laners. And this was kind of abusing that TP advantage in mid lane in order to net themselves a kill there, but they kind of weren't done with that. They wanted to chase down Prage, and I believe they got, I think, both, maybe his ult and his sums, or maybe it was just his ult, but either way, getting this kill is super nice just for denying Xayah more farm.
Yeah.
Is this that topside fight?
Oh, this is,
this is the one, I think.
Okay, goes in, finds an immediate
gets the
double kill there.
Yeah.
Picks up the LeBlanc and finishes off Prage, if I'm correct. Yeah.
Yeah, wow. Lots of low health bars. It really feels like he just kind of walked in there and cleaned up. But that is what Viego is kind of built for. Yeah.
And disrupting those team fights through these constant resets. And, you know, then you get the other team's champion. It becomes a little bit more fun. But, yeah, I mean, in conclusion, Frank looking a lot better than they did the last 3 weeks, I think. And as you said, while it is against the team you do expect them to beat, they did sort of falter against like Halpix, for example. They lost to Halpix, and then even against even weaker teams, they weren't as clean as they were in this game. So good signs.
Yeah, and I think with that, they will probably end up locking in 6th place for today. I believe Halpix take on CFO later on. So barring an upset there, I think Frank will be 6th place at the end of today.
Yeah, and you have to feel like that is where they should be. To be fair, I feel like they should be higher. But based on their performances, that is where they should be. I mean, it is so weird to see such a successful team from Spring kind of fall apart almost here. And obviously, given there are a lot of roster changes coming through from pretty much every team in the PCS, it is still a bit weird. I think the likes of Solo Kill really needs to come into his own. Obviously, playing Cassante that game. And, I mean, to be fair, we got to see a Heartsteel game, which is kind of weird. But I guess against the Sign, it makes a little bit of sense. But, yeah, I think people like Solo Kill need to come to their own. Pretender looked good on the Annie. Even in some of those harder fights, just finding the good tibbers and running away and pretty much just being a distraction almost so Eminem could output as much damage as he did. And again, I do feel like you don't want to give Frank Kai'Sa anymore as well. I think, to be fair,
Don't
you don't want to
anyone.
give
Yeah.
anyone Kai'Sa.
Yeah.
That champ just seems insane. But that will do us there for game number 1. Now, coming up next, we have the Battle of the Bottom. It's going to be Duish team versus Impunity, so do stick around.
Keep looking for it, but you can't find. Can't find another one that can't run. Try to try, never find another me. Try to try, never
Flex on the beat. F Flex on the beat.
Hello and welcome back here for game number 2 of week number 4 at the PCS. Now, this next game coming up is going to be between Duish Team and Impunity. And importantly, Impunity currently sitting at 1 win. It was against Duish Team in the first round robin, and obviously Duish Team sitting at 0 wins. So, important for Duish Team, they want to pick up their first win, but also important for Impunity, they want to show that they are a level above Duish Team at the moment.
Yeah, it's kind of strange how a game that is kind of the bottom of the ladder ends up being, so important to both of them, right? Because it feels like for Duish Team to win a game, it probably has to be up against Impunity. And Impunity is saying, hey, there's no way we're going to let that happen.
Yeah, absolutely. And in case none of you remember, the last time these two teams met, it was really a win for Impunity off the back of Shearer's Tristana. They did have a Maokai in the jungle supporting him and found quite a lot of advantages. Obviously, Arashi piloting Maokai fairly well for the most part. And then they had an Israel bot lane, which didn't do a whole lot, but managed to not fall behind. And I think I looked at the stats just before this game, and currently, if Impunity are ahead at 14 minutes, they've won 100% of their game.
Really?
So they've only been ahead at 14 minutes once against Duish Team, and they won it. So I guess that is now a key factor to look to, especially for Impunity.
Yeah, and I believe, as we'll probably find out in a bit, but I think Impunity are coming in today with a new support, which could kind of change things, because I think a lot of their kind of early game disadvantages were coming from that bot lane, right? Like bot lane exploding very, very early, and maybe that can be a place to build from, almost, as a point of stability, because it often feels like in League of Legends, once one of your lanes start losing, it very quickly spreads to the others, right? It's not that easy to kind of slow that down unless you have a lead of your own. If you're just kind of even in the other lanes, it's going to quickly fall apart. So we'll obviously be interesting to see what Impunity end up doing. I'll also be kind of curious to see if Duish Team are going to show us any fancy drafts today, because we've seen a lot of unique, I'll say, stuff
Another
from
word
them.
we're going for? Unique?
Unique. They did play Xin Zhao mid.
They did.
And they didn't win.
They did a lot worse than not win. They kind of ran it down. But to be fair, when you are against a weaker team, maybe that sort of thing can work out. I mean, I almost want them to do something a bit crazy in the draft because it feels like they're not able to get a win playing traditionally. So maybe not as crazy as Zinzao mid, but something else, you know, it can work. I mean, Zed is actually pretty strong on his own right at the moment. And it is a champion you feel like Xiao2 would play. Like, the champs he plays feels like Z-type champions.
Definitely, and I think that would actually pair well with what WSL tends to play. Obviously likes his AP junglers, so maybe some of those fringe meta picks could be looked at. And as you can see there, it is Felia in instead of Smurv. So no idea what he plays. We're just going to have to find out in this game, but hopefully he makes a big difference.
Yeah, I think Impunity really want him to. Obviously now they are in the second round robin, and in theory they are able to still make that top 6. In fact, Duish team are still able to in theory. But it's going to take a massive level up from what they were playing like, at least in the first round robin, if they are going to want to compete with the likes of Frank and Halpigs, who are sitting there at the 6th spot. Where do you think it comes from? I mean, this win, if it's anything like last time, should come from Shera. I think he has looked like the only person so far that could possibly argue to carry his team.
Yeah.
But then maybe with the addition of Felia, there's a bit more, you know, aggression in the bot side. Maybe we can see Blaze pick up some early kills.
Definitely a question mark, I think, for the bot lane, but I think Arashi as well has been fairly solid. Obviously, he hasn't really been put on carry champs, right? Really just has been the supportive junglers, but I think he has been playing pretty well on them. So maybe it's kind of similar to West Point, where their wins are going to come, you know, starting with the mid jungle, spreading that lead around. Just whether or not the other lanes can remain stable long enough, I have to see. It looks like stats comparison between these two junglers, and you can definitely see, I think, the difference in champ pool, right? And Elise there in those 3 champs for WSL.
Can I say something?
Sure.
WSL is first for jungle damage percentage, but if you take your mind back to day number 3 of week 3, his Poppy, in I think it was like a 23 minute game, did 600 damage over the course of the entirety of that game. Yet he is still first in damage percentage.
That is pretty crazy. I mean, I guess he's just probably has his teammates not dealing a whole lot of damage either.
Yeah. I think that's pretty much how that stat comes. He's 11th. There's 10 teams here in the PCS. He is 11th in KDA. Obviously, Hollow coming in as a sub in one of those weeks. But, yeah, things haven't been looking too hot for Duish team. I think it's going to take a lot for them to turn it around. But if they are going to pick up a win, it feels like this is the team to do it against as we head into the draft phase. Respect going out towards WSL early with that Elise ban.
The Elise ban does feel kind of like a staple. We have seen a lot of teams ban their Nidalee against him as well. I will say that Nidalee has been seeing a lot of play in solo queue. So maybe we'll start seeing a bit more if they can find something to pair with it. Feels like Renekton kind of the only thing that really enables it. Tristana is that last ban, so Shera will not be getting his hands on that this time. Okay, LeBlanc is the last ban, so Jace, Nico, both available. Obviously the Renekton. And there is still Sedge up as well, so there's a lot of different directions you could go here for Duish team. And I would like the Nico. I think Nico, while it's maybe not a Xiao2-esque champion, I think it's not super hard to play, and it offers a lot to your team. It gives a strong laning phase, really good team fighting. Impunity, though, they match that with the Azir, a champ that definitely outscales Nico, but can have some trouble in the early game. Very few champs can beat Nico early. Rel locked in as well, and Rel priority does not surprise me. It's been looking phenomenal. Win rate's a bit low, but I think the champ is really, really strong.
Do you just take Renekton Sejuani here?
Could be. I think Renekton Sejuani, obviously it is a really good top jungle combo. I don't think it does that well into Azir. But hey, if you want to skirmish early game, I think that's definitely the way to do it. And it feels kind of like they should pick up this Sedge here, right? Because just what else would you pair? I mean, this could be the Nidalee Renekton if he really wanted it. Viego is the hover. I am a little surprised that that ended up getting picked because it feels like, I don't know. There could have been a lot of other picks there, and I don't think it does that well into Azir or to Rel. But hey, Viego has been having some good games here in the PCS, so who knows?
Yeah, at least recently. And it is a carry champion as well. So it's something that maybe suits WSL. Obviously, in general, does tend to play more of those AP carries, but yeah, Viego rising in priority here at the PCS, as well as the carry style suiting WSL. Does make a lot of sense for him to pick it up here. Jack's going to be the answer to the Renekton, nothing too surprising. Second ban's coming through. It is Alistair, taken away early here from Impunity.
Yeah, okay, so just taking that away now, Samira ban comes out. This is something that I think has been getting some play in solo queue. Obviously paired with the Rel, it's really hard to deal with. The only time we've seen the Samira in the PCS, it kind of got blown up too early to matter, was Hellpigs, I believe, that picked it up.
Yep, with the Rel. I won't be here in this game. Rakan, going to be the final ban for Impunity. So with all these support bans coming through the second phase, you do feel like this Rel certainly will be the support for Failure here. So jungle still needs to be picked, and Zaya. So Duish team not really caring about the junglers, more preferring to ban those AD carries. Now, what does Blaze look towards? I feel like...
I wonder if you just take Stitch.
Yeah, I don't see a reason not to. You can't always pick it last.
I mean, I guess they really want to keep the Rel flex alive. Yeah, I guess that's what they want to do. They want to make sure that there's no really hard support counter coming out. And I think that kind of makes sense because Duish team hadn't revealed their bot lane at all. So it could be risky, I guess, picking and then versing some really tough, I don't know, Lucian. I feel like you wouldn't play Lucian Milio versus this, but some sort of strong bot 2v2. Philios, the hover. Not that many champs that can deal with Ashe in the lane phase, so we'll try scale. And Philios has a bit of lifesteal. And now what would the last pick be? I mean, Thresh, the kind of common one. Feels like Thresh versus Rel, you know, is kind of useful. At the same time, do they want something stronger for lane? Because this potentially does open you up to a big support counter pick if this Rel can go jungle.
Yeah, the likes of the Blitzcrank is something that we often see against the Thresh. Does pretty well. And if you do get hooked, if a Blitzcrank does hook you, and you're trying to run away from an Ashe, you don't feel too good about it. D, though, will be Failure being able to pick up his champion here, or perhaps Arashi's champ. Okay,
the Milio being hovered. I think it's kind of interesting. It does give them a very strong laning phase bot, and it also gives them a decent amount of peel. Yeah, I kind of like it. I think if they can get away with this pick and make sure it doesn't get ganked or anything, it's going to be extremely strong. And you see there, the win rate, 83.3%. I feel like that might just be Woody.
A lot of it is Woody.
Pumping it up, but I think it is a very solid champ. And overall, I think I prefer Impunity's draft. I have to say, though, Duish team, this is one of the more solid drafts they've put together.
And in fairness, Duish team can win this game hard and fast if they find themselves enough of a lead, especially through that mid and top. Obviously, Nico won't scale as well as Azir, although in fairness, will always have impact in team fights if you can find a really nicely placed Pop Blossom. Ultimately, in terms of just damage, the Azir does outscale you, even at the sort of 2-item sort of area of the game, you know, roughly around the 20-ish minute mark, Azir starts to really load out a lot of damage, and I think before that, you have to have picked yourself up a few dragons and some Rift Heralds. I guess onus is on Duish team here to win earlier. You do have a bit of an insurance policy there in the Aphelios, but in general, the entire team of Impunity kind of outscale here, so you are a bit on a timer.
Yeah, I'm a little interested, I guess, to see how Duish team are going to play around this bot lane, because it feels like you can't just let Ashe Milio push 2v2 for free, otherwise your bot lane's going to be really in trouble. At the same time, that means you're playing away from your Renekton, so you can't really activate him early. It might be the kind of thing where they play towards bot lane before that Herald and then swap, you know, play for top lane afterwards, or maybe they'll just ignore the Renekton altogether, and that would feel kind of a waste. We've seen a lot of Renektons kind of just fall to irrelevancy almost as the mid game comes around if they don't have some sort of lead.
That's true. A lot of Renektons, though, in fairness, find themselves the lead as a very punishing champion early game. And I think in general, the matchup of Renekton versus Jax should see Renekton getting his first item, you know, a couple minutes before Jax, maybe 1 or 2 minutes. which can be the difference in a lot of these games. If you are able to find a timing to fight within that window, the Renekton can really take over a fight. You can find yourself Rift's Herald or Dragon or whichever objective it may be at the time. But again, yeah, a lot of it's going to come down to how WSL pass around the map. It is very lane-focused runes here for the Nico, which is not to be surprised.
Yeah, the absolute focus as well. Going to be a lot of damage in the early game. Scorch picked up by Shera as well, though. But no Corrupting Potion, which could be a little risky. Will probably have to grab himself a refillable pretty early on. And both AD carries forced to take the cleanse. I think it's probably the right choice.
Yeah, I think Pepero definitely needing it. And then a lot of times you do just want to have that cleanse against the Renekton.
Yeah.
I mean, the hook too, but there's been so many games where the only hard CC on an enemy team was a Renekton, but that Renekton stun has turned an entire team fight on its head, so...
It is really annoying, I think, as well, because I think normally when you look at a champ like Renekton, Ghost on Ashe would be so good against him. You know, just kite him out, keep chasing him down, there's going to be nothing he can do, but that one time where he manages to get in range with either, an E-Flash W or something, it just feels like it's too hard to deal with. You just instantly lose a fight off of it. And Blaze, especially with those melee buffs, he's going to be a big part of this team. Can't really afford to be dying like that. Now I'm kind of interested, I guess, to see how these solo lane matchups go. Because I think we've seen a lot of variance in the Jax-Renekton matchup, even though I think Renekton should kind of win early. Hasn't always been the case. I think mid lane as well. You know, normally the Nico should have herself a pretty sizable advantage, but sometimes if you're, not too weak in lane or forced to play passively for whatever reason, if you let that Azir kind of get to level 6 relatively untouched, you're in a bit of trouble. And Zhao hasn't really impacted Shera's health bar at all so far. So definitely a good signs for the Azir in mid.
Definitely is. Now, both junglers are on their bot side fairly early. You feel like WSL will want to try to look for some type of gank, and it should be Arashi matching to ensure it doesn't happen and let this Ashe Melio bully their lane for as long as possible at least. Wonder what build we'll see on the Ashe. I imagine it's going to be the Kraken into Triforce, but we have seen, especially Bruce, make some nice adaptations depending on the comp. I think this does look like it can just be a Kraken into Triforce game.
Yeah, probably is the best. Will be, huge trade from top lane.
Yeah, okay, LJW getting extremely low. We'll use that Counter-Strike, but it's JP who's finding himself a nice early advantage, and it should be LJW recalling and having to teleport back, so JP for now, doing well in his own lane. WSL will try and contest the crab, but Arashi quick enough to be able to pick that up for free. And with that, WSL should be headed to the top side. Now, Jax won't be diveable simply because he was able to get his recall off and teleport.
That could be pretty problematic, I think, for Impunity, though. Jax losing TP so early. Okay, Renekton matches, I think maybe could have held it.
Yeah.
But decides to commit it as well. Oh, bot lane gank, though.
Yeah, Arashi's found himself a nice angle as Pepero will have to flash away. He should not be long for this world, though, as heal does come through for Felia, but it's going to be first blood picked up ultimately here on the Ashe, as the Ignite used won't have the damage just, but it is, again, first blood early here for Blaze on the Ashe.
Does feel very good, though. On the other side of the map, though, Viego is looking for this Jax. He does have flash, but he's very, very low.
Yeah. Does use the Counter-Strike, lands the two-man stun, and with that should be able to get away, although being a bit greedy with his summoners here does cost him quite a large chunk out of his health bar.
Mid lane as well, starting to go well there for Zhao.
Blaze, staying a bit too low, is going to be hooked up as well as rooted by that Graviton, and it should be a kill found here for Pepero.
Yeah, really big mistake there, I think, to stay too long by Blaze. Not sure if maybe it was just because his Melio was chunked too hard and they couldn't crash the wave, but a lot was invested bot to get them that lead, and they kind of just throw it right back. We'll get a replay, I guess, of it. Everything's looking good here. I mean, they have jungle and support around. They should easily be able to crash this wave. Blaze can just walk away. Ooh, so he just stays around for a couple too many autos. and really hard punishes him. He did manage to keep the flash, but the cleanse, of course, being lost.
That's so weird. You never get anything there. You just get a couple autos.
Yeah, I think it was just like really trying to make sure it wouldn't get frozen, but clearly it was going to crash. That equalizes up that bot lane after Pepper grabs himself some more items here. Dork Shoes rush for Zhao so really wants to be able to fight early. He's going to have a lot of damage.
Is going to see Zhao but opts to not go forward in Hal's location unknown, so wise decision. I think Zhao finding himself a slight CS lead, but nothing that impactful.
No, I think you're pretty happy about this as the Azir, all things considered, especially if the rest of the map kind of stays slow. You definitely don't want to have too many skirmishes against the Nico as Azir. And this might be a hook from Enhal.
Arashi will be hooked up as well as stunned up there. Pop Blossom does come through after the flash, but there's not enough follow-up damage, and Zhao is just going to have to run away. There's going to be the flash costed there.
I think with that, it's going to be much harder for Duish team to contest any Dragon on the bot side. Most likely we'll just see both teams now play towards the Herald, and you'd normally think that that should just be kind of a wash. The Duish team, you know, melee support, Renekton, Nico. No way they can lose that, but now no flash on Nico makes things potentially a bit dicier. And Arashi, he's looking mid. He could shuffle him here, Shara. I think he goes for it.
WSL in the wings too will land the Emperor's Divide there on the correct Nico, and so much follow-up CC will mean that Zhao falls. It's going to be picked up by the Azir, accelerating those items. WSL, I don't think you can do this.
There's no way you can start that up, but
this seems somewhat criminal.
Maybe you can steal away the crab.
Level 6, so advantage to the Rel in terms of levels as well. Don't think he knew that, and with the scuttle going over, will even up that XP.
But what we saw mid there really is kind of the weakness, or I guess the strength of Azir, if anything. The gank setup at level 6 is so strong. And once you lose that flash there as Zhao, it's almost guaranteed you're going to die. And that's part of the reason that you need to have such a big lead over Azir. You need to be keeping him low on health, basing with that item advantage, because if you don't, if he's allowed to just hit level 6 in an even state, it becomes quite difficult for Nico. Now, first Dragon was picked up by Duish team. I wonder, though, that was a lot of tempo invested bot side. Herald has already spawned, and Arashi, he can grab his red and then maybe move to it. And actually, Duish team, they'll just cross mid. Zhaotu's going to get some vision.
Pop Blossom will be available momentarily.
They're going to start this up.
Started, okay.
They have a lot of up pro.
Yeah, and they do have priority in top, yeah.
Yeah, they have a lot of top pro.
The Renekton should be a lot stronger, although Zhao walking mid now is going to be stunned up, although it's the wrong Nico. Pop Blossom will be coming through, lands onto 2, but Zhao is so low. And it's going to be that jungler, as well as the top laner coming through. There is no Emperor's Divide. Flash is available, but he's not able to use it to get over the wall. It's a 1-for-1, both mid laners trading their lives. As the fight breaks out bottom, Cleanse used early, but this Moonlight Vigil should all but confirm the kill on Blaze. In fact, he lives on just 1 HP, as Pepero trying to find more. Good fight, but ultimately no casualties here in the bot lane.
Yeah, no casualties. Sums lost, though. 2 sums burned on the side of Impunity and just 1 for Enhal, who lost his Ignite. And they get first base here, so they could walk to the Herald if they wanted. Maybe at least send Thresh. Level 6 on Thresh. Probably stronger here than the Milio, and obviously gets there a lot quicker. This could very well be the Herald being looked at for Duish team. They do kind of have prio in all their lanes right now. Maybe mid, the exception. Nico, though, still very strong early.
Yeah, this should be the Rift Shield going over to Duish team. And I think Impunity are fine. Can just give this up. It is going to cost you a little bit of gold, but ultimately you have a 2-in-1 Azir in a lane that he should be losing. So that feels pretty good.
Definitely have to be happy with that one. Question will be, where does this Herald end up going in Arashi?
Arashi, you might not want to be doing these Raptors, pal. Hook will not land, but the Gravitum gun is available. Won't be used though, so. Arashi getting away with taking some of these camps. Looks like he might be looking towards red as well, and with the priority afforded to the Azir, and Failure in the region on this Melio. Should be able to pick that one up as well. Nothing really for WSL to claim on the other side. In fact, he recalls and is running out. There's only going to be the Krugs available for him.
Yeah, I don't think he'll go for more. Maybe he could look something bot. But there is all sums up, and I especially think the cleanse on Pepero is a bit hard to deal with. Maybe though.
Oh, Magnustorm is available. Is going to land the double stun. Is getting in range. Ash ult does come through. It's going to be WSL, however, trying to turn this and double TP from that bot mid. Blaze flashes over the wall, does escape the Pop Blossom, but it's 2 early kills found here for Deutsch team as LJW comes in. He's trying to turn it around. Pepero dodges out of that counter-strike just barely. And now with the Ashlows coming in, maybe are able to survive. It's going to be 2 going down for Deutsch team for only the one of Impunity. In fact, flash forward here from our WSL, who will find the root and another kill. It's going to be Nico, Zhao 2 picking that one up. And good team fight found.
Definitely, I think Impunity kind of played into Deutsch team's hands there. You see, you know, engaged by Rashi, it feels a bit forced. There's not a whole lot of damage follow-up, and also that double TP coming in from behind. You're not playing a comp where you really want to take too many fights early up against this Renekton Nico, where you're just in their wheelhouse, really. LGW managed to trade one back, can't quite have the damage to take out Pepero. And things kind of go from bad to worse, where Blaze ends up dying there as well. Now, I'll still say that Impunity are in a fairly solid spot. But it was also very unnecessary to have all that kind of go down. Jiaotu is working on that proto belt. Once he gets it, it's going to be extremely strong. I think it's a big spike for the Nico, not just for the damage, but of course just for the extra engage that it affords you. Crown picked up on the Azir. Wants that extra safety. Try and deny giving over any resets of Viego, perhaps.
Now, LJW's finished Mythic, where JP on the Renekton hasn't, so this top lane will very shortly start swinging the way of the Jax. And just in time, really, after what was a fairly failed bot lane skirmish, you do need to find some advantages somewhere, and this Jax could be where you look towards. Along with the Azir is LJW. Jumping forward does cost him a fairly substantial amount of his health, and the Rift Shield going down bottom. It should crash, but they shouldn't be able to get the tower.
Yeah, I think too many people around to get really anything else done, but a little bit of early gold goes over there. And that plate, did his next one die? Ooh, I think, yeah, okay. Pepero got that solo plate at the end there. That's pretty good. More gold onto him. This would be the first drag for Impunity if they could grab it. Would also be happy, I think, to give up one more. Feels like don't need to fight too much early. Obviously, the crown has been completed on the Azir, but it's still not really hitting its stride, at least not yet. They do not have any TP advantage in top lane either, so it's kind of hard to bring their people down.
Arashi main stayed undetected there, I believe.
It doesn't look like he was spotted. It's difficult, I think, for Deutsch team to enter. They have the bot prio, though, and that will allow them in.
4 members, Philia will soccer kick that man away.
His base cancelled though, and I wonder, will that be kind of the turning point on the drag? I guess not. No one's looking to start it, although ping's onto it now. I think if you're Impunity, you might just want to give this one up. Yeah. Although you're not that far behind. Like, you could maybe fight. There is no proto belt, although now completed on Zhao 2, and I don't think he has TP. Did use it bot before. I think now you've got to be very careful. I think waiting for 2 items or waiting one more drag is probably the way to go. What Impunity is doing, though, is slowing this dragon down, which I think is really important. And hey, if they could take it away, it would be even better. They maybe have a small window. Need to be careful, though. Their mid lane is basing. If they get found out here...
Teleport available for both mid and top, however. Belia doing a good job to zone off. This should be their dragon, it is. And now they just damage control. All you got to do is get away. And they will.
I have to say, I think that was a bit of a heist from Impunity. They get the Infernal as well, which works really well with their comp. Will be a Hextech Soul this game.
Ooh, Hextech Soul against Ashes there.
That feels so good to pick up, though, that first dragon for Impunity.
Yeah.
Because now you have pretty much all the time in the world. It always feels like, you know, once you get that third drag, it's starting to become difficult. But at this point, no problems whatsoever. Azir is working towards the Nashes. Like to see it. Now, second Herald up in only 25 more seconds. I think Impunity could maybe fight this one if they wanted. But again, do you really want to fight around how strong that Renekton is? I think the best play is to just keep doing what you're doing. Try and slow the game down. It's not like that Herald can really be used mid anyway.
Yeah, I feel like Duish team are in a fairly decent position themselves, all things considered. Because all it really needs, while you do get outscaled, your team fight, if you can execute it well, is insane.
Yeah.
Having a Renekton, being able to hit those carries, especially if they get caught by a Pop Blossom. Doesn't matter how late in the game you are, you will just be instantly killed here, especially by that Renekton Nico comp. Ooh.
Okay, Pepper is cleansed, forced out. It is going to be back up before a next dragon. So it isn't that likely to be punished, although maybe there's a way. Maybe if Ash hits another arrow. WSL, he'll come start this up, and I assume this just goes here to the side of Duish team. Arashi, can he trade onto the bot side? If you could force a dive onto bot, that would probably be the best.
Ooh, hook lands. Shira going to be rooted up as well, as he does use the Emperor's Divide and is able to get away. Look at the ground he covered with that Shurima Shuffle.
Yeah, very nice there. Now I do wonder a bit about what's going to happen to the bot tower, because that was cooldowns used mid. It's not going to be that easy, I think, for NHow to protect this. And
Oh, teleport coming in.
Another one.
This Renekton is so strong. Blaze, you are in trouble here, pal. Breath of Light comes through to ensure he's not stunned up by that Renekton. But it's going to be Xiaotu. He's found himself an angle onto this Jax, and it's LJW. Now the target he's trying to look for NHow won't find it. Does go down, and that's another kill found for the Aphelios. The exact member that Duish team need this gold to be on is finding the gold. And again, this is the second time we've seen it. Impunity going for something aggressive bot lane and not respecting the two teleports. Gets them caught out once more.
Teleports are proving to be a major factor in this game, and now Impunity, they have to try and protect this tower, but with 4 members...
Well, Duish team have to be...
No Emperor's Divide.
Arashi's looking. Will find a Magnet Storm, but it's only onto the Renekton for now, who does have Flash to get away. It's Arashi getting so low. But first of all, Shira will be able to take down JP on that Renekton. Low health bar still as WSL trying to get out. Will be able to use the reset as a disengage. But Blaze finding all of these slows. But it's just so many flashes that ensure the safety of Duish team. And ultimately, it's a 1-for-1.
A 1-for-1, but that mid tower did go down. Xiaotu managed to take it. Will be traded back in the bot side. And now it really kind of feels like once again it might be Shera versus Duish team, because he's 3-1 here on the Azir. But Duish team had a pretty commanding lead, and initial engage from Arashi kind of guessed the position wrong as JP comes down for his another TP. I think you're pretty happy here initially as Impunity, but when this TP comes in from Xiaotu, another one, your Jax just locked up, nowhere really to go. Does feel kind of troublesome. But yeah, I mean, looking at the gold now, Duish team, they are in a fairly good spot, right? Up 3k gold at 19 minutes. It's not as big as the lead Frank had earlier, but it's definitely commanding, and you probably can pick up the drags, especially with how good your team fighting comp is. The real question is, though, how impactful is Shera going to be on that Azir? Because having
so
3 kills, he is going to be extremely strong. And even if you have to give over this drag here as Impunity, I don't think you really care that much.
Yeah, but it feels really good if you're Duish team and pick it up. Shera, you might have to run away a bit quicker than you thought. In fact, stays around for way too long. Just gets caught for free and goes down, and that's going to be the dragon that goes down with him.
I'm not too sure how he ended up getting caught there. I think he had his WE, but mustn't have, because he didn't use it. But now the punish is trying to come out mid.
Rashi has gone the long way, looking for the dive, and it's a team fight that ensues afterwards. He's hooked up in the middle of the team, does manage to find a 4-man Magnet Storm, but ultimately, without that Azir, you don't have the damage. Hook lands, and LJW, he will be falling as well, as Philia does turn around. The hook only just doesn't have the range, as WSL chasing, trying to find one more. Ultimately will not be. The bot lane does survive here for Impunity, but the dive goes horribly. Duish team looking really good here to pick up their first win, although Shera arriving, Pepero slowed up, Blaze will be able to use that volley to find a few more slows, but with that Gravitum as well as the Lantern, should be able to be okay here. WSL as well, already making work on the Dragon. There's going to be second Dragon. There is still opportunities for Impunity, but overall, game looking really good for Duo's team. Teleport coming in.
Oh, they want to try flank for it. Nice snare there from Zhaozu, though, is going to say no to any of that. And I wonder if Impunity can just do Baron right now. I think if they'd maybe given up the drag, it could have run immediately to Baron and maybe got it, but instead they send their Azir bot, so not going to be able to, but I think there could have been a window there. Sucks that Azir did not have the Nashes, at least just yet. But now a Medjai's on the Nico. I think you're right. Feels like Duo's team, they have everything they really need to win. Impunity, they try to punish mid, but just overstep a bit too far, and there are a lot of engage tools from the side of Duo's team. Any of them that hit kind of spelled disaster. Ooh, JP, he almost got out for the hook. It cancels him. And delivers him into the waiting arms of Zhaozu.
I want to say in-house looked pretty good this game. Haven't really found a reason to fault him at all. This Thresh been really clean. Some nice flays, some nice hooks. Now attention towards this top lane outer. Should be going down with this Rift Herald. In fact, will, and now Impunity making sure another crash doesn't come through. This is going to be the Nashes now, picked up for this Azir, and you're really looking at this man to be the carry of the team.
Feels like it's getting harder and harder, though. There's been a lot of fighting, and not really in great spots for Shera to do something. Obviously, though, with that 2 items is very strong now. I think you were saying before, Impunity, when they're ahead at 14 minutes, the only time they've been was against Duo's team, and they did take that to a win. But here, shoes on the other foot, Duo's team massively ahead. Now 6,000 gold up, and look at that player gold. All 4 bar the support. In fact, even the support. All 5 members of Duo's team are ahead of their counterparts.
Yeah. Things looking really, really good here.
A lot of topside vision control has been taken, and there is potential for a Baron for either team. The DPS is definitely there. Just whether or not you have enough control to actually go and do it. There is obviously a Hawk shot that can come out of Blaze's AD carry pick here.
I think Blaze really wants... Oh, Triforce, as I was going to say, needs his Triforce before anything, but did recall and pick that up, so big item spikes on both the mid and AD carry of Impunity. Obviously, those item spikes already came through a little bit earlier for Duo's team. But ultimately, it is just a longsword difference in the inventory for this Aphelios. And whilst you're this far behind, if you are able to find a fight now, could be good. Otherwise, you are just going to have to play delay for another 5 to 10 minutes.
Or Rashi.
Or Rashi will be hooked here. The Rel is remaining fairly healthy. There isn't any follow-up damage as Pepero was focused on the wave. That WSL lands the snare, and the Paul Blossom's coming through. Lands on 3. 3 people immediately eliminated here. It's going to be 2 at least for now, and Pepero with that Gale Force is able to secure one onto Ophelia as LJW tries to get JP but will not. And it's now Shera in the middle of everyone. Does flash away, looks for Pepero but will not find. It's a triple kill for the Aphelios. It's a 5-4-1 in favor of Duo's team as they head towards Baron. Duo's team looking good to pick up their first win.
Picking up the Baron, though, is that first step. They look towards it and check the damage. Shera 6.5k in that fight, but Blaze just can't put up the numbers to match. And wow. Duo's team, I mean, like you said, looking very good now. It was a massive engage found by Zhaozu, and once again, it's so crazy that this PCS Nico wasn't even prioritized for the longest time. And now it just finds crazy engage game after game, and it's so hard to keep track of this lone range creep in such a crazy fight. You know, you just don't notice, even though it's so obvious when you look at the replay. You just don't really see it. You're focusing on all the champions, and you see what happens when you do lose control or lose focus on that. Just absolute disaster there. Shera.
Oh, Pepero.
Yeah, Shera, he did so much damage, but unfortunately just wasn't enough. Zhaozu, he's got to be feeling pretty happy with that one. Now a BT on Pepero. It's going to be very hard to kill that man. Has a flash in the cleanse to back it up as well. Moving towards Dragon, and Duo's team with their lead. I think I'd rather them just push down lanes. not really worried about Impunity having a drag win condition. I guess you can go do it if you need to. And Impunity, for some reason, posturing to fight. Feels like they shouldn't be doing this. Probably just need to clear out the waves and try to stall some time.
Duish team isn't opting to push that mid wave. They are going to turn their attention towards this dragon, and it looks like Duish team are not going to be happy with just giving it over, although they might have to. It's already gone down.
Impunity really want to
Hex
fight.
Flash channeling. Magnet Storm comes through onto 2, and the Enchanted Crystal Arrow will be there to follow up as JP solo. Pop Blossom only lands onto Arashi. That's not the target, pal. Down goes Xiaotu. Down goes JP as Shira flags away. It's going to be at least a 3 for 2 here, but it's in favor. Or actually, it's just a 2 for 2 as WSL is able to run away through that hollowed passage. Still is looking to escape and will. It's a 2 for 2, and ultimately you do like that as Impunity.
Yeah, pretty impressive that they managed to make that fight even when they're so far behind. I thought they had no business being there whatsoever. I think maybe it might have just been misexecution from the Duish team's side.
And no stacks on the Magi's now.
It's fine. Magi's are a state of mind. If he believes he'll get more stacks, then he will. But Shera, he's getting really strong now. It's getting closer and closer to level 16. And
okay.
Maybe another engage.
We'll go to Emperor's Divide. It does land. It lands onto both Pepero and Inhale. Pepero solo will go down. It's 1,000 gold to Arashi. Perhaps not who you want, it's Xiaotu. He's teleported in, but you're in the middle of 5 members, friend. He's going to go down as well, and things are falling short here. Impunity looks so good, but 2 big mistakes in a row, and with that, Impunity finding a foothold back into this game. It's a massive shutdown there onto this rail.
Very worrying now. It felt unlosable for Duish team, but with these shutdowns going over, it's starting to feel dicier and dicier. It was the Hawk shot that provided vision here. Allows Shera to go for that engage, and no flash on Pepero really just has nowhere to go. Unfortunately, the 1K does go to the rail rather than the Azir, but honestly, feels like anyone could use it pretty well at this point. Having a tanker rel, definitely wouldn't say no to that.
Yeah, and it kind of felt like at that instance against the Bloodthirster Aphelios, you just wanted to kill him. You're not really caring who gets it, you just need to make sure he goes down, because while the Emperor's Divide was really nice, the only person there to do damage in the follow-up was failure on this Milio, so you just really need to get him down and kill him as quick as possible before he's able to escape. And they do that. And with that, I mean, more items. It's going to be the Zhonya's now completed for Shera. Blade of the Ruin King is almost halfway done, you'd say, for Blaze, and really want to get that done, especially before this Dragon and Baron actually spawning pretty much the same time here in 2 more minutes.
And I wonder who this next fight actually favors, because it feels like Duish team kind of should still be the ones in control.
No flash on Aphelios though.
Yeah, and Shera, he's about to have flash as well as Zhonya's, so he can definitely make a really aggressive play here. Just send this Aphelios kind of into his team. I wonder if your Duish team... Oh, hook lands.
Oh, Aphelios, you are in trouble. He's going to be going down immediately.
What do they get off it? Maybe it's bot tier 2?
Yeah, perhaps. Although, if Azir gets down there, I don't think you get anything, but you do get a lot of vision control. And with being on Soul Point, that vision control is more important now than ever. LJW first to respond. It is going to be 4 members heavy down at this bot side, and seeing the bot lane on that ward, Shera will respond. It's going to be the bot lane outer, as well as complete control over this bottom quadrant of the red side jungle.
Resets will just come through though. Now this will, importantly, in that last fight, of course, it was Duish team that picked up the drag before moving away from it. And that's when they really got caught. But they now have a 4th drag win condition coming up, and there's a Baron too. I wouldn't be surprised to see both teams look towards that Baron first, though. Is up a fair amount earlier, and a lot of DPS that can come through.
Oh, okay, that's the cleanse.
Yeah.
You lose the Ashe ult, but the Ashe ult, when you're going this build, isn't so consequential. But for that cleanse, that's a massive summoner to get off, especially if LJW with that flash counter-strike, or perhaps the Ral can find a way onto Pepero, especially no flash, no cleanse now on this Aphelios. Extremely meaningful.
Shera did just lose his crown, but it still feels, despite that, no one can really touch him. Remember, this is Impunity down 7,000 gold, and they're the ones kind of pushing Duish team up the lane. 5 seconds on Baron, 25 here on the drag. I'm feeling a fight brewing right now. Pretty close on the Ash ult too, so Pepero has to be careful soon. Xiaotu, he is a creep. I think he has been spotted out here though.
Arashi looking, will be rooted and hooked, but he does find the engage here. It's going to be onto Pepero, who is able to get a lantern out, but so many low members across the board. Felia escaping on just 1 HP. It is going to be eventually, though, LJW finding the first kill onto JP as follow-up kill comes on now. Is going to be Xiaotu going down, and with a 2 for 0, it should be this Dragon started up, and maybe if there's time, the Baron.
I think they get both here. They have so much damage. They are going to secure this one first, but really should just move towards the Baron afterwards. It's still 40 more seconds on both the solo laners. Can probably even reset and still go for it. Let's see how fast or how slow they want to play it. TP does come through from Azir. Wants to make sure that Duish team can't just trade it. As Pepper, he's going to try. Sherry's going to find this, though, and he should be able to put a stop to it.
Yeah, they're just going to stop that.
And there are double TPs for Duish team, so maybe... I think Impunity can DPS it down before that. Let's see what they do. They do start it up. A lot of DPS from this Azir. Duish team, maybe they can play for the fight after,
looking for Felia instead. They're just turning immediately as Shearer goes forward. There's no Emperor's Divide, but then Enchanted Crystal Arrow manages to find Pepero. He has Flash, but it's not going to mean anything as Inhao going to have to run away with his life now too. And with the Felios down, you've just reset another death timer, and again, attention towards this Baron.
Jetting back to Baron here. Now, the solo laners are back though. Xiaotu, he has that ulti, obviously. Baron very, very low, will be going down. What about the fight after though? It looks like there will be none. And with that...
They're pushing! They're not recalling, they don't need to. There's going to be this blue buff picked up as well from Impunity.
And this is just crazy. Impunity, I think despite their goal deficit now, you have to feel like they're ahead. They're just so strong, especially the mid laners now. I mean, Xiaotu admittedly has played a pretty good game, has found some really great engages, but Shera's doing even better and has well and truly outscaled the Nico by now.
Yeah, absolutely. I think earlier stages of the game, Xiaotu looking pretty good, but at least the recent team fights not been so hot. It is importantly though, Duish team are not out of it, of course. They are still up in gold, they're still competitive, and they are on Soul Point. So obviously now, this is really the Baron power play time. Can Impunity find some towers and find some gold back into their pockets before this next Dragon, which could be the most important fight of the game? Is Arashi going to get stunned up here? Lands the hook. It's going to be the Pop Blossom that finds nothing. And now Blaze is free hitting now. It's going to be a 1-for-1 as Sheridan's going to do an Emperor's Divide comes through, but it's only going to land onto Inhal's Thresh as JP walks forward. But he might not want that as it's going to be up to really this Aphelios to find the damage. He's all that's left, and it's just Impunity trying to continuously run forward. Slice and Dice should secure JP's escape. But now attention towards this mid lane inner. Pepero taking quite a lot of damage from the Azir, and the slows coming through from Ash's auto attacks are just so punishing as JP will be going down to a volley. Blaze tanking up the tower, that's no problem whatsoever, and talking at the tower, it will be going down now.
Yeah, I wonder, do they just keep pushing? There's still 50 seconds on this Renekton. They certainly have the damage to do it. I think Impunity, they're going to turn this one around.
Pepero, though, does have a lot of damage if he's able to position well. Is trying to clear it. He does have the correct gun to be able to wave clear. In fact, he will be able to, as Hex Gates will be used to get out of there. And teleport from Xiaotu is coming through onto the mid lane. But Baron empowered recalls could just mean he gets out. It's going to be the proto belt used onto Felia. Will not find the engage. In fact, loses a lot of his health because of Azir. And the teleport does not manage to find anything.
Wow. 4,000 gold Baron power play, though. Impunity, they're about to close up this gold lead. They had a very good chance at winning there with a gold deficit. Not something you see that often. They do manage to break that mid inhib and one of those towers as well. And I want to see what happened to Xiaotu here. He had a really good angle, but I think he got CC'd. Lots of damage on Arashi, but let's look at Xiaotu. He goes for all, he gets Ash ulted and then can't get in. That would have been such a good engage too. Just taken out so quickly after. Sherry here with the Zhonya's as well buys a lot of time. And once all this threat is gone, it feels like there's nothing Duish team can really offer other than to just run away from Impunity.
All Death Bush, Arashi going to be hooked up again. He's the target. It's going to be a Magnet Storm. It's going to be 4. Breath of Life comes through. Is it enough to save him? At least for now it is, as the Emperor's Divide will be used as disengage, but the hook there lands from Inhao, secures that kill. It's 2 kills now found, as Duish team are able to get that reset onto their Viego, and WSL, being this Azir, will have a lot of damage. It's 50 seconds until this Dragon. Now Arashi spawning at roughly the same time. And it's going to be Shearer spawning not long after. LJW cutting the wave, though. Only 1 minion.
Yeah, I'm not sure what LJW is up to, but that was a big throw there from Impunity. The Death Bush manages to catch Arashi, and you thought maybe it was a Death Bush for Doish team there. It's the 5-man Magnet Storm went off, but I wonder if Shearer thought he had flash there. Because the way he kind of went in, I thought he was going to flash ult behind them, but he didn't have it up. I mean, maybe he thought he did. Can get lost in the chaos sometime, but that's a really important death because I think with that, Doish team should just be able to secure this 4th drag.
Yeah, and that changes the game so much. I mean, you do have teleport here on Shearer at the exact same time as this dragon spawning, but dragon will go down so fast to the 4-item Aphelios. And you see it on your screens, it is going to go down. Importantly, though, this game really is just one team fight for either side away from ending. And while, yes, the Hextech Dragon adds a lot here to Doish team, and it gives them a pretty good chance in this game, there is still so much damage going to come out of this Azir and Ashe.
Definitely. I think even with the soul picked up, you might even still favor Impunity's chances, or otherwise it would be pretty close to even. I think still comes down a lot just to how well the fight gets executed.
I think it's just almost entirely on Peppero. This guy has everything he needs to be able to carry this game.
He does not have flash yet, though, and I
does have a
don't
lantern.
think he'll have it in time for Baron. I'm honestly not sure how important the lantern is, because it feels like if you have no flash as an AD carry versus an Azir that does have flash, there's pretty much no way you can survive the engage. Impunity, they're pushing up pretty deep. Doish team trying to find a flank here. I'm not sure if they want to fight just yet, but maybe they'll have to.
Sandus going up as Enchanted Crystal Arrow will land. It's not onto the correct member, though, as Nico able to get away using that clone. Oh, Shearer almost getting hit there, actually. Won't, though. It's WSL coming in from the side.
Impunity, they want to keep up this pressure, try and deny those angles to engage. A lot of wave clear, though.
Looking, that tower getting extremely low. Might have to wait one more wave, though. Obviously, the Hextech Soul kind of acting like a static shiv. Clearing those waves makes it a little bit easier, but it is going to be this Baron now. 15 seconds until it spawns. Arashi as well as Shearer picking up that blue buff. As well as the super minions mid. Does mean it's a little harder here for Doish team to respond. Ooh, WSL though.
Yeah, needs to be careful. I think he's going to be okay though. Now looking at this Baron.
Baron will absolutely mount, and they're just starting it immediately. WSL is quick on the scene though, but he does have to be careful. Can just be instantly turned on if any CC were to land, and they're looking to turn. It's going to be stolen. WSL doing his team a favor, taking that Baroness. It's going to be Zhao 2, landing a massive pot blossom. He goes golden there. He's trying to deny the kills as Shearer wailing. He's untouched in the backline. JP getting so low. It's going to be 2 kills found for this Azir. LJW finds himself one. Sharima shuffle to find Inhal. It's only going to be JP surviving on what looked like a fantastic team fight for Doish team. Gets tipped on its head by an 11,000 damage Azir.
What did I just watch? At the end of the day, it's just a Shearer difference. He did so much damage, so much work in that team fight, just untouched at the back. Like I said, wailing on them. And again, you know, Zhao 2 finds a massive engage, but can't get the Azir. You know, Shearer just too strong.
Yeah,
I don't think he can't defend.
No,
there's
that's
no
gonna be
way.
another kill there.
Oh, an absolute heartbreaking loss here for Doish team, but wow. Amazingly played from Shearer to bring this game back from the absolute brink.
Yeah, so close. So close. Even WSL at the end there, heroics to find the steal on the Baron, but honestly, the ensuing fight looks so good for Doish team, but nobody able to get onto that Azir, and Shearer just pulling them across the line, dragging their lifeless bodies across the line there.
Shuffling them.
Yeah. Oh, there you go. Unreal. But Doish team, you were that close. You had the soul. You were so far ahead. I think it was like 8k gold at one point, but not able to do it.
No, they had so many chances to win their game too. Like, it wasn't just the soul. Even before that, there was a chance before they threw their game, and again, it's a really tough loss, of course. And I want to say, while Zhao 2's score didn't look that good, I think he found some really crazy Nico ults. And I wouldn't be surprised to see him pick up the champ again, because he did look very good in it. I think really it just kind of came down to almost not being on the same page, or maybe even just like random deaths given over, kind of allowing the side of Impunity to fight their way back into that game, because just a shutdown here and there, buys them more time. And until Shera's at the point where he's, well and truly online, and hey, you see what happens.
Yeah, I guess around that red buff when Pepero and
that
were
was a big
found,
one.
it was just, they were so far ahead, and then you see them go for this red buff, they're spotted by Hawkshot, the Shreema shuffle comes in, it's just...
Yeah.
So close, man.
Pretty
So
tragic.
close. I thought we were finally going to have Duish team pick up their win and even themselves on the score, on the standings with Impunity, but it was not to be. Impunity finding their second win. And Duish team, unfortunately, remaining at 0.
Does suck, but good luck from Impunity, of course, especially from Shera. And I mean, that's the second time that he's put up these big performances. Of course, both times against Duish team, but maybe speaks to him as one of the stronger members of the roster. And I do have to ask you now, do you think Duish team, I feel like Impunity was their one kind of chance. Do you think they'll beat anyone else? Because it feels like, maybe you're looking at Hellpigs and West Point to kind of be those other bottom tier teams, but honestly, they're looking a little stronger.
West Point annihilated them last week. Hellpigs, I could see it, but you have to shut down Taco.
Yeah.
I think, but
I feel like Hellpigs have gotten a lot better
it
too.
It seems like nobody can shut down Taco.
Yeah. Not even the good teams.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Even against the teams you expect them to just lose against, he's dominating his lane. I mean, solo kill, prime example. But yeah, I don't know. At this stage, it does feel to me like we might see a winless split for Duish team. I think, I really thought they were going to win this one.
They should.
I really thought they would. But to be fair, like, you see them up that much gold against a team that is closest to them in sort of skill level. And to still fumble the bag at like 7,000, 8,000 gold up, it does not make me feel confident.
No, it's pretty soul-crushing defeat too, to lose in that fashion as well, especially because,
After
it kind
early
of,
game.
yeah, it's like you have a massive early game and, you're winning. Okay, it sucks to throw it, but they threw it back. You got that dragon, and that last fight, I mean, it looked like it was going to be so good. We didn't even touch on it, but WSL, he stole this Baron and managed to get out, which was very key by him. And a massive engage found by Zhaoju, but importantly, the only member not caught by it is Shera. And look at him at the back. He's got the wall in front of him. He's all set up just to hit people here. He's got a void stuff as well, so no MR coming through. And no one can, even Pepero, as soon as he gets out of the GA, he had flash. Probably had to use it instantly, but maybe even then Shera would have found him. I think the fact that you end this fight at basically full HP there, Shera, is pretty ridiculous. And oh
no
my
surprise.
god, 57k damage.
To be fair, Ashe damage surprises me.
Yeah, it's pretty high.
Rel did more than Viego. That's a classic.
Oh, and that was a Viego that was very fed too. It was like, I remember, even maybe
like
in that last
4-0-8
fight,
or something.
yeah, 4-0-8.
Oh, well,
yeah.
It wasn't to be. I mean, I want to say at least the early game here for Duish team looked their best. The teleports as well. The flanks they were finding early in the teleports. And I mean, we didn't talk about it, but obviously this man was 42%.
Oh my god, that's pretty high.
That is very high.
Yeah. I mean, well-deserved,
and
right?
Ashe did a lot of damage too.
Yeah,
so,
true.
Yeah, I mean, it is well-deserved. Obviously, he was the clear MVP. I don't think you'd make really an argument for anyone else. But yeah, I mean, that last team fight, if for nothing else, he could have entered the whole game, pulled off that last team fight, and he still probably deserves the MVP because Impunity had no right winning this game.
No, they really didn't. It was just a share of diff at the end of the day, and he also had really great, setup for a lot of these fights, right? He had the engage coming out of the rel, which makes things easy, as well as Peel from Milio. Just kind of set up to have a really solid game, and when he was put in that position to perform, he certainly did.
Yeah. I want to say his soldier positioning as well, really, really good. Just constantly having them exactly where they need to be. Like, at least max range can hit pretty much on any carry at any time, as you're seeing here. This was probably the biggest turning point, in my opinion. I think up until this, it did look like Duish team were the clear favorites, but as soon as Pepero died, who had a 1,000 gold shutdown, and while, yes, it went to the rel, the tankiness was just enough.
It was. And in that post-game, the post-game screen there, you might not have seen it, but they did actually win at a gold deficit. They were down 600 gold, I think, at the end there.
So the Baron steal was the deficit.
The Baron steal was the difference, but
wow.
not often do you see that, unless it's one of those games where, like, you know, once
It's
he was
like
winning for ages.
55 minutes
Yeah, and then you just like ace them and end.
Yeah.
You know? But that was a game that was really just on the knife's edge the entire time. That's it for game number 2. Coming up next, it's the big one. The one you don't want to miss. PSG taking on Beyond. Oh, you better be back here.
这个 ID 的由来其实是我大学的时候跟一群就是好朋友，然后一起养一只柯基，然后那个时候刚好要取就是当选手的时候，然后要取 ID， 然后我想不到 ID， 我就选了这个。我比较喜欢狗，因为猫的话我比较会过敏。对，
这个是我刚打职业的时候不知道取什么名字，然后那时候有一个公司的人，他很喜欢那个什么《玩具总动员》，然后他就帮我取了一个叫无敌这个名字。我觉得巴斯光年比较帅，但巴斯光年 ID 不知道叫什么。
我一开始打职业 ID 叫 Pokey， 但我后面觉得佩佩罗更好吃，所以我就叫佩佩罗。
大家好，我是 JPRU8， 那个中文注音的那个文家的意思。
那你有想过这样主播在名会很难念？
哦，没有想过，因为韦泽立凯太多了，所以就不想一样。
现在的 ID 由来就是以前玩了一款游戏，然后想不到 ID 的时候就去 Google， 然后就出现了一排名字，就选了一个最装的名字。那时候觉得很帅，但是后来会变成空月，是因为有一次去唱歌被店员认出来，然后他就问我是不是残破空月，我就把它改成空月。哎，这是真的。
哦，大家好，我是 BYG 的辅助 Carrots。我的 ID 由来是我们那时候想要改名，然后在 FAK 的时候我们这跟一些越南的队伍团练嘛，然后就发现他们的 ID 由来是取亮在系列神的一些名字，然后我们就去翻一下有 K 开头的一些英文名字，然后就刚好挑到 Carrots 这名字，就是一个战争女神，然后跟20的一个意思。
因为我刚打英雄联盟的时候 ，ID 叫里面去 Ghost 嘛，然后它前端跟尾端是 REST， 我想说职业比赛如果取那么长不太好，就变 REST 了。
由来就是因为我自己是6月9号生嘛，是双子座，然后就想说简洁有力就取个双子，然后就用星座的英文 ID 这样。
那双子座最处得来的星座是哪一个？
应该是同风系的吧，就是风象的，水瓶、天秤这种。像我之前跟东山配，东山也是天秤的，所以就跟他很合。
我印象比较深刻的 ID 应该是 Piglet， 因为那时候 SKT 的 AD 是 Piglet， 然后那时候他们不是赢了吗？然后赢了5支那个时候，然后我那个时候的 ID 都叫 Piglet， 对。
年轻一点的知道吗？有取过中二的 ID 吗？
我感觉 Piglet 已经最中二了。
我国小的时候有取一个蛮中二的 ID， 叫那个魔龙狂笑，因为小时候就觉得龙很帅，然后又有魔，就听起来很酷，
就满命桃吧，因为桃很可爱啊。本来来打职业 ID 也想叫桃，可是我怕被网友骂，所以我就改名叫佩佩罗。
天行魂是我爸取的。
你自己喜欢这个 ID
吗？我觉得有点屁。
有一个比较羞耻的，就是我要练女角，但是我又不想取什么煞气什么的，我好像就叫鲜奶宝宝，但是蛮久的。我现在不会再装你了，
Creative Self 吧，就是以前那个 SKT1 的 AD 的时候，他的一个韩服 ID， 然后我就直接翻过来在台服使用，他就是我的偶像那时候。
我觉得我之前台服 ID 就算蛮有趣的吧，就我叫做等星屋等，然后第一个等是一个星星的星，然后一个歌，然后星屋是我自己翻字典翻到的，我就翻字典翻2页，然后看到第一个字，我就把它放在中间。
那另外有一个你在职业选手生涯当中很著名的 ID， 就是你在韩服的 ID。
没错，就我之前有取过新垣结衣嘛，因为我跟我女朋友都很喜欢新垣结衣，然后我就在韩服有一段时间都一直取她的 ID， 或是用 Gaki QQ。
我觉得最帅的选手 ID 应该是 Viper 吧，对，因为就是他那个字母，然后这样签名起来的时候，你就会觉得那个字母很好看，对。
最帅的，我觉得应该是 Gaton 吧，因为很少有 ID 这么霸气。
我觉得那个憨傻妈妈哪一队的往 G2， 现在 G2 的 AD， 他 ID 很酷，他会画画。
那个 CFO 的顺，因为听起来很顺。
我觉得取得很好的就那个吧，有2个，我觉得有一个叫什么梅利欧大师，之前那个在看世界赛，然后还有一个就是小花生，就觉得取得很好，就看起来就感觉很气质的感觉。
第一个会想到 Y4K 吧，就听起来拽拽的。
之前的那个朋友吧，就他叫做 Bono， 就是他的 ID 就是一只很可爱的小动物。
如果可以的话，肯定是要改好的。
我之前本来刚打职业想改名，就是想改控马，但是这个感觉只有懂那个懂控马台语的人才会懂，所以后来就没有改了。本来是真的想改控马，然后又刚好胖胖的，就很适合，怕那个外国人不知道那个控马是什么。我真的觉得这个名字很好，看谁要把它拿去用吧。
Creative Self 吧，都在他使用之前，然后直接把这个名字直接取样这样，因为我觉得很有创意，我很喜欢。
如果现在要改名的话，我直接想到就取我的本名，直接叫世杰，在职业比赛场上打。
改名的话，可以的话，我还是想用 Gaki 看看，只是想说比较偏向女性化，我怕大家幻想破灭，而且也不要跟大家抢国民老婆。
现役啊，火龙吗？卡纳比，还有人比6个字多吗？雀巢也差不多是6个字吧，有7个字吧？
应该是 Mission 吗？7个，奎斯卡塔，
东山吧？想不到
Mission 是吗？还是 Stay True？
空月，我觉得是空月。
应该是那个吧，最新的那个 DWT 的上路 ，JPU 什么的，6个英文字我忘了。我7个好，那应该是我最长吧？那我想不到了，公布吧。
Pretender 还有吗？
最长的应该是 FAK 的中路吧 ？Pretender 是吗
？Pretender Kenny Chen，
Kenny Chen 是吗？
最短的应该阿志吧，4个字。
阿志4个多少啊？665 WP 的复数吧 ，CHA 是我家打野吗 ？WSL
很好。
那个 AD，FAK 的，对，3个5队友嘛，那个 WSL， 那个我今天打的上路，那个 LJW，NNM
吧，3个字。突然叫我想，我真的想不出来。阿志几个字？4个字。
好问题，116。
有前队。
MM3个字，
有高手吗？高手？NNN，我刚对手是谁？那个 ID 很难记 ，L 什么 对不起，我不是故意的，我没有印象。他叫什么 LJW。最短的 ID 惨的那个 WSL， 脑中一片空白，不太妙。
可以，我都记住了，这个其实我都知道，但是刚想不起来。
大家好，我是 CFO 的辅助 Stay True。就是其实这个 ID 原本是 STAYTRUE， 就是意思就是保持初心吧，叫自己打职业不要忘记初心，不要为了什么东西而改变。哦，为什么会换成1吗？因为我觉得有那个1蛮帅的吧，就希望自己是第1啊，对啊。
Flex on the beat. F Flex on the beat. F Flex on the beat. F Flex on the beat.
It's not over till I say so. It's not over till I'm ready to let it go. Till I'm ready to let it go. Till I'm ready to let it
Oh boy, we got the best game of the night, possibly of the second round robin coming up next. It's going to be PSG vs Beyond. And anyone in chat, if you're a fan of the PCS, you're going to have to put in all your channel points on this one, on the team you support, because this should be a thriller.
It really should, and I think that, look, for me, I really hope this game is not like the last one, right? Like, Beyond came in last time, and it was kind of a novelty thing of they come out and destroyed PSG, and it was still amazing because no one had ever really done that to PSG.
Yeah.
But this time, I'm hoping for a much more competitive game. Now, I'm a BYG supporter, right? But I sort of want PSG to win, just because that would tie up the head-to-head 1-1, so there'd be a better chance of a tiebreaker at the end of the split. So we get more games of PSG Beyond.
Yeah.
What do you think? That's the long con.
I just want PSG to win because I want them to win.
Okay.
Yeah.
Simple man.
I'm a very simple man here. And when you look at these teams, obviously I think Beyond, if they're going to win, pretty much comes through Betty.
Yeah.
Now, importantly, they are going to be on red side, as you'll take a look first at PSG on your screen, but BYG will be red side and obviously PSG blue side, which means in this game, it feels almost certain that Beyond will have to ban both Nico and Kaiser, which for the first stage of the ban takes away 2 of their bans. Now, LeBlanc could be another thing to look at. Obviously, Maple played it last time these two teams faced up against each other. They did get absolutely demolished. But it wasn't really Maple's fault on the LeBlanc, because bot lane died level 1, Wako getting taken out, and from there it was Betty just sort of taking over the entire map. So it is a potential here that the first 3 bans from Beyond are already forced, and PSG can draft around knowing what the 3 bans are most likely going to be.
Definitely agree. And I think you raised some good points around those bans, because they're not just bans that are good against PSG, but they're actually kind of self-bans in a way as well, right? Because BYG, look very comfortable on the Kai'Sa and Nico. And to be honest, I think the draft phase will play out a lot differently this time. You get a look there at BYG's roster on your screen. But the reason I think that is because BYG, one of the teams that changed their play style the most from Split 1 to Split 2. And I think that PSG, they probably weren't super aware of how BYG wanted to play, right? Like, you think back, and in hindsight, ever giving Kai'Sa to Betty seems just so absurd.
Yeah.
But at the time, it didn't seem that crazy, right? But then he comes down 14-0 game. It definitely isn't going to happen again. And I think since then, you've seen some kind of weaknesses of BYG exploited, right? You think of Driver versus Lakai in the top lane.
Yeah.
I think sometimes in the drafts that BYG haven't come out the better end, sometimes they sort of rely on Betty to get them over the finishing line at the end. So I think this time, PSG go into it with a much better idea of what BYG's weaknesses are and where to target them. And hopefully that can make this game a lot closer.
Yeah, I think after what we've seen recently, as we take a look, battle for the best bot laner. So far, it is Betty dominating pretty much all the stats, except... Now, this is kind of surprising. Wako has a better gold at 14, despite how many times he's died, and a better duo kills, despite the same thing.
Yeah, how can the duo kills only be 4? I swear, every single game I watch Betty, they get a 2v2 kill. I'm not too sure.
Maybe it's just that Kongyue is in the area, because there has been a lot of Viego interference in the bot lane.
Yeah.
Maybe that's why. But yeah, I mean, it is Betty leading the stats, but also in fairness, after today, it is possible that Wako overtakes. I think the 3% damage percentage is a bit unlikely to be overtaken. But the DPM, if Wako has a good game, certainly can be overtaken, and he's already leading in the bottom 2 stats. I wonder which duo lane has better... Oh, it's definitely CFO because of that one Blitzcrank game.
Probably,
that was like a solid 6 in one game there.
Ooh, 2 stats comparisons.
Yeah, I like this one because Woody has the highest KP of any support, despite the fact that he does like enchanters more. So it still means that when he's on these engaged supports, he is still finding a lot of value in terms of helping his team. Whereas Kyrus here has I'd have to say, quite a good forward percentage there for a support.
Yeah. And bot proximity, very, very similar for both these supports. So expecting to see them in, moving around at similar times. And as you can see there, it's actually very low compared to relative the other supports in the league. So they do like to move around these two, and I think that is kind of a hallmark of a good team. You see that support jungle, especially Synergy, really being put to the test. End of the ban phase now, though. And
There goes Kai'Sa.
Yeah, now LeBlanc banned by PSG, so they really don't want to play it, evidently.
I think Nico likely to come out here for Beyond next, but it's going to be Renekton first of all, taken away from Lakai. And I think that's good, because Lakai's looked good on the Renekton, but he's looked pretty bad on the Jax, which is his next pick. Obviously, we saw him exploited pretty hard there up in the top lane by Driver. There is the Nico.
Okay.
So there is the 2 bans that we were almost certain would come through.
I'm interested to see if PSG target Kongyue at all, just because it seems like he really likes the Viego, much higher than, other jungle picks. I think it wouldn't be too bad to spend a ban on it, but maybe it is too hard. There are a lot of OPs up and available still, of course. Oh, wow.
There you go.
Vestion and Shock.
Yeah.
They predict draft. Okay, 3rd ban for BYG. You going all in on this ban?
This ban, honestly,
There's
this ban could be almost anything. Jax is an option if Lakai doesn't play the Gragas, but you feel like after what's been happening to him, he will.
Yeah, there's still the likes of Jace, Tristana.
Yeah, you might even want to take away Vi. Vi has looked really, really strong last week. Obviously, we saw the stats at the start of tonight. And Junjia does like to play it. Rumble, okay.
Our first Rumble ban.
Oh, yeah, exactly. And... Ooh.
Real quick, I wouldn't be surprised to see Rumble go the way of Nico in the PCS, where, sparingly here and there, and suddenly it's just here every game.
Yeah, that is... I mean, that's probably fair. Kennen, though, Az's Kennen looks really, really scary. It looks really, really scary. It's been hovered for a long time. It's going to go over to Jace. I think that makes sense, but I would like to see the Kennen at some stage from Azi. Maybe not this game. You'll have to see how the draft pans out, but...
Okay, so could take Maokai Tristana if you want. There's also the option of Azir. I mean, I don't think Azir is a very good pick into Jace, but I also think Azir is so OP that you can just pick it into whatever you want and it's fine.
Certainly does the damage if you're able to get it to the damage stage. I wouldn't be surprised to see this locked in. In fact, it will be.
Yeah.
But this is pretty important because Maokai is nothing like Viego, which we've seen Kongyue have the most success on so far this split.
Yeah. Now, look, I think Kongyue did have a couple good Maokai games. It's not like he's unable to play it, but I think you definitely do think of him as one of the premier carry junglers here.
Yeah.
And I am really curious. I mean, do you just take the Trist? Yeah, it kind of feels like the natural pairing with the Maokai. Sad that we won't see an Azir. Potentially could be a Trist flex, but I highly doubt it. Now moving over to the other side.
You can pick Vi, but the third pick could come through as a Xayah, which would be the natural answer. Alternatively, you can take Xayah Vi.
That's true. Or Sedge Jax could be something that they look at.
Yeah.
Depends if they're willing to blind the Jax or not. I mean, they could drop top to later in the draft, or they could pick up something like a Cassante alongside it.
One thing I will say is that if Lakai can play the Gragas, we saw Solo Kill play the Jax side of that matchup and played it really, really well to the point where he actually wasn't even behind. Instead of trying to contest the Gragas or anything like that, he just pushed as fast as possible and started proxying after figuring out where the jungler was pathing. And that looked really successful. It looked like the most successful way to play this matchup. And it will be locked in here. So we have to see, does Lakai want the Gragas side of the matchup? So far, hovering the gangplank, but I don't really think this should be locked in.
Oh, some interesting picks. I feel like the Gragas is the most likely. But maybe if they want Kongyue to go full AP, yeah, maybe they do just want some more kind of tankiness on the team. So it does get locked in. And it always feels a little weird because I think maybe it is better for the comp, but oftentimes you just see that Jax blinded and just so hard countered that it feels like it can't be blinded.
Yeah.
And maybe this is like a bit of a weakness of Lakai. He doesn't seem like he's the strongest laner, so he doesn't have the, I guess, the best option of going for that Gragas and just destroying the Jax. Instead, opts for the team fight. Not necessarily a bad idea. You know, Beyond's team fighting is very, very good, but it potentially does allow Arja to kind of get away with the Jax pick, so to speak.
And what do you know? Milio taken away from Woody.
Yeah, he probably won't be allowed to play that champ very much this split. And Varus, this is pretty much a permaban, I've noticed, against Betty. So he must be doing some unholy things and scrims to them.
Well, there was that one game last week where he, on multiple occasions, shouldn't have lived, and he did. Just dodging absolutely everything.
Xayah is still available.
Yeah.
And I think we've seen Betty pick that up, even in games where it's not necessarily like a great Xayah game.
Do you ban Rakan?
I think you ban one of them. I think the Xayah ban
I think
is
Xayah
better.
ban's better too. But then what do you take yourself? Aphelios? That does seem like the logical conclusion. Wako, really, really good on that Aphelios as well.
Yeah, I think Waka will always be able to find at least some AD carry to find.
But Betty might just pick it first as a problem. So they are going to ban Rakan. So I imagine bot's just going to be a Xayah for Aphelios trade.
Yeah, feels like the most likely. Betty definitely seems like he prefers the Xayah. And I think it makes it a lot harder. You know, I feel like whoever has the Xayah is pretty much undiveable, really hard to catch on mid-wave. Honestly, I just feel like Xayah is a cut above the rest of the AD carries that aren't called Kai'Sa. You know, it definitely feels like it's the next AD carry in line.
For sure.
So will it just be, you know, Aphelios Thresh, maybe an Aphelios Lulu? Woody does like his range supports, of course.
I would kind of like the Aphelios Lulu.
I think it is actually decent versus
Yeah, you don't
comp.
have that much threat onto you. Obviously, if Lakai's getting in range to Twisted advance you, I mean, sorry, Kongyue, you're in some problem. But in general, you shouldn't feel too threatened in this team comp, I have to feel. See if Wako can pull one out for his team again. If he's able to perform like he was at MSI, you do feel good for the side of PSG.
Rel's still open, by the way. Hasn't been touched by either team yet, which is kind of a surprise. And could that be it?
Well, I think if you don't pick it here, they do.
Yeah. I think that's the trouble. If you do take something like Lulu, you're bound to verse Rel, and then your game becomes super hard.
And here we see the Alistar almost certainly will be locked in here by Kira's. Kira's pretty predominantly playing only the Rel and the Alistar for a lot of the current weeks anyway. Has looked extremely good though. Oh my.
That would be very interesting. I don't think they're going to go for it, though. I like the Alistar. I think Alistar, whenever you can get away with it, is really good. It feels like the main thing that kind of keeps Alistar in check is the threat of a Sylas coming through. It's kind of funny how support champ almost like countered by a mid champ.
Yeah.
You don't see that often in League, but the Alistar on Sylas obviously is incredible. 81% win rate there on that Alistar is pretty incredible.
Yeah, I think last week especially rose really high in priority. Maybe it's just a good answer to the rel.
Okay, so I think I'm really, I guess, I want to see how PSG uses Sejuani, because last week Sejuani did not win a game, but it's definitely not because it's a weak champ, and they have a very good top side for it. I don't think you can ask for much better than Jax, Jace as your solo lanes here as a Sedge, but I want to see them use it, because I think if they don't, Maokai is going to become a lot more useful. And it feels weird, you know, in a game with these two heavy hitter AD carries, I feel like it might be a lot around the top side.
Yeah, well, I think at least between the two, if you're favoring a top side to be able to carry this game, it's definitely PSG. I think Lakai hasn't looked so good. Kongyue has, but has Kongyue looked that much better than Junjia that you're willing to put your money on him? Probably not. I think Junjia's looked absolutely serviceable. Just the difference mainly coming through Junjia playing supportive style junglers, whereas Kongyue playing carry style junglers. But Aze, it seems like this split, no matter what he's on, has looked really, really strong. And yeah, I think I favor here the side of PSG going in from draft. But I don't think it's favored in one way where you'd be like, oh, this is absolutely, you know, draft favored to PSG. Like if you remember the PSG versus CFO game, which was an absolute tragedy.
Yeah. And mid matchup, I think, could be something pretty important as well, because we've seen Jace Tristana go all over the place, right? We've seen the Jace kind of coast to the first item and then just start destroying from then on. We've also seen the Tristana kind of come away with some pretty big leads, and then Jace never really finds a way back into the game.
Phase rush on the Jace.
Yeah.
The quick and snappy trades.
1116 has the overheal and the bloodline, so something that some Tristana players have been taking a bit more, and I think also does make sense against Jace, right? You're going to be getting poked a lot, so having extra overheal shield is really nice, and the extra lifesteal, of course, goes a long way. First
strike as well on Maokai, so Lakai, obviously he is that sole AP of his team, but with the first strike, you know he's probably going demonic into Leandri's this game.
Should be. I think solo AP Maokai is honestly pretty good.
Yeah, you almost force Merc Treads because you are going to land CC with your ult. And then obviously you have more follow-up after that, as well as the AP damage that can just come through from saplings around objectives.
Ooh, does he want to get started already?
I don't think he's... Okay.
No.
He was just hoping Lakai went the unsafe way, I think. And props to him. I think that's a good way to look for an advantage. They are going to spot out the start of the pathing here from Kongyue. And so they'll know that he is going to path to his top side and then head down to bot, which means Aze can look to proxy around the third wave.
I feel like Eyes should be on this bot lane, not even so much for the matchup, but just because
Wako dies.
Yeah, Wako has been dying a lot lately, and up against BYG, you know, was extremely early into the game. Feels like there's a little less volatility in this lane.
Yeah. Well, at least level 1.
Yeah, I will still be looking at it. Oh, 116 jumps in mid.
Yeah,
Shot
Maple.
blast traded back though. Oh, he got out without the bomb being proc, so really puts the phase rush to work. And we see this a lot too. The Trist kind of wear down the Jace's mana bar.
Yeah. I think that's the main... I don't know, the main advantage, I suppose, early game for Tristana is just the mana cost that Jace has to face versus yourself.
Yeah.
To maintain an even trade. Because all the trades do come out even in terms of health. It's very rare you see a one-sided trade health-wise. But it just costs Jace so much more mana to put out the damage than it does the Tristana. Aze finding a nice trade for himself top too.
Yeah, it's nice.
The wave seemingly pushing against him, so... Yeah, definitely will be, especially with this Natofu strikes pushing the wave. And important, Wako's made it to level 2 without dying, so already in a better position than he was last time in this isolated matchup. In fact, up himself some CS. Didn't see how big the minion wave was, so I imagine it's fairly even.
Kongyue, he hits that Scryer's Bloom on the bot side. Big trade in mid, but 116 hits level 4. Does not have the bomb, evidently.
We don't usually see the lane go like this.
No, Maple obviously is doing a very good job. But I think you somewhat see that in the runes a little bit.
Yeah.
Right, like Maple did have a lot of early game strength, and 1116 does, I think, want to scale a little bit. Oh, really big top trades. Now, there is a Sejuani around with a built wave.
There's a ward, but the ward's very, very shallow. So Junji can make it pretty much to tower before being spotted out, as he's going to look for a dive. We've seen PSG do this quite a lot. We'll be able to land the Arctic Assault. Flash out from Lakai as Junji now is the target of that tower, and will flash out to ensure no knock-up comes through. But it is going to be that flash used here from both the jungle and top of PSG for just Lakai. So does favor Lakai, but CS advantage to RZ could be meaningful in the future.
Definitely. I think it was quite well played by Lakai, though, to get those 2 flashes out just for his 1.
Oh, Wako up heaps of CS, actually. With this massive wave coming in.
Yeah, if he can manage to CS at all, which I think he should be able to. It doesn't feel like there's that much threat here, where he just comes down and Wako versus the tower.
Oh, loses 1, loses 2.
Yeah, it is a little hard, I think, where it is, but he'll be able to grab some of it.
All in all, he should be up still. We're missing a few more than he perhaps wants, but recalls now coming through. Should be probably matched here by PSG, although with Gravitum and the Infernal Gun, maybe can look for one more wave. You do push it faster than most AD carries at this stage of the game. As Maple continuing on this pressure mid, and even through bone plating, finds a huge trade for himself.
Yeah, that was really, really nice. And I think impressive as well, that's with the tier first buy. Oftentimes you see those Jaces just rush the Dirk, grab the tier later. But has just gone for the scaling and is still finding himself really good trades.
Junji pathing towards the Cassante, who does not have flash.
Yeah. I'm surprised he's doing this without flash.
Maple, okay,
he has 6.
Yeah, all out's available. Maple might look up there, but he would lose chunks on his tower. And it looks like they are just going to let this Cassante get away.
We'll just recall. It buys the Kai a lot of time.
Oh, Junji?
He's going to get stopped.
Oh, that's a bit of a disaster.
Yeah, it's very, very annoying. I think he gets out, but...
Yeah, he should absolutely live, but this is just buying Arze so much time in that top lane.
Yeah, would have been a really nice reset there for Lakai.
Kind of feels like you proxied for no reason after that.
Anyway, he will start this up. His mid lane is in base.
And Junji is here.
Yeah, it's just going to have to walk off it. With that Tristana in base, can't be able to. And I think this is the first time we've seen the Jace be the one pulling ahead so early in this lane. You know, normally I think once the Jace is hitting Dirk or getting closer to first item, the trades are starting to go better and better. But, you know, I wonder. Maybe just Maple was built different.
BYG should be privy to the information that Junji is here.
Yeah, do spot him out. I think Junji might be able to still start it though. Depends how strong his mid lane is. We can't really see right now. They do have a lot of river control with those pinks. Bot lane remains pretty even. And now maybe Beyond can enter the river. There's 3 pinks in that bot river from the side of PSG. And it'd be really nice to clear those out ahead of this dragon if you do want to start it. Now an on my way ping to that drag. Konga, he starts it up again.
They should know Junji is here because his red buff is spawning now.
Yeah.
They should have known where he started based on his appearance top lane. So could be a little bit risky. Maokai obviously not going to be doing heaps of damage to this, but Junji seems content with just continuing on with clearing his jungle and giving away the first dragon.
Looks like they will just pick this up.
Actually, responses coming through, but it's quite late.
Oh, they want to fight, though.
Yeah, they do. Junji is slowed up, though. Didn't have access to the passive. As they're not actually going to worry about the dragon. Instead, they're going to turn their attention to Kyrez. But it's Wako getting so low, he's going to be taken out. That's first blood found here for 1116. Is not long after. It's a double kill there. As both Wako and Woody go down and trying to contest that dragon far, far too late. They weren't in position, and 116, the benefactor of 2 kills.
Really nice pickup there for BIG. Like you said, those 2 kills. Almost a 1k gold lead now and the dragon. And for me, that feels like a real misunderstanding for PSG's game plan. I feel like if you're playing the Sejuani comp, you're really looking towards that Herald to be the first time you fight. Because that's the first time that you can really kind of bring your melee top laner into those skirmishes, right? And especially with how Arja is now doing in the top lane, if you can have a successful Herald fight around your top side, it looks really good. Instead, it feels like they're not quite strong enough here, right? Like, you don't really have the items. You do have 6 on Junjia, but it's not, you know, Sedge ult is not the same as Malkaol, where it just really turns the fight. And I also think that Tristana is a lot stronger in these fights than the Jace, right? Didn't even have the Dirk. So I feel like PSG of last split wouldn't have done that. They would have been really content, I think, to give that one up. And the problem with this is it now makes fighting this Herald really hard. And if you can't fight this Herald with the Sedge, there's no point to having the champ.
Yeah, definitely looks a lot harder now for PSG to contest. Although they have brought Wako up early, he's going to be there just a bit sooner than Betty. Not often we see both AD carries committing, but we will
it's so important though. I think PSG have to win this fight. They need to activate this Sejuani.
Aziz should be able to find good trades here on the top side against Lakai. In fact, he will find an extremely good... If Junjia can get into range, will find that stun, but Lakai now... Okay, we'll be able to use movement. Get himself over there.
Really good chunk.
Massive start to the fight.
Woody is 6, and so is Keras. There's a lot of important ultis here.
Aziz pushing top, though. He's not going to be in range. In fact, Lakai might be able to find a nice angle onto Wako, who was completely summonerless. Oh, Keras has got a nice flank. No one's going to know of it as the Nature's Grasp comes through. Azir and Junjia trying to tank up as the Rift Shield does get smited away. Kongyue picks it up. It's going to be Keras though on the front line. This Unbreakable will making him so tanky, but Wako is hitting from 3,000 miles away. They're going to find one kill onto Lakai. It goes to Wako. A second kill found there onto Kongyue as Keras. Next up on the chopping block, it's Woody who'll find himself that one. So while Beyond find the Herald, PSG find 3.
Incredible team fight there, and especially the re-engaged coming out from Woody. Was Beyond that secured the Herald, but you have to say that's the team fight win that PSG wanted. And something interesting in that fight, the Rel, I think, did more damage than any of Beyond's carries. And it was just off that huge Magnet Storm. So this is looking good. I think if BYG just take this and leave, they're in a really, really good spot. But they overstay too long. They group up too much. And Woody, he sees it. He finds the 4-man and just followed up by so much AoE. And Beyond just slaughtered from then on out. Woody, he's not really known for the engage supports, but hey, yeah, I mean, if you can do that, you can play whatever champ you want.
Yeah, one worrying thing is Wako, with no sums in that fight, was able to find himself 2 kills and an assist, so definitely not what you want. You've done so well to make sure this Aphelios was pretty unable to play the team fight, but then with how Woody found that engage onto 4 members and the Moonlight Vigil coming over just meant that Wako was able to do so much more than he perhaps should have been able to. And with that, I believe he'll go back and likely have Noon Quiver and a few more components.
It might just be able to... Yeah, he has 2 boos. Okay, yeah, isn't able to complete the item just yet.
Going Gale for... No, Kraken Slayer. It'll be Kraken Slayer.
Yeah, it should be the Kraken. Now, next fight, I think for PSG is going to be another... Not as important as that Herald, of course, but another pretty key one because Arja's not going to have TP, so he's going to have a hard time getting to this next dragon. Although, big fight on the top side. Lakai, no flash.
And it's going to be Junjia in the area using the Sejuani Jack's power. If they're able to find it, there's no flash. There is no all-out. Actually, there is, but it just comes through immediately. And Azir finding himself another kill. Azir already up so much CS and finds that kill. And 30 seconds until Dragon, you can just give it away as PSG, and I feel like that is the best course of action as Arza gets to work on this top tower.
There's a pretty solid lead now in that top lane. 1116 though, after picking up those 2 kills in the early skirmish, has started to kind of turn this matchup around. It's definitely going a bit differently than we had seen previously. There is still the Sedge ult available. Ooh. Nice chunk, no TP on Tristana.
Yeah.
So that makes it pretty hard, I think, for Beyond to actually fight this, and they really want to be able to.
And Maple does. If he can go back and pick up a Duskblade or a Youmu's, usually the Duskblade though, should be a favourite fight for PSG. Tristana going back now. They do have a little bit of a timing here if they are to immediately start it. There's no carriers on the map. Teleport coming through. Feels like this should be PSG's heist.
I think they do get it, yeah. It looks like people are off the map now. Need to be careful, obviously. There is no way to TP the Jax in.
Oh, much damage, though. There's no carries
I think BYG
Dragon.
might try fight this. There is no Jax.
Yeah, and they... Oh, I think you needed to commit some of your carries here, but Woody doing his best. Wako will have his sums available. Need to get behind this Rel. is going to get himself positioned safely into that pit. It's going to be ultimately Jinjia who picks up the Dragon in the following fight. It's going to be an unbreakable will here for Kyrez, who is staying so tanky. The bomb, will it finish off Jinjia? The rocket jump over, and the Buster shot will confirm the kill. In the pit, though, it's Wako trying to do what he can. He's going to flash out. The Gravitum Q will ensure he picks up one for himself. Ultimately, 2 for 1 in favor of BIG, but importantly, the Dragon is picked up here for PSG.
Yeah, so do manage to even up those Dragons. I am still a little surprised by PSG's insistence, I suppose, on fighting these. Obviously, they had a timing there where I think you're right, if they had committed some carries to DPS and the Drag, might have just been able to take it away. But instead, it feels like you're kind of just playing into what BYG want. Right now, there's a 4-0 Tristana. You could just play topside instead. Let's see how it actually unfolded, though. I think the Magnet Storm, Woody found an amazing one last fight, but this fight probably should have just saved it because he doesn't really find anything with it, and all it means now is 1116 has nothing to worry about. You can see just can freely DPS, snipes Jinjia off on the side, and then can continue DPSing over the wall. Yeah, really, really nicely played there. And while there was one kill trader back, Wako picks it up as well, and the Dragon. And now a 4-0 Tristana. It's going to be rough, I think, to deal with the Trist.
Yeah, plates favoring BYG. The one thing I must say, though, is one thing that always feels terrible if you are this double AD comp is playing against the Jax.
Very
and
true.
The Jax is doing quite well for himself thus far.
Yeah.
Hasn't really been in any of the fights. Obviously was at that one team fight around the Herald, which was, in fairness, the only team fight PSG have won so far. But I think once he starts getting involved, even though 116 is this powerful, it can be a lot harder for him to pilot these team fights.
And you definitely feel like from this Dragon onwards, he will be involved.
Yeah.
It's really the third Dragon where the top laners start to kind of be able to TP in without sacrificing their lane too much. And I do feel a little bad for Maple this game, to be honest, because he was playing his lane very well, but unfortunately 116 has pulled 1,500 gold ahead of him just off of all these kills.
1k up on anyone else. So
yeah.
Ball is definitely in his park to win here. Is Betty actually?
Yeah, Betty
and
has a
Wako
lot of gold.
Actually, they're just the same, but it is really just Betty and 116. After them, it's all 5 members of PSG.
Yeah, Betty having so much gold for having no kills is kind of impressive. I guess he got some plates and has some CS lead for himself as well. But Arjun, he's getting to work on proxying the bot side, and he might be strong enough to even start taking away some jungle camps, which would be pretty problematic, especially for a Maokai, because the solo AP, wants a lot of gold. He is moving towards that Grom, I believe, maybe just warding. Woody, he takes half his health and damage, though, from a sapling.
Yeah, how fun. How interactive.
I wonder how much gold Congo...
Herald started, and it is going to be Aze. First move here will be way before Lakai. Lakai actually might just have to commit his teleport here. In fact, he will. So Lakai's here first.
Super good flank for Jax, though. I like PSG's chances.
Yeah.
Woody, though.
Woody. 116 fighting nice damage. That is the bomb down, though.
But Rel is so low.
Yeah, both of these AD carries are going to be able to do so much damage as Junji inexplicably just flashes forward. Should be just going down as Moonlight Vigil also goes wide there for Wako. And it's now Betty is going to walk forward. Flash Feather Storm will find it there. The stun onto Wako. That last crescendum will land, but he's not going to go for the kill as both AD carries trading their summoner spells here to look for something.
Okay, Herald now drop mid.
Yeah.
This is the second one. They're going to grab at least one tower. Looks like that'll just be, and that's the first tower down. So we do obviously have a much closer game, but I think that fight was actually just lost off the back of Woody getting chunked so much. Now remember that half his health came initially from a Maokai sapling, which is obviously extremely low investment. A little bit more came from that Trist bomb. A bit more important, but certainly not the end of the world. And it's tough, I think, to lose those fights around the Herald because that's really where PSG thrive. Admittedly, TP advantage now for Arja, though. And I think with Lakai going top, BYG might have to give this Dragon up. We'll see what they end up doing with it, but... yeah, well, Maple reset. He has a TP.
This could be tower and perhaps Dragon for PSG, which could be a pretty huge swing, really, in the tempo of the game. It's definitely going to be the tower. Does Ozzy recall to try and cash in his gold? At least for now, it looks like he won't. Might even be good for him to just look for a quick trade and back on out. Looks like PSG positioning to fight this, though. And you know what? I'm going to say it. This feels like we're going to get a late game team fighting show by the end of this game because
I
it's been
hope
pretty
so.
slow.
Yeah.
So we're finally going to see how Betty and Wako match up when it comes to that late game.
And
Perhaps.
1116, he's in there with Tristana now
he's
as
a
well.
fake ADK. That guy's an assassin.
True.
Tristanas are assassins now.
I think it's very important here that Lakai keeps eyes on Arja without overextending too far that he can just be chased down. Because he needs to be able to try cancel the TP, but also, you know, doesn't want to get run down the lane. The Jack's almost now 30 CS up.
40. I think almost... Oh, okay. This could be exactly what you're talking about. Arzeh finding a lot of damage already. Pops that ult.
think he's dead.
It should just be Lakai going down. He's going to use the all-out. Going to have a little bit of extra mobility. Oh, the flash will secure the stun. And that is no top laner now for BYG. They're looking for an engage, though. I think PSG just need to run. They don't need to commit to anything. Arzeh will have free time to recall now. Should have a lot of gold to be able to cash in. Start working towards that Black Cleaver. And this Dragon should be theirs. There's no teleport to come through for Lakai.
The saplings are buying so much time, though. How OP is
Junjia
Maokai?
just needs to walk through it. Definitely don't want Woody to. We saw what happened last time. It's going to be this Dragon now started for PSG.
That is the TP invested, though. So it doesn't come for free. I'm surprised they didn't try to start that up and just TP flank with the Jacks. Instead, they use it really early, which does mean, obviously, that they secure the drag, but now there's potentially a window for Lakai to look for something instead.
I think that's... Oh, we'll take a look at this.
Yeah, and I think Lakai maybe just, like, overstepped a little bit here. All you need to do is keep track of Jax. If you ever just allow him to jump on you like this, though, especially if you don't have flash, there is just no way to get out. I mean, Arja is so far ahead of you at this point. And I understand what Lakai is doing because he knows he has to stop this TP. And it is a fine line to walk, and unfortunately walk too far. Lifesteal now picked up for 1116, which is very crucial in this game. Especially because Jay still hasn't picked up the first two items. You know, 1116 is almost working on his third. That's just how accelerated he is.
You know, one thing that, I guess, depending which team you support, is a bit unfortunate or fortunate, is that it's going to be the Ocean Soul this game. Which means if PSG are able to pick up even two of these dragons, the sapling damage that you have to face walking into the Dragon or the Baron is going to be a lot less meaningful because you will just start to heal it up more passively.
I think you can make the same argument for Jace Poke, though. I think both teams really do want that drag. Woody, though.
Woody!
Ooh. I'm surprised Kongyue didn't wait a bit because I think he was going to go in there.
Yeah, that was extremely dicey.
Yeah. I guess he wanted to go on him before the ward was placed, but I think he could have got the W. It was so close, though. And man, you have to feel like if they did get that pick on Woody, this game would have sped up a lot.
Yeah, that would have been Baron almost certainly. Massive dive towards Arzeh here.
Has no flash.
Does have ult.
Maple has TP.
The boys are coming. Maple teleport flank onto 1116. This guy might be in some trouble here. I don't even know if they know the positioning of this Jace yet. It's a shockwave. Watch it coming through as Junjia comes up, lands at Glacial Prison. There's a shockwave, the shock blast, lands here onto 116. All out takes Arzeh away from the fight, but Arzeh should be able to just 1v1 this Lakai. And it's going to be a triple kill for Maple. He's looking for the Quadra. It's going to not find it. Wako actually takes that for himself. And up the top here, it's Arzeh chasing down Lakai. And what a flank from Maple. It's going to be a clean ace and the Baron. An unofficial Quadra. That was insane.
Yep, that TP flank alone will now just slingshot PSG ahead in this game. They're going to be able to pick up this Baron, pick up a lot of shutdowns. And this Jace went from, I think, 0-0-4 to now 4-0-5.
Yeah.
Is so strong now. Oh, they get this tower as well without even having to commit more members to it. Such a big win for PSG. I think you're right. We'll see it in the replay, but I don't think they had any idea about it.
Crazy.
No one spotted it on the map. Because surely they would have backed off. And they even probably could have killed him, you know, if they'd noticed it. But they don't, and they commit so hard. And I think really well played by Maple to wait a bit. You know, wait until that stun can come through and then go in. Because now 1116, with nowhere to go, is so much of his team's damage. And it's taken out basically for free. Yeah, just comes in, grabs two more. Quadra was stolen by Wako.
Would have eventually been a penta if he didn't take it.
Yeah.
Well, I think ultimately, things looking extremely good now for PSG.
Oh, and look at that damage.
Yeah.
Now, when we get back to live, I want you to look at Maokai's second item and tell me what's wrong with it.
He bought Imperial Mandate. It's not a Leandri's.
I wonder why I didn't go Leandri's when Sedge is the one that's going to be, you know, face-checking every sapling, right? Like, even if that Mandate might be better against other members perhaps, you have to feel like the Leandries versus Sedge makes the most sense. No Warmog Sedge either, so I'm a little surprised. I think it's a bit troll.
Maple. We'll have to see how this 1v1 goes now because 1116 was really strong.
I think.
Oh, okay, nice buster shot there to deny the engage as we see the mid lane tower being looked at and Junjia is going forward. It is going to be that Blade Caller finding a nice route onto Junjia which stops any form of follow-up. But we don't see it off our screens there. It is Maple picking up that 1v1. If you look at his health bar, it's extremely low. I hope people in Twitch chat put their points on PSG. I know I would have.
What else can they get here? 1 minute still on Baron. They've gotten 3k gold already. And 116, the strongest member, is down. And a pause comes through. Hopefully it wasn't an issue with the top 1v1. That'll be an awkward one to roll back.
Yeah, you don't think like it should have been, but who knows?
How sad is it to be a support and competitive 24 minutes in and still not have an item? There's no Alistair mythic yet. Let's see what happened though. I think after you use the ult, you're kind of dead to rights anyway. It was a very nice dodge there.
Yeah, but you just...
Oh,
but he failed his jump.
Yeah, he failed the jump. It was flashed by Maple, so I think he maybe could have chased him down anyway, but...
And we did hear it as a sound issue for Betty, so I'm sure we'll get that fixed up and get things rolling again. But, Jock, PSG.
Yeah.
Looking good.
They are. I think they should be able to clean up this game now.
I think on what looks like such a strong roster for Beyond, Lakai does have some glaring issues when compared to the rest of the team.
Admittedly, he did get camped very hard this game, but also I think the pick is questionable.
Yeah, but you saw the Jack Sejuani, so you knew that's happening.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
Like, I think the pick is the more questionable thing. Like, Gragas, very hard to dive. But let's talk about what's going on here with this Baron. BT now completed by 1116, obviously isn't alive. And members put towards here. This tower is going to remain for now. It looks like they're going to turn back towards that Ocean Dragon. Would be a very good pickup. Walker even has some lifesteal, so... These Maokai saplings, they're going to struggle, especially because he doesn't have that Leandries. And I think it is a very questionable build. Serelda is now completed by Maple.
I almost wonder if it's even better to go Sorks this game. Like, I know you want to have as much sapling uptime as possible, but you really can't build any MR on PSG.
Well, blue buff. And level 16 for Maple. Only 25 minutes in, being level 16 does feel pretty good. Obviously, it was very accelerated.
I say you can't buy any MR as Junjia picks up a Negatron cloak.
Yeah, and that's probably the only person getting hit by saplings now. So
yeah.
I guess Woody might. And he doesn't have any MR.
True. I guess it makes sense to have your Sejuani walk in. Not only does the slow not apply for at least the first one, but has now picked up the Negatron cloak, as we'll see. Even with the first strike, not really any damage coming through anymore. I think if you're BYG now, a lot rests on the shoulders of 1116. Was really, really far ahead and now starting to fall a little bit behind even. As 3 items come through for both mid laners, but Maple clearly offering a lot more in these fights.
Now, 2 more minutes on that Baron. I think, while PSG are very far ahead, there still is potential for BYG if they can get, the resets on the Tristana, or if Betty can put up a big performance. They can turn it around, but it feels so in PSG's favor right now. It's very hard to play Xayah at this point into a 3-item Jace when you've got no lifesteal. And Betty, obviously, is a very good player, but he's not got much to work with right now.
Yeah, man, with the 280 carries against the Jacks that is this strong, also not very easy to play. Should be now.
He's dodging a lot of them.
Coming through. That's a fairly big investment.
Yeah. I guess there's not much reason to hold it at this point. But still, doesn't really feel like he got anything with it either.
Yeah, and a minute now away from Baron. Should be just tidying up that top wave for PSG. Pushing a little bit there in that lane. You imagine it will be Isaac going bot side to match up this Cassante. Both top laners having their teleport available. But 2-level gap there. Arze up 2 levels.
Item gap is pretty ridiculous as well.
Yeah, Zhonya's and could be a Steerax, could be a Hullbreaker.
Oh, cares. Shock blasts have not been hidden, but have been a bit unlucky.
Like GA getting built now for the Jace. And it's the Abyssal Mask. Will be the pickup here.
Yeah, it feels pretty good. I think it's a solid choice just for that magic resist. I think as well, this is really where PSG thrive, I think. You know, mid to late game macro and team fighting is something that they do better than pretty much anyone. Admittedly, Betty has turned these kind of games around before, but against much lesser AD carries, right? It feels like Wako is just the same caliber of player when it does come to these, you know, extremely crucial team fights. Now, Bloodthirster picked up by both ADCs here, so much needed lifesteal.
Junjia
he wants to save
find the Glacial Prison, but they're going to force out that Alistar ultimate. And
yeah, no ult for Baron, it's a big deal.
Sejuani is a big ult, but Alistar without ult means you're going in and you're dying.
Yeah. I think it's difficult for BYG to get in here. They do have lifesteal, but if you've got nothing to actually hit, the Jace poke will start to really deal some damage. Not started up just yet, though, and Keres, he's going to be forced to base. And I think with that, PSG, they can start it up.
They are, in fact.
Wow, maybe he's going to stay.
Junjia getting half health at the moment, which could be problematic. Woody walking forward, though, and Keres, this guy can no longer be in a fight. That guy is going to
He has to stay, though.
Yeah, there's going to be the Nature's Grasp coming out. We'll land there at least onto Woody as Junjia steps away. It's going to be the Graviton stun there onto Lakai. But ultimately, it looks like BYG have done enough to stop PSG with that Baron was so low, but they just did not have it in the tank. And part of that could be these Aphelios guns. Pretty terrible guns for any objective taking.
I think the Maokai as well. The Maokai is just so annoying, and I swear he's building some pretty horrific items.
Yeah, I was going to say, the new item, not liking the Oblivion Orb.
No, I'm not liking it too much either. Do you think he can even get Aphelios with it? I don't even think so.
Well, yeah, no, I don't think so. It seems like Wako would have to accidentally get hit by a Nature's Grasp.
Yeah. Well, maybe he's building it preemptively for the Ocean Soul that PSG might be about to pick up. I think BYG have to contest this. They're going to need to kind of just group down mid. In the meantime, though, Aja can sprint it down top.
Yeah, and Lakai will be able to defend from tower, but look at the gargantuan lead that Aja has on this Jax. As more poke will be landing here.
Yeah, and I think if PSG get this Ocean Soul, it's going to be really tough, I think, for Beyond. If they can fight before it, though, I think Beyond have a chance to win this. They need to get in. They could trade Baron.
They look like they're headed that direction, but Maple will be able to just solo this out and teleport over if need be, as well as Aza is already in a really good position to look for something against this Baron play, and it is going to be started up. Although it's so low already, do they know it's going to be gone? Yeah, it is going to be a trade here. It will be the Ocean Soul found for the Baron, but with the Ocean Soul picked up, you do feel like PSG might be just looking for a fight. Maple is teleporting in. Arze jumps away. The turnaround from Keres. Flash Pulverized will be flashed away from Wako. The Magnus Storm doesn't find too much. In fact, only onto Keres for now. But Keres will be going down as Wako, showing his proficiency in these team fights. But Benny, on the other hand, is doing the same. Both AD carries are doing everything they can. It's a double kill for Wako. Betty on the wrong side of the map will be trying to run, but should be found here. Wako finding himself a triple kill. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, it looks like Maple and Arze taking care of everything else. And while they did get the Baron, all of the Baron buffs are now gone, and PSG should be looking to end this game.
I think PSG are going to pick it up here. 31 minutes in, there's no one alive, and look at the damage in that fight. Both AD carries, they put in a lot of work, but it's Aja who really is kind of the difference maker in that one. So far ahead of Lakai in items and damage here. Keres' last-ditch effort. Can he do it?
Does land the pulverized headbutt, but he's going to be insect. He's insect by the Jace. Is going to be the game found, and PSG redemption for the first round robin. They got absolutely demolished, and I have to say in this game, fairly clean. Maybe a couple of early game mistakes, but tidied it up around the Herald, and after that, looked really strong.
Yeah, I think you're right. Early game was a bit turbulent, but it wasn't, it wasn't horrible. Like
wasn't
both teams were very close.
Yeah,
true. Definitely wasn't the first time. I really like the adaptations that PSG made in terms of countering BYG specifically, right? Lakai continues to be, I don't want to say a weak point, but more an abusable point. Like, it feels like if you pick Jax, every other top laner comes in with the Gragas, and your Jax is going to be relatively neutralized, right? It's either going to lose lane, or it's going to have difficulty finding angles in team fights. But going to Cassante, if I were RJ, I'd be very happy with that, right? Like, you blind the Jacks and, hey, we're not getting counted at all. You know, we're really happy with that. And so I think that BYG, they've had to show a lot in the first round robin, and now PSG, they've kind of found an angle to attack that. They realize that, you know, if we do get Betty away from this Kai'Sa, if we can, you know, kind of find a way to abuse Lakai in the early game, that they can pull away to a win.
Yeah, and I'm going to say it now. Before this game, Arze and Betty were tied for MVPs, but I'm saying right now that I think Arze deserves the MVP for that game.
Ooh.
I think he's going to get it, and I think he'll be one above.
I think Maple should be MVP. I think the top TP flank is what won the game, because I think the early game, it was definitely Arze and Jinjia, right? Like putting the kind of damage onto Lakai there in the top side. But I think what ultimately, you know, really spun the game in that favor was that incredible TP flank. So I would give it to Maple.
I still think Arze deserves it. I think just like, you're in a top lane and you're solo killing Lakai at probably the most crucial time of the game, where it was that just before the Ocean Dragon. And you were on a timer as Beyond in this game, I feel, because the Aphelios, the Jacks, they're going to scale a lot harder than the Cassante and the Xayah. And then Arze being able to find that in the top lane, I think was a massive changing point, as well as just how dominant he was. I mean, he finished the game up, I want to say, roughly 80 CS.
Yeah, he was very far ahead.
Yeah,
and he was doing well for himself in lane, but you have to say the same about Maple, right? I mean, he was winning a matchup that, you know, doesn't often get won by the Jace, at least not until that one item. And I think as well, you know, credit to him who, even though 1116 found so many kills in the early game, he remained, you know, very stable and solid. So we'll see who ends up getting it. But you could make an argument, I think, for several different members, right? It even feels like in those later team fights, like that, in that last fight, the flash on the Flash Alistair combo was insane by Wako.
Yeah, that was really
very
nice.
impressive.
It was very good. And I think to your point of Maple doing well in his lane, the kills that 1116 were finding wasn't really because of Maple. It was kind of just these really weird decisions to look for a team fight around a dragon that you had no real business contesting.
Yeah.
I think they went to the dragon when it was already too low to contest anyway, and then looked for an engage onto an Alistair. Obviously, it didn't go well. 116 picking up 2 kills for himself really early on after Maple probably had the best laning phase against Tristana or Jace that I've seen has, at least in the PCS.
Definitely, and that I think is a big, you know, a real good look for Maple, because I think 1116 has been a pretty strong laner, to be honest, you know, and I think Maple being able to do that to him definitely looks good. And this was the very crucial last fight. The Baron was picked up so early, and the disengage, you know, it looks good. They get onto Lakai. TP comes in, or get onto Arja, excuse me. TP comes in. I think this fight, though, is really where you see kind of the impact of the Ocean Drag, because everyone just stays high health. You can even see it, you know, ticking on Maple there. We didn't see this side of the fight in the game. Nice dodge with the phase rush.
Oh, and then Lakai delivery.
Oh,
you're fuming if you're that Tristana.
Yeah, no, that is very upsetting. And the TP flank.
The good measure.
Yeah.
Even in this team fight, like, we didn't get to see this at the time, but Arze played that phenomenally as well. Getting that early bomb off of the Tristana and then just jumping on back in, half-alphing her, and then mind controlling Lakai to ult Maple directly next to the Tristana that's low. I think the mind control is the most impressive part. Look at the damage, though. It is Maple.
Yeah, the Maokai damage is pretty impressive, I think, given his build. I think could have done a lot more, but, you know, maybe looking at the Tristana. And I think a lot of that is, you know, obviously playing into the Jax is tough, but, you know, when she was ahead was kind of just getting taken out really early, right? Like in that top lane fight with the TP flank. And I think Maple, you know, very well deserved. It was still down gold, actually, but, hey, he put up a massive performance there on a Jace, and they picked it over the Tristana. So, and I like Jace more than Tristana, so I'm glad to see PSG get a win with it.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he did play very well, obviously. That teleport flank, you do have to question, like, surely we saw 1116 jump back away from the Jax pretty close to that teleport ward, but then never noticed it. In fact, running all the way back. We'll see it here.
Yeah, so I think if they had noticed this could actually be a big inch from Maple.
116 can just walk down if he needs to.
Yeah, I'm really surprised that he didn't see, because there was a lot of time. I mean, they wouldn't do any of this, I think, if they knew.
Yeah, no, absolutely not. And then Arze just able to jump on there and ensure the Shock Blast lands. It's one shutdown. That's 900 gold there, and I think he finds another shutdown here.
I wonder how much gold he made in this fight. Would have been pretty ridiculous.
Yeah, there's 300 for Wako as
and
well.
And then they got the Baron
and he got the Maokai as well at the end.
Yeah. In this bot lane fight, I think Tristana probably could have won this, but did just want the tower, and maybe was going to be able to jump out, but would have been chased by Maple, you'd have to think.
Oh,
that was
such a nice dodge.
Yeah, was very, very impressive.
Oh, this is a cool cinematic.
Yeah,
Except now that was going to show us fail the jump. Yep. Doing. Dead.
Oof.
Oh,
that's
absolutely
a big hammer.
Bashed her in, man. I don't know. I think, a bit of a misplay there. Perhaps some misplays throughout the game. PSG early on and then Beyond as it went on later. But yeah, I think the biggest question mark I have for this team has to be Lakai.
Yeah, for me, it's like more champion pool rather than anything, because it feels like, okay, if you can't blind the Jacks, but you also can't counter the blind Jacks, like now we're in trouble because every team has seen this and they will be able to replicate it. They'll be able to do the exact same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I mean, it's hard to know, but there we go. We have now tied up the head-to-head between PSG and Beyond. And more importantly, now PSG are single-handedly first place. And at the end of tonight, we might have a three-way tie, but at least it will be a two-way tie. And it's Beyond in that position. But that will do us now for game number 3. Up next will be CFO versus our favorite player, Godtone. Please do stick around.
F-Flex on the beat. F-Flex on the beat. Flex on the beat. Flex on the beat.
Do you feel what the eyes can't see? You hear it calling way down deep. Trust your heart, it'll keep you true. This world expects so much from you. From the dark out into the light, it'll come in the middle of the night. You were raised in the sacred place. Evil runs when it sees your face. Throne calls your name. You must follow me, my friend. Stay together, we can make it home again. Take a look at this place once more. The people, the home that you're fighting for. Throne calls your name, know it's your time. Good will stand, the shadows will hide. 1,000 souls listening at your side. Take your people into the light. They won't take you alive. Stand here and every step will test your soul. You will walk out pure and whole, stronger than the day before. Tomorrow you'll fight for more.
was begging for your help, but you let me down. Yeah, I could try to act like I don't need anyone, pretend it's me, myself, and I'd rather be on my own. But I know I can do this alone. If I had a nightmare, tell me, are you right there pulling me out? If I was too high, yeah, tell me, are you right there pulling me down, me down? 'Cause I need you to ride along. So tell me, are you right there? Tell me, are you right there when it goes down, goes down? If I was falling to the ground, would you pick me up? If my world was crashing down, would you make it stop? I do it for you, but would you do the same? When everyone's gone, are you gonna stay? When demons come through, would you push them away? Would you push them away? Are you gonna stay? If I had a nightmare, tell me, are you right there pulling me out, me out? If I was too high, yeah, tell me, are you right there pulling me down, me down? 'Cause I need you to ride along. So tell me, are you right there? Tell me, are you right there when it goes down, goes down? 'Cause I need you to ride along. So tell me, are you right there? Tell me, are you right there when it goes down, goes down, goes down? When it goes down, 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 down. When it goes down, yeah. If I was too high, yeah, tell me, are you right there pulling me down, me down? If I had a nightmare, tell me, are you right there pulling me out? Oh, 'cause I need you to ride along. So tell me, are you right there? Tell me, are you right there when it goes down, goes down? If I had a nightmare. If I was pulling me down, me down. So tell me, are you right there? Tell me, are you right there when it goes down, goes down, goes down? Hey, what I'm doing? Hey, getting right to it. The money is talking, I'm feeling it's coming in, just how I do it. Yeah, you know what it is. Hey, we doing it big. Look up, there is no limit, no, we cannot settle for this. Yeah, can't stop, nah, won't stop. Yeah, it's been on live. You don't believe it, just watch. I had to deal with the cards dealt, hey, when no one's helped. When it's time for action, headlines and captions. Just imagine all of the hours that I put in running and gunning the passion. All of them clap, big applause. Wish I could pause all their reactions. Ooh, we know I never had a losing streak. I know you see what adrenaline's doing to me. I've been kicking game Bruce Lee. You ain't in the game too weak. Make them feel the pain too deep. Tell them get out the kitchen, you can't take the heat. Hey, what I'm doing? Getting right to it. The money is talking, I'm feeling it's coming in, just how I do it. Yeah, can't stop, nah, won't stop. Yeah, it's been on live. You don't believe it, just watch.
be a war. I want it. But let this be a warning, warning, warning. A warning, warning. A warning, warning, warning. A warning. Let this be a warning, warning, warning. A warning, warning. Warning, warning, warning. A warning. But let this be a time and time again I've seen you around here. You're playing with fire, don't know if you knew. So let me make this clear, a cloud is forming. The storm is heading right in front of you. Let this be a But let this be a warning, warning, warning. A warning, warning. A warning, warning, warning. A warning. But let this be a warning, warning, warning. A warning, warning. Warning, warning, warning. A warning. Let this be a warning. Let this be a warning. It's not over till I say so. It's not over till I'm ready to let it go. Till I'm ready to let it go. Till I'm ready to let it
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back here to game number 4 of week number 4 at the PCS Summer Split. Of course, brought to you by Riot Games and Carry Live. Now, the game we got coming up next is CFO versus Hellpigs, and it's important because if CFO win, they will be tied for 2nd with Beyond, but if Hellpigs win, they'll be tied for 6th with Frank, and both of those are very, very important standings.
They are. I think that both these teams really do want to be pushing higher, right? Like Hellpigs set their goal at top 4, and I think breaking into the top 4 seems pretty unachievable at this point. Like it feels like you kind of had to start stronger, but I think making it, 5th or 6th is very possible at this point. And for CFO, I mean, this is a team that is kind of, it feels like they're built to win championships in a way. So I feel like they will always be disappointed unless they're first.
Yeah, absolutely. And on your screen there, you do see CFO, of course, and I think the real matchup here I'm focused on, and I think now, probably for the rest of the split, it's going to be the same man, but Taco versus Rest. I think even against top laners that you probably think Taco should lose against, he's been winning against them and has truly been the guy on this team that gets them through that early stage. And then in fairness, Adiogs, very capable at late game team fighting. But yeah, I think for this team to succeed, Taco has to be ahead.
Definitely, and that's a tall order against CFO, not just because of Rest, but also just because of how CFO plays, right? Like they really like playing a strong early game, and they are the kind of team that will force a game to be closed out at, say, 25 minutes if you don't contest them on it. So I will be curious to see how the lanes hold up. I think I'm especially worried about bot lane, because I feel like Hellpig's bot lane is maybe... I don't think they can stand up to Shun and shall see here, right? Like
Yeah.
I think Tide, he's played some team fights very well, but I don't think you'd say that he's a strong early game laner. I think ICA, he's had definitely ups and downs. Like recently, he actually had a very good performance, but he's
Young
also had
Fresh.
some pretty shocking performances too.
I want to say, I don't know if everyone caught it before the show, but there was a little voice comm video done on Hellpigs, and during the champion select, it was Godtone was just like, I said, do you want to just pick Yumi and let us carry you? It was kind of, I don't know if it was Flame or like, it kind of reads as Flame, but obviously we're just getting the translation. But I don't know, IC8 has found himself some problems there in the bot lane. He's died quite a lot of times early where perhaps he doesn't need to. And I think Tide in general, even while IC8's dying a lot, remains relatively even a lot of the time, which is just credit to him, really. And then importantly, I think as well, Godtone looked best when he was playing the Vi and the Nautilus. But I think in this game in particular, Vi is probably going to be contested because Gemini, probably the best Vi in the region.
You would think so. And damage, kind of crazy that in the damage percent there, 0.9% is the difference between 3rd and 6th.
Yeah.
It says the AD carries are just dealing a lot of damage. Makes sense, right? It feels like when you do hit those 2 items on the AD carries, you get pretty ridiculous. I wonder, I don't think we're going to see Kai'Sa get through draft anymore, right? Like, it just seems too strong. Feels like it's basically guaranteed as a red side ban. But that also means the potential for many more other OP picks to get through, right? Like you see, I think the Nico now being the one that people are starting to prioritize a bit more. We did see one Rumble ban earlier today, and Rest strikes me as the kind of guy who might play a Rumble.
Yeah, well, he was the first one to rip out the Kennen last split.
And the Udyr top.
And the Udyr top. The classic. The absolute classic. Staple of the top lane, Udyr. It is going to be Kai'Sa, though, banned here for the first ban of red side, which no real surprises. It is the Nico as well, so you're pretty much forced to ban those at least at this stage, it feels like. Just the unfortunate nature of how the meta goes. Tristana, Maokai, the answer. What will be the last ban? So Renekton, I think you just ban it because Taco has carried games single-handedly on that Renekton, giving it, making sure it's not going to be picked by him. Does seem like the logical thing to do. Now, final ban here. Do you look to ban the Vi? Could be a first pick option, just based on how both junglers seem to prioritize it.
Yeah, I think it might be good, and then trade OPs could be the play. I mean, there are a lot of OP champs up currently.
Yeah. Jace also might just have to be the ban.
Ooh, ban was missed.
Oh, they've missed the ban again.
Oh, no, it's the second time.
But they won last time. They won against Frank last time they missed a ban.
That is true. I honestly think sometimes missing a ban on the first 3 can actually work in your favor because there are a lot of OPs up, right? We've got Jace, Tristana, Maokai, LeBlanc.
Maokai's banned. And Tristana's banned.
Oh, we don't have those 2 champs. Jace, LeBlanc.
Sedge, Vi.
Okay, so LeBlanc will be the first pick. What do we play into it?
Yeah, there's no Trist.
Yeah, there's no Trist. I really feel like if they ban Trist, you almost always see LeBlanc as the answering ban. Because that is kind of the best matchup. You can play Jace into LeBlanc, but it doesn't feel anywhere near as good. I mean, it's fine. You can make it work. And I think taking Sedge Jace, or even Maokai Jace, in fact, I kind of like Maokai Jace better, but honestly...
Maokai's banned.
Oh, sorry.
But you can also just do that. Taco really looks strong on his melee top laners. I almost want to just see Godtone commit. I mean, we saw there the jungle proximity for Tide was like 10%. So already it doesn't feel like Hellpigs really go bot side that much with their jungler. I like the Xayah.
Yeah, I think it makes sense. If Gemini does go for his Vi, I think he has a very tough game on his hands.
Ooh.
Trundle versus Sedge we haven't seen that in a while, but it is very good.
Yeah,
Ivern being hovered.
I think Trundle's just good against most of the meta junglers at the moment.
Yeah, I think it's kind of underrated, honestly, as a pick. Oh,
also
Viego
has
is locking.
surprisingly good gank setup too, because if with the LeBlanc, if she lands a chain, you can just put a pillar up near someone and they can't really get away.
Okay. Next pick here. Will it just be... Ooh. That would be pretty different. Don't think we will see that. Rel makes a lot of sense, but I think Rel's job is a lot harder versus Xayah. Still though, you definitely don't want to give it over and then have to play into it without the Xayah.
Do you just pick Rakan here? I'm so surprised by how little we see Rakan on the first 3, but it feels like there's no reason not to.
I think people generally value picking like the Jax or something with the Sedge higher, but honestly, I'm kind of with you. I think picking something like Rakan is really, really good.
You will lose early, but we've seen what Azir can do once it scales.
Yeah, so the Azir, I think, is honestly not a very good choice against LeBlanc. But again, the champ feels so strong that I think you can pick it in no matter like any matchup, any comp, and the champ is going to perform. It's just that OP.
It also seems like Adiox looks like a bit of a Victor Azir preference. Like he seems to play these control mages of old where you can just get to late game and then be an absolute menace in team fights. It has suited his style, and he will look at it again.
Yeah, Adiox 8 years ago or so would have been very fearsome.
Yeah.
Now, Draven is the ban, respect against Shun, and I think that's a really good ban. You know, I think you really need to make sure your bot lane survives because your top side, I think, has a pretty good chance to carry. But I'm really worried about bot lane, especially dropping, you know, into those 4-5. IC8, will he get his hands on the Rakan? Nope, it's banned away. Now, what other AD do you ban with Rel? Because Shun obviously just can go back towards the meta.
Ashe?
Yeah. I don't know. I feel like CFO are probably going to pick something more consistent damage. I think if you have a LeBlanc, either, you know, unless you're going the Kai'Sa route, of course, is banned, it's probably better to just have a lot of damage. I wouldn't even be surprised to see something like a Jinx and, you know, getting picked up here.
I think the current Ashe build, though, does a surprising amount of damage.
It's hard to auto, though, just because you're, like, much shorter range. But, you know, up against Azir, that's a real big problem. I could see Varus even getting picked up this game. Alistar is the last ban. And Hellpigs, let's see, because I think you should just pick support, give Taco that last pick. Alternatively, you know, you could take the Jax, but rest, he's going to have lots of picks into it. What
I think
support
even
is it going to be?
In that little video I talked about earlier, Godtone was also saying he doesn't have to worry about top because Taco will just win 100%. And so far, he's been pretty accurate on that assessment. We'll just lock in the Jax, and I think it's fine. Like, what can really come through as a powerful counter? The Gragas?
Maybe a Kennen.
The Kennen, but you're very high in AP damage at that stage.
I think that's the same problem that Hellpig's had, because if you don't take the Jax there, and CFO do, if you have to go Gragas last pick, you're Gragas, Azir, Sedge topside.
Yeah.
Sounds pretty terrible. I would like to see the Jinx. I think it's a good pick in this game, and I think that Shun is pretty much the only person that picks it, but I honestly think it's really good. Rumble is the pick, and that should be very good against Jax, especially they have made Rumble. Rumble was a strong laner before, now he's even stronger. It's pretty crazy, this champion, because they made his heat up to 150, but they kept the danger zone at 50. You can be in danger zone basically the entire laning phase, which means all your spells are empowered, and it makes it so hard to trade with Rumble. I mean, it is seriously an overtuned champ, and Rest, he strikes me as a Rumble player. I love CFO's comp. I love it.
Yeah. Looks really, really strong.
On the other side, though, that's a very good comp too, right?
I was going to say it. I actually don't see any real problems here with Hellpigs' comp. And I guess the biggest problem is not so much the comp, but the players, where you need Taco to be ahead to win the game. At least that's what it seems like so far. And he has got probably one of the hardest matchups he could have.
Yeah. I think the people with the hardest jobs in this game are Taco surviving this top matchup and Shun surviving in team fights, because I think while there is a Braum that makes it a little bit easier, there's a lot of CC that can come out, and there's also, you know, the Azir and the Jax that can really punish an immobile AD carry. If you end up losing your flash, you're in a lot of trouble. But I think both teams honestly have both kind of what they want and solid comps, so I think this should actually be a very good game.
Yeah, I'm hoping so too, and I think importantly, and I can't understate this enough, I really, really do want to see Godtone putting pressure towards the top side, because Taco needs to survive his lane at least evenly, you feel. For them to have a real chance, he needs to be at least even where he can threaten this Jinx, he can threaten the LeBlanc, but he's not going to be able to do that solo. Unless Rest makes some really bad misplays, Taco's going to have such a rough job in the top side, and it's really on Godtone, who has really good synergy with the Jax, being that he is on the Sejuani, to make sure Taco can stay even or even get ahead.
Definitely. And this is our first Rumble in the PCS. I think it's definitely a sign of things to come.
Yeah.
The champ looks so strong, and I would not be surprised at all if even as soon as, you know, tomorrow maybe that we start seeing a lot more priority on it. Sometimes I think it may take teams kind of a week to really implement it into their game plan. But at the same time, I think Rumble is a champ that most top laners and mid laners as well probably have played before.
Yeah.
You know, it was meta for so long. So returning is no surprise at all. It is Comet, of course, on rest. And Taco, he goes for the lethal tempo jacks. There's also an area here, so some very different things coming through.
I kind of like the lethal tempo because the lethal tempo on jacks means basically if you are going to straight 1v1 the rest, you're not going to win if you have grasp. So there's no real point in having grasp. If you have the Conqueror, maybe you can win, but the lethal tempo gives you by far the most sort of effect in that 1v1. So maybe this is a way they can look to try and find some ground in that top lane. And we did hear that it is an audio issue for rest, so I'm sure they'll just fix that up and get us back into game shortly. But what do you think of the lethal tempo? Because I think when we saw the runes, that looked like the most unique one.
I think that it's definitely better after the laning phase. I am a little worried that it might make his laning phase even harder. But again, if he can manage to get through it, and to Taco's credit, he seems like he's one of the better top laners. So if he can manage to get out of this early game without falling too far behind, I think it's definitely the better choice. In mid lane though, I think the area Azir is a very strange choice because I think that this champ, you just can't really proc it. I mean, look at the Azir rune page. As strong as you can possibly get in the early game. But it feels like in spite of that, you can't really force LeBlanc out of lane. So all you're really doing is scaling evenly. And I think while that kind of does favor Azir, I really think you can achieve the same thing while having a bit more scaling. Kind of like what Jax has done, to be honest.
Yeah, and more on that. I don't know if you noticed, but Adiog's taking the armor rune as well. So really focused on this lane more than anything else.
Interesting, yeah. Now, Taco does not have second wind, which I think could be a problem. He has inspiration second, but I feel like up against Rumble, having second wind goes a pretty long way. Ooh, okay, so Jimmy will get level 2 off that first wave. Pretty important. And normally you will see LeBlanc kind of pulling ahead early game here. I think LeBlanc in general does do very well into Azir. You kind of get to scale up to your Shiv for free. You've got good poke against him in the mid game. And also you're very mobile, so you're hard to gank at 6. That all being said though, pre-Shiv, LeBlanc doesn't have the strongest laning phase, and that gives Azir that time to scale up.
And I think in this game, more than ever, you really do not want to see a crown Azir because your crown is never living.
No.
You can literally just distortion forward as the LeBlanc, proc the crown, and with that, that's pretty much all she wrote. Things though, so far at least across the lanes, looking fairly even. Winter's Bite will land there onto that minion as level 2 does come across first here for both Tide and IC8, but
let's talk about the brawl. Oh, hold that thought as we have a little bit of a boss skirmish.
Yeah, should be able to. Oh, actually will not be able to. What were you going to say?
I was going to say, let's talk about the Braum for a second because we don't see Braum pick very often, mainly because if you blind it, it's going to get hard countered. And if you counter pick it, well, it feels like something has gone wrong with the enemy comp in a lot of ways. But this game, I think, it does make sense, right? It can block a lot of the damage. It also synergizes very well with the Sedge as well as the Jax. It feels like it is just a very solid game for it. And I think it is a champ that it's underrated in general. I honestly think part of the reason it isn't picked more is because it's not as easy as, or it's not as simple maybe as just playing with something like an Alistar, right? Because playing with Alistar, it's very simple what you want to do. You just go forward, you engage. Playing with Braum, it requires a bit more finesse.
Yep, definitely. And I think maybe also the lethal tempo Jax might have something to do with the fact he has a Sejuani and a Braum. It's just going to mean they are able to land stuns more often, which can be important, especially if they're on targets that Jax is freely going to be able to hit. As Flame Chopper's come down behind Tide, he's going to have to flash away. As now attention towards this Braum. ICA getting so low, there is no heal for him, and he will be going down for first blood. It is Chelsea who receives the kill credit for that one.
I'm very worried for Tide. I think he has to leave this tower or he's going to get re-dived. He does not have the flash. Does have the cleanse. He's going to step up to it. I don't think he's allowed to do this.
Yeah, this doesn't feel like it's a legal maneuver as dive will be coming through here. Root doesn't even land, and Gemini, actually it's Chelsea who picks up herself a second kill, so maybe a saving grace that both kill credits going over to this Rel, but you are losing so much as this bot lane of Hellpigs.
Does feel really, really bad there. And I think Hellpigs, you shouldn't really die to this gank. You know, they lost a member, they lost the sums, and then they failed to move away. Now, Godtone, he's looking top.
Will be seen.
Wow, that ward is not showing anything.
Yeah, that's a really bad ward.
Okay, Godtone will get his base stopped. And this is really good. If Rest can just survive while Godtone, you know, is on the top side, after that successful play bot, it's so good. Merc Tread's already picked up for Shalcy, and that almost feels like now Hellpigs have no way of skirmishing around the bot side anymore. Now, that never really was their plan, right? They have the Sedge and the Jax. They want to play towards that top side, but having the option is always nice, and I think falling this far behind in bot lane already does feel pretty bad.
Well, Hellpigs bot lane looking up here for that Scuttle Crab. It will be already taken down. That ward as well, spotted out there by the Scry's Orb. I think all things considered, Taco being up CS top is more than you could possibly ask for.
Yeah, he was strong-sided for a very long time. Like, I think you're right. If you can be up CS as Jax vs Rumble, it is good, but also it is a lot to do with jungle, I think. Credit to Godtone, who has been playing around there. Kind of does feel like it's the only thing they can really do, though, given how Bane is looking right now.
Yeah.
Jun and Shalcy, they still have both flashes, by the way. They can get very aggressive. If Tide walks up, he could very well die. Godtone, he's going to use this mid-prio. He's going to try and take away this Raptor camp.
Yeah, should fairly freely be able to take it. And as we look towards the mid, especially at the CS, it looks like this early game Azir build, not really getting what you'd want out of it. You feel like the lane would be fairly similar had he have gone the more traditional Azir build anyway.
Yeah.
Although, good amount of poke coming out of him just there.
I think he is getting good trades. It's just, does it actually convert to anything? Because...
Oh my, look at this wave.
Oh no. I think if Godtone doesn't... Oh, Adiog's...
Oh, okay.
Gemini doesn't have flash.
Yeah. Adiog's able to survive, so that's pretty important. Doesn't have teleport though, so we'll likely miss some minions for that trade there, but ultimately not dying is the most important thing, as Dragon now started for CFO. Should just go over to them pretty handily.
Definitely will. And I think Herald will definitely be the next place to look. Godtone obviously spent a lot of that early game around top, and Tide, he's built himself up a pretty big lead off that advantage. And say, you know, I think that is one of Tide's best qualities. Similar to Driver, actually, just very consistent, right?
Yeah.
And win or lose matchups, strong side or weak side, pretty much always does well.
Yeah, I think ultimately, though, you definitely, even with your strong side, you don't really expect the Jax to be up this much CS. I think you really do have to give credit here to Taco on that top side.
Yeah, I think it's good for him as well that the lane has gone on so long without a base coming through, because I think Rest can't really get through the sustain until he has more items, but if no items are coming through, then you can just patiently farm up. That's not to say that Rumble doesn't kind of scale along with the Jax, but given that it's your counter pick top, kind of are expecting more out of it.
Absolutely. Now, Tide missing another fairly substantial minion wave means that Shun down here in the bot lane, especially after those first 2 kills were found, getting really, really ahead of himself. That Scry's Bloom didn't spot out Godtone, but Godtone should have seen it himself. So might be a smite fight for this blue. It does go to Godtone, so he is able to come snag that one for himself, as he will start now onto this Gromp, and should be 6 after the Gromp, you'd have to feel.
I wonder now if Gemini can cross mid and just cheese the Herald before Godtone can get there, because he's pretty far away. He hasn't even taken his red buff yet. So it's very difficult for Sedge to get here. Oh, nice chain by Jimian.
Oh.
I think they can just start the Herald. So if the Sedge Jax comp might actually lose its Herald here.
Yeah, well, with Shalcy already up in this top lane.
Taco's 1 HP.
Taco has to back. Taco has to leave. He's getting so low. In fact, Shalcy will arrive in time. The last tower shot will not land. It is just another kill, so Shalcy finding effect. He's 3-0. Killing spree now for this Rel.
Yeah, that's big, really big for CFO to be able to get this Herald when, you know, your top, at least at one point, was losing. I really want to see what kind of led up to that, because I saw that Rest got a very big trade. I guess he's just really heavily poking Taco under tower. Yeah, hits the harpoons. Even snuck an auto in there. Now he's too low. needed to back away. Wasn't expecting Chelsea though. Very, very proactive play.
Yeah.
I mean, walks all the way up to top, successfully ganks it. They've got the Herald. 2k gold lead now.
Again though, saving grace, it is pretty much all on Chelsea. Chelsea alone is going to be up at least 1k because two 300s and a first blood. So all in all, the gold lead where it matters isn't that impactful. Although obviously early game supports do offer a lot. If the gold lead does plateau, it will, you know, be a lot better for Hellpigs than it currently is.
Now that ward is potentially a TP behind the tower ward. So you haven't seen this in a long time because, well, before you didn't get TP till 14 minutes, but now that it's at 10, you can place that ward behind the enemy tower and double TP on it, and they're pretty much dead. This was the terror of bot laners back in the day, just getting that double TP on behind your tower. Now there is no TP yet for Jimmian. Rest has his, but he's kind of pinned to his tower at the moment. But just watch that. Could be very problematic. And Tide, he's stunned up.
Okay, IC8 doing a good job there, putting up that door. Will stop any follow-up damage coming through, although Shun finding some nice max range autos with that rocket, and this could just be the tower going down.
Yeah, I don't think it dies quite yet, but...
No, but it's very close.
Yeah.
And the dive looks like it's coming through. Gemini coming round, and Hellpigs, you have to know this is coming. In fact, that control ward will spot it out. It will be the first tower now. Important gold going over to this Jinx.
Defo are pulling very far ahead. Adiogs, looks like he's doing the mission build. Looks like he will be going for that Shadow Flame. Full rest.
We'll flash away.
Huh? Swing and a miss, as they say.
Wow, Shun denying an entire wave and looking to deny more before taking this tower.
Yeah, he's getting a lot of gold and denying a lot along with it. Shiv now completed for LeBlanc, so while I think if this game goes ultra late, maybe... Actually, I'm not even sure. I was going to say Adiogs can carry, but he's got like a very early game build in Runes. So while Azir does scale, is it going to scale as well as a team with LeBlanc, Jinx, and the Rumble?
I think he might just have enough damage anyway. I mean, we'll have to see. Wow, the poke really coming out now.
Yeah, he does have a lot of damage. But with that Shiv, you almost feel as Jimmy, and you don't even need to really lane anymore.
Yeah.
Second drag spawning would be very CFO-like to just come and start this up. And it feels like they should, right? I don't think there's any way really that Hellpigs can contest, at least not yet. Need some more items to come through. Taco CS is still decent enough, and it wasn't Rest that got that last kill, so it's probably down in gold.
But importantly, it will be this Dragon now. Second Dragon picked up from CFO 12 minutes into the game. So they're on track for a really quick Soul. Will be only 10 more minutes, assuming all Dragons are done on spawn.
The CFO classic, really. Next Herald probably will be looked at 2 minutes away. Divine now completed on Taka, which I think does change that top matchup quite a bit. Have to see what Rest answers with. Did rush to tier 2 boots, so shouldn't have it just yet. Now, a lot of Rumbles go for the Demonic first item, and I wouldn't be too surprised to see it here.
Yeah, with the blasting on first, you feel like that is likely to be what comes through.
Now see, he's got the Mercs and a lot of MR. Isn't too worried about anything here. Triforce on Gemini. And yeah, so now a Giant's Belt for Rest. Now it could still be a Rylai's, and I wonder if that does anything versus Jax. Feels like probably not, because you're probably going to hit him with Harpoons anyway. So most likely will be that Demonic. Oh, damn, that item is really not balanced.
Parker having a bunch of fun here. Ooh, has to be careful.
I like these lane assignments, though. I think it's really hard for Jax to do anything against the LeBlanc. Not only do you not have the wave clear, but LeBlanc just has too much mobility, too much CC for you to ever really leave the tower. Very, very annoying.
Ooh, okay, that Zap doesn't land. Could have been dangerous if it had landed, but Tide should be okay to pick up some CS here as Shun manages to find himself yet another plate. It's 8-1 in plates in favor of CFO. There's so much of their gold lead already coming from that. Arco's really struggling up here.
He does have TP, but he needs to be careful.
I think it's hard for you to dive Dex does have his ult available.
They
are looking for it though.
Maybe you just pop the ult and then leave.
Yeah, Taco might just... Oh, I think you have to play this pretty well as CFO if you're actually trying to
I think
dive.
you just... Oh, they got 3.
Yeah, he will
Yeah,
put
they
the
get the
ult
ult.
here. Does he get the...
Oh my.
Wow.
They really threw the kitchen sink at him there. Yeah, I think they probably would have just been happy with getting the ult and leaving, but they bring Shalsey up, even commit the Jinx ult as well.
Yeah.
And I really like that. I think when you kind of have a play like that where the Jinx ult isn't just reactive, it's almost, you know, it's kind of like pre-planned that you're just going to throw everything at him under the tower. And this is what is so annoying about Rumble as well. Excellent weak side champion as well as strong side. You can play with him, or you can play away from him because he can just ult these waves and there's no way really to trade. You can kind of see Godtone. It feels like he's just wandering around the map, but where can he really find? Feels like your only real window is to just kind of wait for CFO to overextend in a team fight and then just hope that you have the stronger team at that point.
Rift Hill now will be started from CFO, and you have to feel like they are in a good position to take this. As things stand, we are looking at a perfect game so far for CFO. We'll see if that can continue on.
Looks like this will be picked up, and would not be surprised at all to see this go mid lane at some point.
Should just go mid, yeah.
Yeah, it feels very, very hard to break that without it. It is Mythics. Well, I guess not a Mythic. Shadow Flame on the Azir. Mythic on the Sejuani.
Yeah, but look how far ahead this Rell is compared to IC8's Braum.
Yeah.
Even Shroud now completed to just the components there.
He is pretty crazily snowballed.
Now, importantly, there is a lot of scaling for Helpix, so if you are somehow able to stop the bleeding, you can look for some more late game team fighting, similar to that of Impunity's game earlier.
Yeah, we have seen a lot of Azirs come back from some pretty incredible deficits.
Yeah, and we've seen some Azirs with this build do some insane damage when it comes to fights.
But we've never seen the area Azir in PCS so far.
True.
And I am a bit of a hater, I have to admit. Demonic on the Rumble.
Ooh,
Could be in trouble here.
Yeah, definitely. Face checking the bush. We'll find Godtone is going to be stunned up by Counter-Strike as well as that Glacial Prison. Gets so low. Godtone flashing forward but will not be able to find it as Shalsey escorting the King out. He is going to be eventually found, and Adiogs importantly picks that one up as Taco's in the middle of 3. He's going to get stunned up there by Shalsey. The ult from Jinx goes wide and it's just a 1 for 0 there, but an important kill found nonetheless. It goes on to that Azir. Wow.
It's an important pickup. I will say, I think that was very well played, but also it's kind of sad how hard they had to work for that kill. You know, he was so low. They just had a tiny bit more damage. Would have taken him out much quicker. You can see it here. You know, maybe Taco, he moved pretty early. Don't think there's really much else that they could have done here. I guess we're kiting towards the wall and maybe should have been kiting up, but either way, it bought so much time for rest. Ooh, it's a nice dodge. Now, that didn't mean that Adiogs was the one that picked up the kill, which might have been worse.
Oh, okay, Magnet Storm comes through as well as that massive equalizer. Although no one's gone down, it will be eventually Adiogs being taken out. And what a combo there. We're seeing the power of that Rumble ult.
Rumble Rell, that is disgusting. Shalsey picked it up again, by the way. He's 4-0. He got it with an Ignite at the back, and this could be maybe...
Taco's short going forward. They are going to get the reset there onto Gemini, who has become the Sejuani. And with that, Taco, though, is going to leave strike over, but the ult will find him.
They can keep going.
Yeah, do have the Herald still. This might just be an inhibitor going down.
Looks like they're going to leave the inhib.
Yeah, turn their attention towards this dragon. It will be their 3rd dragon. There is teleport available on Taco, but with Godtone being down, you don't feel like there's any realistic chance of any contest. And CFO looking strong.
They are. They're setting a very good pace here. I think critically as well, though, LeBlanc hasn't really had to do anything except just shove out waves, which is exactly what she wants to do, you know, accelerate a lot. And this fight, it just started with Shalsey finding that engage over the wall, and then the follow-up from the Rumble. So much damage onto Adiogs as well. You know, he is the one that can deal damage at this point, but I don't think he did any. I don't think he got the opportunity to. Tied as well, despite ulting, taken down to a level where you just can't fight on that health. Forced away, and Helpix, they desperately want to save this tier 2, but there's just so much damage.
Yeah,
Oh. Shun is actually built different on Jinx.
Shun looking so strong on the Jinx. 2-0, 4 for him. Not doing quite as well as Chelsea.
Wonder what mythic it will be for the Rumble. There's obviously the Proto Belt. I think the Night Harvester is one that gets picked up a lot now. Having more ability haste makes the heat management obviously a little cleaner. Helpigs, they're trying to set something up in the top side.
Ooh,
Taco, though.
Meanwhile, on the bot side, Taco does dodge the first chain, but will not dodge the second, and so much damage.
That would have been another Jinx ult kill. I'm impressed. Shun he's really good at that.
Yep, on target. But it was not to be. The kill, in fact, will be found there, I believe, by the Viego. Maybe it was Rest. I'm not sure. Either one of them. Defense of this tower feels a bit hard.
And no Braum shield now, though. There's no wave either. LeBlanc might get to work on that mid inhib.
Jimmy just starting to get to work, as you said, on that mid inhib. And Adiog's not really doing any much damage to Gemini.
And this LeBlanc build feels so tough to deal with.
Okay, Taco's back. He's teleporting in behind. Could we see another massive teleport flank from a top lane? Godtone does land the stun, but it's only onto Chelsea. That's not that important. Shun does cleanse. He does flash away. Adiog's Empress divides the wrong way, but will find the shutdown. That's at least one now found, as TFO are looking to run away, although Jimmy in stopping backs here, as well as Rest.
Yeah, Jimmy, he might still just keep doing this. Does need to be a little careful overextending.
Can be really annoying. Adiog's finding a bit of damage here. They do jump forward onto Jimmy, who will have to distort away. And Baron now being pinged for CFO. We'll have to see if they run up there. With Gemini in position. Will be spotted out by this pink ward, though. Very clutch kill there. Shut down again onto Adiog's.
Yeah, Adiog's is getting the gold. Looks like he's building the Ludens as well. So really just building for
I think that makes sense this game.
Yeah, it kind of does. I mean, there's a lot of squishies.
Crown doesn't work.
And he's also the only real AP. I mean, there is a Sedge, which has forced at least one Merc Treads out, but no, 2 Merc Treads. Still though, it's pretty hard for anyone else to really get MR, at least for a pretty long time. 4th Dragon though, already less than 2 minutes away. And also a lot of Baron DPS.
Definitely. I mean, it's just 4 squishies and a 4-0 rel. Definitely have the DPS to take it down if given half the chances. They are obviously over here, and it's pretty much IC8's job to try and stay safe and ward the Baron every now and then to make sure it's not being started. Chelsea, though, will find out where IC8 is positioned. Continues to look for more vision. And down bottom, you see the effect of this LeBlanc. Night Harvester now completed means even more damage every time she does distort forward and just auto-attack you.
Luden's now completed.
Godtone has to be careful. It is the Braum and the Sejuani. They are together. Rest managing his heat bar pretty well. Look at the damage that does. Godtone, Arctic Assault away. Tide is already low. Magnetic Storm comes out, but a very nice Feather Storm will get him out of that danger. It is Equalizer though, putting down the damage. Adiog's is going to have to find the damage here if they're really going to want to stop the Baron, as Tide, as well as IC8 and Godtone, likely having to recall. As Jimmy though, Jimmy lands the chain, does force out the shuffle. Adiog's definitely doing the damage though.
Yeah, he's putting up the numbers. Is it going to be enough though to contest this drag?
Soul.
Yeah, it's pretty important that they stop this, but it feels so hard.
Jimmy no TP, and he is at half health, so...
Yeah, 2 items.
Oh no! What has happened?
Oh, he thought they were doing Baron, so he TP'd to the top side. Really unlucky timing, and I think with that...
Now they are doing Baron. Are they?
Oh, they're just going to go bot. I wonder if Helpigs can do Baron.
I don't think they have the time. I think this game could end in the time that they try and do the Baron.
Only if CFO realized, though.
Yeah, well, with Tide not there, maybe they don't. It is just... Ooh, okay, Tide has to stay safe. It is the Baron going down, though. Gemini will be there to attempt to steal. Half health. IC8 really low, though, and they do know that Gemini's there. This is going to come down to 50-50. In fact, Shun claims himself another victim. The smite goes to Gemini. Everything goes CFO's way. This will be the game. They tried. Hell Pigs, they were backs against the wall. They had to try something, and unfortunately, Gemini was there to stop anything from happening. And a bit of tomfoolery here in the top side, River.
Yeah, I think that's definitely a TY Felice in the old chat kind of moment.
Yeah, Adiogs looks like he's going to try and defend, but I don't feel like they have the damage. Shun absolutely demolishing this Nexus. As the Emperor's side will come through, they're just looking for one more kill. They actually will stop Chelsea from staying deathless, but yeah, I don't know. That was a very, very clean game from CFO.
It was.
I don't know what else to say about that one.
I think a lot of it just came from what happened bot lane, because I think bot lane, you know, dying to that gank just snowballed the game insanely hard. I really think if, you know, some of those fights, despite their gold deficit, once Adiogs was strong, they were looking relatively close. And I think that game could have been very different if bot lane were more stable. And that's been a problem with Hell Pigs, you know, pretty much all split long. But it really kind of goes to show just like how small, I guess it's not a small mistake. Like, it is a critical mistake, and it snowballs the game a lot, but at the same time, it could have been fixed, you know, with a relatively small change. You know, maybe if they place their ward a little differently or control the wave differently. Something has to change, and it would have meant a very different game. But ultimately, CFO, too clean, come out and really give it to him.
I also want to say what I think's worse is not only the first death, but then Tide staying. You know the Viego's coming around to get another one.
I think given, with if you had Sedge on your side of the map, maybe you can stay, but there was just no chance he was getting any help. And he's not getting a TP from Azir. I promise you now, that's not going to happen. So very weird to stay. Obviously feels bad to give up the wave. Feels worse to die and give up the wave. So, yeah.
And I'm going to say it now, I don't think it's really much of a guess, but I think that Chelsea deserves to be MVP.
I think so too.
Found a lot bot, found a lot top.
Yeah, he was everywhere.
Yeah.
It was 4-0 at some point.
First dive, he dove top twice. The first one obviously was when, in all honesty, Taco looked pretty strong in his 1v1. And then after that, found the dive, and then Resh started getting some more power back into his Rumble. And also that engage around the mid tower, you know,
that
he
was
flashed over the wall, 4-man
Magnus Storm.
Magnus Storm, and then followed up with the Equalizer. Pretty unreal.
Yeah. I think we didn't really get to see the full strength of Rumble that game because he was like weak side a lot of it, but I think we definitely saw the potential, right? That fight mid where it was just the AoE and then the Rumble ult comes through, just so hard to deal with. And I think that fight was one that maybe Hellpigs could have won, right? Like, not once that happens, of course, but you know, Adiogs was strong, and he died without dealing any damage.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they just called out pretty much the perfect member and just took him out. It was Chelsea again picking up that kill. That man was kill hungry this game. But,
he was.
I mean, looking at draft, I think both teams got a good draft. We already mentioned that.
Yeah.
But ultimately, it was really just CFO executing it better. And as you said, it's the bot lane. It was that first gank found. They managed to take out ICAs, and then Tide staying, died as well. And from that stage, while it was Chelsea who picked up the kills, you'd already lost minions, you'd lost tower plates, and Shun really was in a position to just take over. And also, I want to compliment his ults there too.
Yeah, his ults were pretty crazy. And I think as well, you know, that was a game where Shun got really ahead, and he was their late game insurance. So even if that game had gone for, you know, 10, 20 more minutes, sure, Adiogs might have been able to get them over the line, but I don't think it was clear cut, right? Like, that very easily could have been Shun just absolutely dominating a late game. So it feels like Hellpigs, they didn't have a great win condition after that early game, you know, after that first kind of 10 minutes happened. And it's, I don't know. I still think Hellpigs have the potential to beat some of those weaker teams, right? Like CFO, obviously they're very, very strong. We'll see how this happens. So there's no ward placed at all. I'm not sure if that's because they've already used them all or what. And this wave is pushing to them as well. So they can just wait. And your jungler's topside. So it feels very unforgivable, I think, for Hellpigs to even drop sums to this, because I think it's very obvious that this is going to happen. And Tide, that ward is not going to save you, buddy. That ward needed to be placed earlier or even further out. So I don't know. Hellpigs bot lane, they made a series of mistakes. It wasn't just one.
Yeah, and I want to say as well, before Gemini had even arrived, Chelsea was just sprinting at them. The Viego wasn't even close, and Chelsea's just running at you. At that stage, you're probably like, maybe we'll back away. Didn't happen. Take a look at damage there. It is Jimmy who tops it. Kind of unseen damage almost, where it's just happening, but you don't realize it's happening. at least as you spectate it. And the third ban there, second time. Yeah, Chelsea picks it up.
How many
83%.
MVPs does this guy have?
Ooh.
He's got 3 maybe, I'm thinking.
Definitely the Blitzcrank game.
Yeah, definitely
this game. I'm sure he's got another one in there. I'd say 3. 3 would be my bet too. There might be even a 4th.
Oh,
honestly.
we're going to see it. We're going to see it. This
Yeah.
is so crazy. He finds both the carries and the champ that's going to peel them.
Yeah.
Puts them all on top of each other. And even with everything being used, the Azir goes down. The Zyra was too low to even DPS from this point. So, yeah. Pretty crazy.
Unreal. I mean, all things considered, the game did go how we'd expect it to go. It was CFO winning it, which does mean, importantly, for themselves, they are now second and tied, with Beyond. And next coming up, we do have J-Team, who have their opportunity to also be second tied with Beyond. So, pretty important games coming up as well. And I want to also mention, with that defeat, Halpigs are now 7th, and Frank are alone at the 6th spot.
Okay, yeah. So we're kind of getting slowly back to where we kind of might consider normalcy for the PCS, but that was game number 4. The last one of the day. Can J-Team type that second place up against DCG?
Do you feel what the eyes can't see? You hear it calling way down deep. Trust your heart, it'll keep you true. This world expects so much from you. From the dark out into the light, it'll come in the middle of the night. You were raised in the sacred place. Evil runs when it sees your face. Throne calls your name, you know it's your time. Good will stand and the shadows will hide. 1,000 souls listen at your side. Take your people into the light. They won't take you alive. Stand here and you must follow me, my friend. Stay together, we can make it home again. Take a look at this place once more. The people, the home that you're fighting for. Throne calls your name, you know it's your time. Good will stand and the shadows will hide. 1,000 souls listen at your side. Take your people into the light. They won't take you alive. Stand here and every step will test your soul. You will walk out pure and whole, stronger than the day before. Tomorrow you'll fight for more.
If I had nothing but myself, would you still be around? If I was begging for your help, would you let me down? Yeah, I could try to act like I don't need anyone, pretend it's me, myself, and I'd rather be on my own. But I know I can do this alone. If I had a nightmare, tell me, are you right there pulling me out? If I was too high, yeah, tell me, are you right there pulling me down, me down? 'Cause pick me up. If my world was crashing down, would you make it stop? I do for you, but would you do the same? When everyone's gone, are you gonna stay? When demons come through, would you push them away? Would you push them away? Are you gonna stay? If I had a nightmare, tell me, are you right there? Pulling me out, me out. If I was too high, yeah, tell me, are you right there? Pulling me down, me down. 'Cause I need you to ride along. So tell me, are you right there? Tell me, are you right there? When it goes down, goes down. 'Cause I need you to ride along. So tell me, are you right there? Tell me, are you right there? When it goes down, goes down, goes down. When it goes down, 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 down. When it goes down, yeah. If I was too high, yeah. Tell me, are you right there? Pulling me down, me down. If I had a nightmare, tell me, are you right there? Pulling me out, oh. 'Cause I need you to ride along. So tell me, are you right there? Tell me, are you right there? When it goes down, goes down. If I had a nightmare. If I was pulling me down, me down. So tell me, are you right there? Tell me, are you right there? When it goes down, goes down, goes down. What I'm doing, getting right to it. The money is talking, I'm flowing, it's coming in, just hide to it. Yeah, you know what it is. Hey, we doing it big. Look up, there is no limit, no, we cannot stop for this. Yeah, can't stop, nah, won't stop. Yeah, spin on live, you don't believe it, just watch. I had to deal with the cards dealt, when no one's help. When it's time for action, headlines and captions. Just imagine all of the hours that I put in running and gunning the passion. All of them clap, big applause. Wish I could pause all their reactions. Ooh, we know I never had a losing streak. I know you see what adrenaline's doing to me. I've been kicking game, Bruce Lee. You ain't in the game too weak. Make them feel the pain too deep. Tell them get out the kitchen, you can't take the heat. What I'm doing, getting right to it. The money is talking, I'm flowing, it's coming in, just hide to it. Yeah, can't stop, nah, won't stop. Yeah, spin on live, you don't believe it, just watch. Yeah, you know what it is. Hey, we doing it big. Look up, there is no limit, no, we cannot stop for this. Yeah, can't stop, nah, won't stop. Yeah, spin on live, you don't believe it, just watch.
I thought I told you once, but I'll remind you. There's certain things you're not supposed to do. I saw you in my dreams and you were falling. No way to know if it will all come true. Let this be a war. I wanna playing with fire, I don't know if you knew. So let me make this clear, a cloud is forming. The storm is heading right in front of you. Let this be a but let this be a warning, 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 a warning, warning, a warning, 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 a warning. Let this be a warning, 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 a warning, 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 a warning. Let this be a warning. Let this be a warning.
We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. Y'all don't want me to win, I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face. Think it gon' be me, good luck, that's a long shot. Got the ball, full field ahead, I ain't gon' stop. If I ever fall, I'ma still end up on top. Right now, I'm feeling like everything that you're not. If I was you, I would probably feel the same way. Winning in my blood, something that I can't change. If I was you, I would probably feel the same way. We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. Y'all don't want me to win, I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face. We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. Y'all don't want me to win, I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face.
Gotta be in first place, second's just the first to lose. Working in the gym, taking shots, I'm trying to perfect my moves. Early bird gets the worm, I don't got time to snooze. I'm not in the frat, but every year I still pay my dues. Do it for mama dues. Wanna get a house with a pool and an amazing view, so she could watch her son do what he wanna do. Cause lately I've been ballin' like an alley-oop.
We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. Y'all don't want me to win, I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face. We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. Y'all don't want me to win, I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face.
Luscious, divine, I'll empty your mind, 'cause you want me to. I'm so twisted, you're addicted. I feel your pain, 'cause you want me to. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. 'Cause I can't give you everything you want. Make you feel I'm so good for you. Love being bad for you. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so bad for you. 'Cause I can't give you anyone. Make you feel I'm so bad for you. Love being bad for you. 'Cause I can't give everything you desire. I'm so bad for you. I'm so bad for you. Say you're looking, keep looking for it, but you can't find it. Can't find another one to get around it. You try and try, but never find someone who's mine. Keep looking for it, but you can't find it. Can't find another one to get black. It's not over till I say so. It's not over till I'm ready to let it go. Till I'm ready to let it go. Till I'm ready to let it go.
Welcome back for the last game of the night between both DCG and J-Team. And an exciting one again. It is going to be, once again, we're seeing Driver go up against his former teammate Mission. And they are probably the two best performing players in their respected teams. And last time these two teams faced up, it was J-Team who took the win. And going into it, I feel like maybe a similar thing could happen.
I think so as well. I think DCG are a very strong early game team. They've got very strong laners, especially Mission. But I do think they kind of struggle to close out because they just make too many mistakes, right? It feels like they're just not clean enough as a team. They'll throw big leads. They will just, every now and then get randomly picked. And I think they just make the game very hard for themselves. I almost feel that they lose to themselves more than anything. So it'll be interesting. I think I also favored J-Team, but it could be a very interesting mid and top matchup, I feel.
Yeah, it does seem like those two roles in particular are where you're really looking for a carrier. It doesn't seem like, at least so far, that Bruce or Chris Scarter are the ones carrying their teams in the AD carry position. It does very much feel like if DCG win, it's off the back of Mission. If J-Team win, it's off the back of, to be fair, Minji and Driver.
Yeah, I have to agree. And I think as well, the sides they're on can matter quite a lot here, because J-Team, I believe, are playing blue side. So it does mean that Driver isn't likely to get one of those very powerful counter picks, whereas Mission, if he wants it, probably will. So we'll see. I think it's hard to pick a really good matchup these days, mainly because it feels like those OP mid laners are just so much better than the rest. But if somehow they all get banned away, and to be fair, a lot of the time they do up against Mission.
Could be quite high priority over the Azir in this one. Obviously, Mission maybe the best Azir in the region, but Minji so far looking really, really good on that champion too. And as you said, it could be the case where Driver's having a blind pick and Mission gets the counter pick. Or on the other hand, maybe the Driver does have to blind pick and Hanabi gets to counter pick.
Yeah, it could be.
Which might be a way to try and attack the power of Driver in his lane.
There's definitely two ways of going about it, because, maybe you want your strongest player to counter pick so that they can carry, or maybe you want them to be the one blinding, because they're going to do well either way. So it can be tough sometimes to choose which is actually better.
Yeah. I'm excited. It's hard to really know exactly how this game will go going in, because while, yes, J-Team have looked better, at least for the first round robin, DCG have had some really, really strong performances. And I think J-Team, I think they're ahead by 2 wins in total in the standings. But it doesn't really tell the whole story because so many games DCG could have won. And as you sort of said, it was just some slight misplays here and there that led to their defeat. And going into this game, you have to feel like, especially now they know that this matchup means so much to them. If they want to start to make higher in the seeding so they don't have to play those loser bracket games, they really have to do well. But stat comparison between the mid laners, I think this is exactly where you'd want to look. Look at their support proximity, getting a lot of focus, their forward percentage, as well as their gold difference at 14. Missions is insane.
Yeah, it's insane to me that first is almost double thirds. That is pretty crazy. Obviously did have that most forward percentage as well. And you kind of see that just Mission as a whole. I mean, he optimizes his champions, his runes, his items, all for the early game. That is here, and the Kai'Sa banned on blue side.
Interesting. Maybe, I mean, in fairness, Cascada seems a lot weaker off of the Kai'Sa. And so maybe they're not so scared of giving Bruce something else. The likes of the Jinx. He's had a really good Jinx game already this split. Giving him something like that. I mean, there are so many AD carries still left available. Taking the Milio, so Lucian Milio will not be an option. I think all things considered, bans are a bit unusual, but it is the same champions you kind of expect to be banned.
Definitely. And last ban, they've already banned away the Sedge. There's a lot of mid lane OPs up this time. Maokai is banned away as well. Okay, so we'll be probably seeing likes of Vi and Viego in the jungle. Perhaps a Wukong could even show its face here. So what's first pick? Tristana or Jace kind of feels like your two best choices. And so PSG, I mean, they preferred the Jace. J-Team, though, Minji's shown some very good games to us on the Tristana. On DCG's side, what are you going to play up against this? Feels like taking the Jace could be good. Now, there isn't a lot of AP to pair with it. Obviously, no Maokai, no Sedge, no Kai'Sa. But maybe this is the kind of game where you look for Hanami to play something like the Rumble. They take the Ivan with it. I'm a pretty big fan of that. Okay, back to the other side. Yeah, I like taking away the Rumble. I think it's a good choice because you need AP somehow. And there just aren't that many options left.
And this seems like a champ that suits Driver's wheelhouse too.
Yeah.
Like, what really counters Rumble? I think you can play the likes of Gragas, in fairness. I think you will have a worse matchup as Gragas than generally Gragas has, because Rumble can burn you down pretty quick. Definitely quicker than your passive comes up to heal you. But yeah, locked in. Now, in theory, there is a two-way flex between the Trist and the Rumble.
Yeah, I was just thinking that.
But you do expect it most likely will be that Rumble top Tristana mid. Vi seems like a natural lock-in here, but could be just answered by the Xayah. Nocturne, the exact same thing.
Is this really good? I feel like if you take Xayah now, how are you ever meant to kill a Xayah with Iron buffs on her as a Nocturne? Okay, well.
That seems bad.
Yeah, I don't know. That would be a little interesting. I guess it is good against Nocturne and Trist, but I guess I'd be surprised to see it picked up. Maybe just feel that it's too good with the Ivern. And I think if you're J-Team, you probably should ban away the Xayah.
Yeah, I'm almost certain that will happen. You've picked Nocturne. There's no reason to give over the Xayah. In fact, I just think the Xayah was a better pick than the Jax. But, hey, DCG feel confident enough to just pick the Jax into the Rumble. Now, Ashe banned. You do feel like J-Team should ban the Xayah here. What
think
else
so.
do you look to ban, though?
I guess you
Ralph?
could target supports or something, but...
Not a whole lot of engage.
They
so
banned
Ralph...
Rakan. I mean, to me, that kind of suggests Xayah is like getting through.
Yeah. Now, in fairness, one thing that could be like a bit of a scary thing to go up against is Paranoia plus the Equalizer. Like, it's really hard to play around the Equalizer when the Paranoia comes through, so that's one thing to consider.
I feel like that's even more reason to ban away the Xayah, though.
I do too.
I think DCG...
They might just ban both.
I mean, maybe they're just thinking that Cascada's going to go to Ezreal or something instead anyway. We'll have to see. Yeah, I guess they could ban both. I think if they ban away Xayah, they might just be giving over the Rel.
I think that's fine, though. I think that's better than giving over the Xayah.
They've definitely, I feel like, drafted themselves into a corner. The DCG, I think you should take the Xayah here, unless you're like, well, no, I don't. Yeah, I just think you take it. It just seems far too good, and I am so surprised that a Nocturne would willingly play him to Xayah.
And Tristana. Xayah is one of the best AD carries at dealing with Tristana as well.
I feel like that Rakan ban really should have just been Xayah. Like, you can even keep the Rel, I think, if you want, but it's locked in now. Left to see how Cruscata does in it. J-Team. Aphelios Thresh is kind of your go-to here, you have to feel.
Yeah. Looks like it will be, almost certainly. Yep, Enso now hovering the Thresh. We've seen some pretty good Thresh performances here in the PCS. Although Nautilus, you could always just Nautilus ult the Xayah to pop that Featherstorm early.
I suppose you don't need the Thresh. I actually like the Lulu.
Yeah, I like the Lulu too. It gives you more lane pressure.
Yeah, I think it's good.
And you can use it to buff either Bruce or Driver. I mean, sorry, Minji. It works either way. Blitzcrank would be... It's an okay answer, I feel. It does do well if you are able to maintain lane pressure, but it feels like at least early game that Bruce and Enso should be controlling this lane and being able to set up vision for themselves.
I think I agree as well. I think the Blitzcrank punishes really well if the Aphelios and Lulu make mistakes. But I really think if Aphelios and Lulu play well, there actually isn't that many windows for the Blitzcrank.
Yeah.
I guess maybe Ivan will be up on the map a lot more than Nocturne early game, so maybe they can look for something around that. But definitely interesting comps coming out. I think I do like J-Teams more as a whole, I think, but I'm a bit worried about the Xayah. I feel like the Xayah is really good into their comp. And DCG's top side is pretty incredible as well. Jax, Ivan, Jace. That is pretty scary. Now, not a lot of AP damage. A lot of kind of off AP damage.
Yeah,
so,
Ivan and Jax.
Yeah, they have like a little bit. Even the Blitzcrank can deal some, so they probably have enough that it's not a huge issue. But I think it would be nice to have found some AP.
Yeah, I think Eyes really in this game is... I want to see Ivan's pathing. That's more of an interest for me because obviously Junjia just put a mark on every camp and then walked back up and took all the camps at the same time. And that is one way to do it, but Ivan also has a lot of pressure early. You can literally just level 2 gank a lane with that Q. And the other thing is how well can Driver do up in the top lane here. I think that could really set the pace for the game if Driver's able to find a nice advantage over Hanabi's Jax. Then you have the option playing around those heralds and finding some early chip damage on towers, especially knowing that you do have that Tristana.
Definitely. There are a lot of places to look. This could be a very different game. I think this is the first time we've ever loaded in without an intro.
Yeah. Just a dry load in.
It feels very familiar, honestly. Looks like solo queue. Okay, checking the runes. Once again, the phase rush. Yeah, okay, so another lethal tempo. Phase rush Jace. Everything else looking pretty normal.
But lethal tempo Nocturne.
Ah, yeah, that's fine.
I don't feel like you're doing a whole lot of auto attacking.
No, it's more so that you can still build tanky and then not have to worry about building any damage, really. I think the lethal tempo Nocturne's fine. Used to see that back in the day a lot.
Alright.
It's also really good for dueling if you want to fight early scuttles or something. But, I mean, we'll see how much use he gets out of it. Because I agree. Feels like team fights, you're not going to order a whole lot. But what else can you really take? I mean, there aren't that many good keystones on the champ.
I almost feel like you could just go Hail of Blades.
Maybe.
Has a really nice rune tree as well. Zombie Ward, Ultimate Hunter.
Ultimate Hunter is definitely good.
Although you don't get all that much KP a lot of the time. But if you do, definitely speeds up the trajectory of a win. Now, importantly, bush control early is afforded to J-Team because of that level 1 and how it played out. Glitter Lance is going to be the start for the Lulu. Oftentimes you do see the shield. Oh, hook goes wide. So that is definitely a lot of pressure now afforded to J-Team's bot lane. Because Blitzcrank now becomes a pinata. Fights mid. Bone plating popped and mission definitely coming off worse for wear. Kind of opposite of what we saw in the Maple versus Tristana matchup.
I think the big difference there is just the level 1 versus level 2. Because I think we saw Maple just kind of use the E to push Trist away so she couldn't get up to 3 stacks of the bomb.
Yeah.
But there at level 1, obviously, you can't do that. So if you do Q onto her, you're always going to hit 3 stacks. Obviously, the phase rush prevents the 4th. But still feels pretty tough.
Yeah. Now, Hanabi getting the push top. That's no surprise. Level 1 Rumble, not really that exciting. Not very strong. But as you see now, he hits level 2 and he's poking away with these Electro Harpoons. And taking good chunks out of this Jax's health bar.
Yeah, I do like it. It's kind of softening him up. Now, the Nocturne won't be on that side of the map, so not much to speak of there. Ooh, trade comes out
Minji
mid.
goes forward. Hana's in the area, though. That shield means that the trade definitely goes in favor of Mission.
Yeah, it's pretty annoying. That did reveal Ivern, though, which I think is actually quite important, because I don't think there were any level 1 wards placed. At least I didn't see them on the camps. So you're not actually too sure where Ivern starts.
Pings actually go out to the bot side jungle there from J-Team, so maybe they didn't realize he went up top.
I mean, they should have seen his buffs, right?
He didn't have red yet, but like
so
Ivan can just do Ivan can just do buff instantly, no matter where, or he can temper it and come back down the other way.
Yeah, but they should know he has to be on the top side, I feel like. There really is enough information. And they're getting the bot scuttle, so I think they should know now.
Yeah.
With that bot and mid priority, makes it pretty hard to really get in the river anyway. Lava will spot out, and it wasn't already confirmed. It certainly is now. Looks like most junglers are just going to recall. And this wave is going to start pushing back out. And yeah, Rumble damage is not balanced.
Oh, hook lands. Enso should be getting rooted up here. Actually, the polymorph comes out in time, so Chris Carter can't get that third feather. But he stays around a little bit too long. Does end up getting rooted up, and a little bit more chip damage there found from Bruce. Oh, Driver doesn't want to overheat, so doesn't commit the Q there. Flame Spitter will stay off of cooldown, but do see Hana in the area. Bruce pops Ghost early. Was feeling a little bit threatened. And Hana's still in the area. Bruce and Enso have to be so careful.
Blitzcrank has flash.
Yeah, all sums available. Gravitum, hook goes wide. Flash, oh my god, that was an instant reply. I think that was just straight prediction.
Yeah, I think they both realized there. Byron spends a lot of time bot, and that might be trouble for Hanabi in the top side.
Yeah, we do see Nocturne there, cutting off the wave. And Hanabi flashing away, but will still get feared up, in fact will.
That's still so annoying, though. Just look how much you lose in the flash as well. And I think that's almost a direct punishment. Well, 1, the lane, but 2, just how much kind of time that Ivan spent on the bot side. Was there sitting in the lane for a full minute, I think.
Yeah, and I want to say, I don't know off this game if I should be complimenting Taco or Driver, because this Rumble vs. Jax looks a whole lot different to the last one we saw. Ooh, okay, I don't even know if he needed to flash there, but in any case, Minji will force out the flash from this Ivan. Orca, though.
He hits these.
Yeah, definitely lands that. Minji might be able to flash away. In fact,
no.
The shock blast, sorry.
Just didn't have jump, so I think if he'd hit that and committed, it probably would have made him flash.
Definitely would have, but with that accelerated shock blast missing, does mean that Minji will stay relatively safe. Jax, though, looking for something here. Driver going to have to be careful, or does Hana be? Hana's in the area, Driver. Oh, but so is Lalva. Both junglers pathing around this top side, but it is ultimately going to be a trade in favor of Driver. Getting that flash off of Jax is now Minji heading up into the area. He knows that there is no flash available for both the Ivern and the Jax.
It looks like nothing will come of it.
Hana's wasted so much time just shadowing lanes.
Yeah, it's tough, right? I mean, he does have some difficult matchups, but it also feels like he might just be getting outlaned here a little. Is the Tia and the Dirk picked up by Mission, though, so that should be a lane that can start going in your favor. And you are kind of expecting, I think, bot lane and top to be difficult matchups, and to kind of come online just a little bit later, or find a way to make some picks with the Blitzcrank, maybe around the Drag or the Herald. I think the Lulu actually was a Smurf pick, though, because not often do you have an Aphelios versus no threat, really, in this meta. And Hana, he's looking bot again.
We spotted out, though, so Bruce should be
Yeah, I think this might just be to help crash this wave ahead of Nocturne 6.
Oh, instead, the root will land here onto Bruce, and he's going to have to flash away, but he does not have the health to survive, and it's first blood now, going over to Cascada.
Oh, that
Massive
is,
misplay.
Yeah, that is extremely big. Is a kill. First blood that goes over to Cascada. A lot of gold, dying ahead of the Herald timing as well, and it kind of makes all of Hana's time investment worth it, because I think that he's had to spend so much time babysitting the lanes. I think even this is to make sure that they can get this wave under before Nocturne hits 6, and Bruce, he feels confident, even with Ivan there, but the root comes through.
Cascada played that really nicely.
Yeah. Really, I don't know, you say it's unfortunate, but it is just disrespect, I feel like, and it kind of evens up everything here for DCG, despite having a relatively poor laning phase, I think, across the board.
Have a look at Bruce's items.
Just a Gale Force rush, maybe?
Gale Force does it? I don't.
I think it does.
Is it BF Zeal? It might be. You might be right.
Yeah, I think it's that. I can't quite remember.
I almost feel though you want the boots against the Blitz a lot of the time, especially as one of these more immobile AD carries. But it is going to be wave clear coming out of mission. Will force quite some minions to be missed here by Minji, as overheat will be committed here from Driver. Still though, lane definitely in his favor, up 20 CS, and it's the Merc Treads early forced out of Hanabi's Jax, which means this Jack's going to take a very, very long time to get to that really item spike of the Divine Sunderer. Oh.
Yeah, it does feel good. Hanabi, he might be in trouble here. Level 6 Nocturne. Hana isn't here quite yet.
Flash not available either for Jax. It is going to be Paranoia used early. Equalizer misses. Driver will miss it, but it is going to be likely him taking down at least the one. On the other side of the map, though, it's Bruce going down yet again. Orca flashing away, so he will not be going down to that tower. And Hana trying to find Lava, but Daisy will not have the speed to do so. It is going to be a 1-for-1 trade cross map.
It is just a trade. It's hard to say who this is really better for, because I think the kills on Xayah might be more valuable. But at the same time, obviously, it looks like it will be a Herald going over to J-Team. I think maybe were some bot plays picked up by Cascada, but it's insane how much that bot play from before has snowballed, right?
Yeah.
Because he lost the flash in that play before, and that kind of leads to his demise there as well. So DCG, they probably have no right really having this bot lane lead, but small mistake from Bruce. Cost him a lot.
Just disrespect again, really.
Yeah, he tries to stay, even though he knows his Lulu isn't here. And of course, this is picked up on by DCG. With no flash near Felios, there's just nothing he can do.
Yeah. Bruce going to have to try and stabilize somehow, because his top side is looking really strong. Really, he is the weak point at this stage. Lulu, though, does have both Suns as well as Wild Growth available, so a little bit more survivability available to him as Orca.
Oh, that was close.
Yeah. It almost felt like if Minji tried to buffer, would have just been jumping into the hook.
For. Okay, no dragon up just yet. I think that's fine. Both teams can kind of give time, and oh, this is an interesting setup. I don't think I've ever seen Blitz with Ivan before, but honestly, it kind of creates some more areas that might be very dangerous.
Yeah, these dangerous vision pockets.
Top CS now is getting out of control.
Yeah.
You know, and Hanami dives on another wave. I think we are starting to kind of see this a bit more of giving up that first drag to dive top.
And it makes sense.
Yeah, it does. I think with the champs being played, just the leads you can get right now is pretty insane. I mean, just look, he's getting cooked up under the tower there, level 9 versus 8. CS lead is at 32.
Yeah, and you have to think too, like while, of course, as the game gets later, the Xayah impact in team fights is likely to be higher than the Rumble. The Rumble, while your Aphelios is behind, can oftentimes carry you through that mid-game to the point where your Aphelios does start to get items. Look at Hanabi. He's not even able to walk anywhere near his minion wave. And this is a whole different look compared to our last game where we saw the exact same matchup.
It is. Very destructive. Credit to Mission, who's managed to keep his tower perfectly healthy as well as take 2 plates away from the Tristana. Is down a bit of CS, but it's kind of expected. Trist just CS's a bit too easily. And more members being put up towards top, so it looks like J-Team They don't care about dragons whatsoever.
Hanabi.
Yeah, Hanabi is going to be, I feel like, almost useless in this game.
Gonna use the paranoia. Leap strike will be followed in the fear. Will not be able to land, but it's just more CS and a tower now. And importantly, I think, giving some of that gold over to Minji can be really impactful.
Yeah,
as you already know, Bruce, pretty far behind. You need some AD damage somewhere, and Minji could be that threat. Even now, you're trying to defend this, but Equalizer available as well as your 3 members strong. Riftfield will find another crash. And Mission getting so low. You've got 4 members, 5 even coming up here. It's gonna be a tower trade, but that Equalizer's finding so much damage onto Mission. The hook, probably not who you want to hit. His driver just punishes Orca there. And it's gonna be 1 tower found bot here for Cascada, so a lot of gold to him. Actually, it's not even. Driver just gonna teleport down there and stop it.
Wow, and it feels like all this impact, all this kind of time that Lava put top is really paying off now. Just so much gold gathered there in the top side. Now it is a second drag, gonna picked up for DCG, which will be problematic later on, but you have to think that J-Team are more than happy with what they've got for it.
Yeah, I think by next Dragon, you might even have 2 items on this Rumble. And at that point, definitely the strongest member of the Rift. Won't even be particularly close. So I think you'll find to give away this one and then start contesting from here. Especially now with how broken open that top lane is.
Yeah, it does look pretty tough. But there is going to be a very sizable AD carry lead as well.
Yeah.
Obviously was Bruce who was weak-sided. Almost by his own doing, I have to feel. Because after he made those, especially the first mistake, it is just always going to be very hard to play through bot. And tower plate's actually completely even. Of course, not considering that there was a second tower gobbled up. Doesn't have any plates on it. Imagine that. What if the tier 2s had plates as well?
Why don't they just put plates on all the towers? Speed this game up.
True.
Oh, okay.
Driver had flash.
Look at how much damage 1 harpoon does.
It's pretty crazy. Minji's going to grab himself a bot tower as well. So pulling further and further ahead, at least in gold.
Oh, just going to tank it up. Should be able to pick this one up, Will. Hook, Inso flashes away. I think that's important. You don't want to go down here. It's Driver, though, receiving a lot of attention. Cascada trying to do the damage that he can. And with Ivan staying very healthy in his own right.
That kind of mid-fight as well, that feels like that's really where the Ivan, Jace, and Blitz really pop off. Just all stacked up there. As Mission's going to answer the side lane. Now, critically, I think Mission can still answer Rumble in the side. I'm not sure if he can beat Rumble, but can answer it at least. It feels like Hanabi, though, it's going to be so long before he's useful. Almost feels like a 4v4 at this point, right? Like Bruce Aphelios pretty out of the game, at least for now. But that's honestly kind of fine, right? Enso can put his buffs onto Minji instead.
Yeah.
It's not even too big an issue.
I think that's probably what he's likely to do. As Cascada aims here to take down another tower, actually the first tower, in this mid lane. Now that's an important tower to take. Obviously, opens up a lot more control, and when you are playing this Ivan, Blitzcrank, Jace comp, you do want to have map control. Allows you to poke more, look for hooks.
They do grab it. And Herald just going to go over to the way of J-Team. They can use this to break mid, which I think would be a pretty big turning point as well, because they've lost their mid tier 1, which does make it quite hard to contest the third drag.
They will likely lose bot here. Hana just shadowing Mission this whole way down the lane.
Yeah, it makes sense. Very difficult against the Nocturne to play a side lane well. But currently, I think DCG, they've got really good bot side vision. They've got that tier 1 mid advantage. If they can hold on to that, J-Team could have a tough time entering the river to actually contest. It is that Gale Force picked up by Bruce.
Yep.
But I think it's going to be a lot on Driver and Minji to win this next fight for them. Because if they give over 3 drags for DCG, it would almost feel like the complete opposite of how DCG normally play. You know, kind of losing lanes, but getting the drags. Maybe turning over a new leaf.
Cascada feeling fairly comfortable. Just sitting there in that red side jungle was good head mid now. Have to see where Lava decides to place this Herald. With a minute and 30 seconds into the Dragon, he may opt to just try and hold it and use it for pressure so they can set up some priority around the Dragon.
Yeah.
Would make a lot of sense because you don't want to be just giving over. Although maybe he's just looking to put it down here. He's going to be using that Paranoia onto Mission, who will likely go down as 1 HP, but Minji will find that last auto attack. He's going to have to walk through this tower though. And in the meantime, Equalizer used. It will get Cascada's Ghost, and with the hero going down and Minji in the area, should be able to secure themselves this tower, perhaps.
Yeah, no creeps.
Looking to stop it. Okay, it won't get the tower.
I think this might actually be better for DCG. There was a lot invested in that. No ultis on J-Team. None at all. And they lost the top tower for it, and I think they've also lost their control over Drag. So I think this is looking like a really good Dragon fight for DCG. I hope they try and fight it. Still though, yeah, Rumble, I don't think it'll be up in time. The cooldown's not super long. It is ticking away.
Be interesting to see how close he is to getting that Night Harvester too.
Yeah. Okay, TV comes through, so J-Team want to fight. They don't have any ults though, and they are a pretty ult-reliant comp. I think the sooner DCG start this up, the better. They need to realize that they have to do this quickly. 2 items on their AD carry as well. With an Ivern, it's not easy to access Cascada. Rumble ult still down. I think more than 15 seconds away.
Oh, Minji does get hooked, but he's actually rocket jumping that direction anyway, and they really, really quickly take out Orca. Minji flashes away, will not be caught by that Featherstorm. His mission is going to come and look for some snipes, but he doesn't connect on the first one. And with that, it's now J-Team trying to get pressure over this mid wave as DCG does fight back for it. Mission, importantly, did use his teleport there, and teleport does come in through here for Minji as well. Driver's Equalizer very, very close to being up, and it will be a 4v5 if they're able to get there in time. But with how quickly this is going down, it's not likely they'll be able to. And now Paranoia used Equalizer. It does find a little bit of damage, but perhaps not perfect, but it's Minji. Minji's finding all the damage he needs. His mission's the next target. Orca comes over, tries to disrupt everything he can, but it's gonna be costing him his life. 3 kills found there, but importantly, Third Dragon does go over to the side of DCG.
Still though, big win for J-Team. They're gonna trade a lot back of it. And I think DCG are very lucky that that Baron is not up, because definitely would have done it. And I really think DCG should have been able to clean that up. I think the Blitz positioning at the start was definitely not optimal. And it's at this point, right, where you're kind of just, sure, Blitz has landed some decent hooks this game, but it's really, this is where you're wanting something like the Alistar, right? Like something very consistent where it's not almost luck-based, whether you're gonna get a good pick or not. But 3 drags to DCG. The question is, are they gonna be able to actually contest?
Driver's so close to Night Harvester.
Pink's dropped in the river, and Jace needs to be a little careful. He's got Hana hovering him, of course, but we're gonna replay, and Orca, I think he feels like he's made the pick, but they can't quite get Minji. I wonder if maybe Cascada should have flashed forward with that. It would have split him from the Ivern, so it's hard to say. But he did have Ghost going. I think he might have been okay. But here, you know, nothing left on this Xayah. Has flash, but critically no ult. And just can't go anywhere, right? Nocturne's so good against 80 carries that can't peel themselves. And with that ult, Xayah cannot. The big loss there for DCG. Not unrecoverable. I think they do have 3 drags. But I do feel like J-Team are in pretty firm control.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing how these team fights go, and that was not a very good ult from Driver either, so if he is able to connect with a nice equalizer, looks like J-Team should be able to just steamroll a fight. Minji now does have his Navori up as well as a BF sword in his pocket, likely to be a bloodthirsty, you have to think. And this Jax, not getting a whole lot done. This is 1-1, but when compared to this Rumble, who has now finished his Night Harvester,
yeah,
certainly feels very, very weak.
And you are expecting that, right, with how weak-sided the Jax was, but still, it is just kind of the reality of the game right now. Well, 2 minutes on that next drag, and I think that's where both teams will probably be looking. Ooh, some poke lands.
Oh, Paranoia comes out. It's going to be a double knockup from that Wild Growth here and an instant double kill for Minji. Another kill is found as Minji does rocket jump out to get away from that Jax. And that's going to be a clean 4 for 0 and Baron now for Team J-Team.
I think with that, they might just run away with the game as well. Feels pretty hard to kind of come back into this one. The Nocturne, once again, punishing this time a no flash on Jace. And it does feel tough, right? Like, I think playing Jace versus Nocturne, very difficult. But it really feels like all these fights where flashes are being lost is just making the next one even harder. I think DCG almost need to just chill out and wait for everything to be up and then take the fight, because I think they'd win it, or at least have a decent shot. But all that's happening here is time and time again, whether it's a Xayah ult missing, a flash down somewhere, people are getting picked. The Wild Growth as well knocks up 2, and so much follow-up. Minji even once again being hooked, but it's not a problem whatsoever. He gets out. And I think from this point, now J-Team, they feel unstoppable.
Yeah, it is 1 minute off this Dragon. Perhaps DCG's biggest chance back into this game.
Does definitely feel like their last hope to pick that up. And what's Hanabi cooking with the build? What is the I don't even know what the moon plate, is that what it's called? The winged moon plate? What does that build into?
Here? No.
It doesn't build into Hullbreaker, right?
No, Hullbreaker is just Phage Pickaxe.
Yeah, okay. Well, I'm not sure.
No, we'll have to find out.
Well, 30 seconds on the drag, but I don't think J-Team are going to let DCG anywhere near them. And they've got a lot of push. In fact, Mission's top right now. They might just be able to break
hook
open the
lands on the
base.
Driver. Driver does have flash, but that's not the guy you want to hook. Look at Driver's just burning this man down.
They can keep going here, I feel like. If they don't
Baron.
base.
Equalizer available. Paranoia does come through as teleport back. Recall does come through here for Mission. But look at the damage Cascada is taking. He's so low before the fight even begins, and the buffer there on the hook for Minji means that he's staying safe. They are going to recall. They're going to claim their one Nexus tower. All Mission though.
Minji has TP.
Yeah, Minji does get away here as J-Team walking forward. Hana staying alive, but it's going to be this teleport in, and Mission, you are not Maple. You are not as strong as that man. He's looking for the flank, but he's polymorphed. He's not going to find anything. Minji finds 1, Minji finds 2. It's going to be eventually Lauva finding 1. A triple now is going to be found for Minji. It's a clean ace. It's going to be J-Team securing their spot at 2nd place.
It is 9-0-4 there on the Tristana. Wow. I think Minji's Tristana is really cracked.
I was going to say, I think it feels undeniable that Minji has the best Tristana that we've seen in the PCS so far. What's he doing?
He's the cameraman now.
He is.
I don't know what that is.
I was just celebrating. Was he Caitlyn ulting maybe?
I don't know.
Why does he just have a camera sitting next to him? This guy comes into his game with a prop because he knows he's going to win.
Sure.
Now that's confidence. That's the confidence you need out of your top laner.
It is. And I think it feels just same story for DCG, right? Like time and time again, they have, I don't think they've played a game yet that has been so one-sided that there was just nothing they can do. Every game they have ways to win. But they just can't quite get there because they, they just make too many mistakes, honestly, individually and as a team. And it's kind of sad to see because I almost feel that DCG might have the most untapped potential of any team, but they just can't quite reach it. They can't all get on the same page at the same time.
Yeah, how far ahead was Cascada this game? And it just didn't mean anything.
Yeah.
It got them 3 dragons, but 3's not the number.
Just a tiny bit of misexecution as well, and some of those fights really cost them. I think the Blitzcrank ultimately didn't really make much of a difference, right? Feels like it could have been just a solid engage support and would have been much better. But still, okay, J-Team, they got the win, but I'm still a little worried about Bruce, right? Because I think if Bruce has that sort of performance and you're up against Betty or Wako, that game's done. You're not winning that game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it wasn't the greatest out of the bot lane, but ultimately, I want to say that I truly feel like Lauva played really well that game. I think he saw how far behind his bot lane was and just punished the top lane there. Hanabi never got to play this game. And I think he got dove like 3 times, died in 2 of those occasions, and it just meant that Driver was so far ahead that, at least for the stage of the game, it sort of offset how far behind Bruce was. I mean, also, you kind of had that fortune of having 280 carries, and Minji
That is true.
wasn't getting kills, but he was at like 150 CS at 30 minutes. In fairness, so was Mission. Both mid laners were equally as strong, but it just meant that J-Team had the 80 carry that they wouldn't have had otherwise.
True. I think as well, with the top thing, it's hard to say. We need to see more of that matchup, to be honest, because the Jax was picked into Rumble, and in my head, Rumble beats Jax, but it's hard to say, right, because he just got dived over and over. Now, is that because Driver has so much control over the wave and is constantly chunking him out that he's always set up for a dive, right? Because it oftentimes feels like if you do have that counter pick, you shouldn't really be getting dived, even if you're weak-sided, just because you're too healthy, you're too strong in the lane. So I'm not sure. We'll have to see. I think Rumble is a very difficult champ to counter.
Yeah.
Like, even when Rumble was meta years ago, there just weren't many tops that could really stand up to Rumble. It's always been a very lane bully top lane. It kind of functions as a range champ almost, just with how the harpoons work. So
yeah,
I'll be really curious to see what the kind of meta changes around the Rumble. It definitely feels like it's a turning point almost in top lane. Before, we just had that Renekton blind pick that could always come in. And still, I think it can. Renekton's been getting banned a lot. But now, I think Rumble is really kind of a spanner in the mix.
Yeah, I think, like, traditionally, I mean, obviously, Rumble really excels against melee matchups.
Yeah.
And every top laner at the moment is melee.
Yeah.
So that's why it does so well. I want to say, like, if I remember correctly, back when Rumble was in the meta, I think the two answers were like Mundo and Maokai.
Yeah, I remember
and you just
Mundo.
you just went full MR, and then while Rumble does like sort of bully you the very early stages of the game, once you start to get some MR online, he can't really kill you anymore, and in fact you can just run at him. I don't know if the meta allows for that, especially with how sort of important going to those skirmishes around the Rift Shield are. You might not have the power to do that anymore, which is just why Rumble is so powerful.
We'll see that engage here on that Xayah that did have no ulti. And I think this was where things really fell apart for DCG. I think that this was potentially a very winnable fight where there were just no ults or anything for J-Team. Unfortunately, didn't quite get them over the line.
Oh, that's only 41 difference.
Yeah. Wow.
And I want to say, one thing as well is I really liked how they used the Lulu. Instead of just using it for the carries, they were using it as extra CC for the Nocturne engage.
I like that too.
And they were also not Nocturne engaging on to Cascada. They were just doing it on mission over and over again, as well as Hanabi. And so the Xayah pick didn't end up mattering because while, yes, Cascada was strong, he wasn't as strong as Driver or Minji, so it didn't really matter.
And Driver and Minji have to be your MVP, I think. I'd probably give it to Minji. Yeah, he was 9-0. Pretty hard to deny that, really.
Yeah.
32% of his team's damage. And I think he looks by far and away the best Tristana. A lot of the Tristanas feel like they kind of stall out, right? And they get a lot of CS early, but they never really get to the point where, okay, you're just snowballing out of control. Minji hits that point every time, and Tristana from ahead is a different beast completely. Getting this recall off, though, was so crucial. He did have a GA, but I think being able to come back full HP, just siege this down, it sped the game up by a solid 5 minutes or so. I think maybe DCG could have had another chance at the drag, but he's just too strong. He
just look at his damage as he...
The bomb as well. He had another one before this that just chunked them all. It was pretty crazy. So, very nice by him.
My favorite Minji play was when he gets rocket jump, but he buffered his rocket jump when he gets hooked and just goes the same way the hook was going anyway. That was my favorite. Yeah, I think this is the one you talk about. Look at that.
Yeah.
Look at the massive chunk.
Yeah.
Even having the sort of wherewithal to jump away from the Jax when it sort of comes, when the Jax jumps on him. I think, it seems to me that Minji is the best Tristana in the league, at least for now. I don't think anyone, no one else really plays the Tristana Jace matchup as cleanly as he does either.
That's true as well, yeah. Now, one thing I really want to bring up real quick before we look at standings and stuff is, if you remember the Rumble in the tanks that you were talking about, I think one big difference now is how much magic resists the harpoon shreds. I think it's like 60%.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
It's something pretty crazy. But
and
taking
there's
a look
barely any MR items.
Yeah, exactly. Today's results, though, I mean, this was a very important day for the standings. I think, Game 3 and Game 5 feel like the big ones of the day, but honestly, Frank securing their 6th place position, at least for now, with that first win of the day, and Duish team unable to, although very close, to picking up that first win up against Impunity. So it was a really good day in the PCS.
It was. I mean, on that note of the Duish team game, you really felt like they were going to win it. It was kind of sad that they didn't, as you see them on a 10-loss streak there down the bottom. But again, a 3-way tie for second now, but it's our Kings. It's PSG Talon now that reign supreme. They have only the 1 loss, 5-win streak, and picking up probably the hardest game of the second round robin against Beyond means that's the only team they've lost to so far, and they're first every single team. So picking up the win now means they are looking really good to finish off the whole entire split with only the 1 loss.
Definitely agree, and I think it's kind of almost an arms race between PSG and Beyond. I think first Beyond, they come out, destroy PSG with their strong bot lane. PSG, okay, they look into what kind of Beyond's weaknesses are, and it felt like they were really exploited today. I'm curious, are Beyond going to find a way to stabilize the top lane, or is that just going to always be their weakness? Because I think there probably is a way with bans or with, champ picks, or even, maybe playing around it a bit more to fix that. But a lot of teams now, I think, have started to target Lakai, and it's Beyond, they haven't really suffered from it too much yet, other than versus PSG, but it's going to get worse as teams get better at it.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, also people can look towards PSG's ban phase, just taking away Kongyue on that Viego. Maybe it was more meaningful than we really can appreciate. But tomorrow's matches. Now, Frank versus CFO, I'm kind of excited for because it's going to be a real test to how much stronger Frank are looking. Because obviously today, extremely clean game, looked really good. And other than that, it seems like we've got a bit of a one-sided affair in a lot of these games. I want to say that Impunity after today, if DCG are playing as inconsistently as they are, there is a chance that Impunity can take it, especially if we can see those late game team fights from Cher like we saw today. And I mean, other than that, it does seem fairly one-sided.
I think so, yeah. I would be very surprised if Impunity won that match. I think the problem is you do have to stand up against DCG's laning phase to kind of get to the point where they make mistakes.
Cher versus Mission.
And that's a tall order for sure. But yeah, I mean, that game, Frank versus CFO, I think it was, that is a chance for them to really redeem themselves, right? They might be on the up now. I really liked what they drafted today, so hopefully we'll see something similar.
Yeah, and you don't want the second place of Spring to come and look so weak in the summer. And so I think, yeah, tomorrow, the biggest story is going to be testing how good Frank look after their win today. But we all here walk the line. It's that time of the night, guys. It is going to be the end, but we will be back tomorrow with some fun games yet again.